Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to DevSecOps Day2, Tokyo 2021 Day 2. Yesterday, over for 3 hours, we, together with Dr. Tomabechi and Dr. Hassan Yassar, have been the speakers. And today, I'd like to share with you who's going to be with us today. First of all, this is a schedule for today. From 8:50, we have already started, but in the opening, we will have 10 minutes from Dr. Tomabechi, and then there will be keynote lectures, Carnegie Mellon University, Professor Lori Kreina, Professor Ihab Alshar, Dr. Linton Wells, and after the break, Mr. Nicolas Charan. Until recently, he has been the Chief Software Officer at U.S. Air Force, and then Carnegie Mellon University, Mr. Michael DeSanti. And then next will be the keynote panel. There will be 3 speakers, Mr. Mark Miller, Ms. Caroline Wong, and Mr. Kian Williams. And then after the break, Mr. Yasan Hassar will be with us today. And then from the afternoon, from 1:55, there will be guest speakers from Japan. First is Mr. Fujise Kenzo, former Vice Minister of MIC, or Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, and he is currently the upper house member. Then Mr. Katan McLaren, he is the Nihon Cyber Defense CEO, and he has lots of recommendations as an advisor to the Japanese government. And then BrainPad, Mr. Kobayashi. Last year, we had the CEO, but this year we have Mr. Kurogome, and then Mr. Sato, Very Clouds. And then I will speak once again on the stage. And then Linux Foundation CEO, Mr. Derek Wicks, and METI Vice Minister, Mr. Eguchi. METI is Ministry of Internal Trade and Industry. We will have the schedule until 18:30. We always welcome the questions and comments, and we already received good morning greetings. We have 120 participants so far. Yesterday, we had the participation of 600 concurrently, which was wonderful. Thank you very much. And these were specific technical questions from engineers, and we were able to feel the big momentum. And also today, the comments and chats I will be focusing. So let's make the session interactive. And then probably you are seeing the YouTube and the Japanese channel and English channel. There are 2 tracks, and there are 2 separate videos. If you want to listen in English, you have to switch to a different one, the English version. Now, we'd like to call upon the first speaker, that is Dr. Tomabechi Hideto, Carnegie Mellon University Scilab professor, and he will speak for about 10 minutes as greetings to you. The floor is for you.
Well, this is a second day. On day 1 in the morning, as a host, I had some opportunity to speak. And today, being the morning of the day 2, I'll be speaking for about 5 to 10 minutes. And DevSecOps is originally a technical discussion, but I would like to make it into a talk for the general public, such as managers, executives of the company, or future executives of the company. I would like the topic of DevSecOps to be more generally discussed matters. I would like to talk about why you need to do DevSecOps. And I would like to keep the basic concerns in your mind. And I'm going to talk about for just 5 to 10 minutes today. If you're not an engineer in the field, please keep saying DevSecOps to the people around you. And when you meet the president or executives of your company, keep saying, we need to do DevSecOps too. And if you keep doing this, you will become an evangelist yourself. And if you actually want to introduce DevSecOps in your company in Japan, please contact Nirahara-san, the organizer of this event. I'm sure he'll be able to go and visit your president. I think you should get the general idea by that way. Especially, the current government has been making a strong push for economic security, and the FSAJ has been issuing guidance, and there has been a lot of talk in Japan in past weeks. I'm sure you are reading newspaper about cyber issues, especially those related to economy. For example, the head of Mizuho Bank resigned. And this is something that is about unthinkable in the history of industry of Japan. You may say this is a Mizuho Bank, one of the bank, but this was formed by the merger of Dai-ichi Kangyo Bank, Fuji Bank, and Industrial Bank of Japan. Since the IBJ was a corporate finance bank, it was initially divided under the same holding company in the form of Mizuho Corporate Bank, but now they are fully integrated. So the resignation of the head of a venerable bank that is a product of DKB, Fuji, and the IBJ bank that have shaped the history of Japan. And so this is really a big event that will shake the industry world of Japan. I understand that this is not just something that is written about in the newspaper, but it's a situation that entire K-Dharma group of companies need to think deeply about. Dai-ichi Kangyo Bank was originally formed by the merger of Dai-ichi Bank and the Kangyo Bank of Japan. Japanese banks were numbered in the past. I'm sure you know there are banks that still have numbers such as 77, 114 in their names. Dai-ichi means number one, and that bank and Nihon Kangyo Bank, this was created also by the company, just like the Bank of Japan and the Japan Finance Corporation. And Fuji Bank was originally Yasuda Bank and at the center of the Yasuda Zaibatsu or super blue chip conglomerate. It led the Japanese business world. Among them, Fuji Bank has been a lender in personal finance. During the bubble era, it was naturally one of the top 10 banks in the world. Furthermore, the Industrial Bank of Japan, that is the name that all businessmen in their 40s and 50s and above should know. But few companies have ever received a loan from it. The reason for this is that the IBJ was also a special corporation that was originally a semi-private entity created by the Japanese government to, as its name implies, promote the Japanese economy. It later became a private bank since it specializes in corporate loans. The fact that the company can borrow money from IBJ means that it's now a large enough company. So when Japanese banks were lending money to China through syndicated loans, then the IBJ was the lead manager of the syndication. In fact, it was such a good bank that students at the University of Tokyo Faculty of Law said that it was harder to be recruited by the IBJ than it was by the Ministry of Finance. So the fact that the head of such bank resigned means that the very foundation of the Japanese business world has been shaken.
The leaders of these giant organizations resigned, which was unprecedented. Those who are young may not know the significance. However, those who are old enough to have experienced the bubble economy as the executives know it. The top of the mega bank resigned. Probably coming down to closer to you is Docomo incident. This was something that I figured out myself. I believe that that was a typical case of IoT DDoS or distributed denial of service. And Docomo inflicted the damage upon itself. That was self-inflicted harm. It wanted to upgrade the server, probably in the overseas. However, the IoT attacked itself, discontinuing the service by the server, and the server was also connected through the network to 3G, 4G, 5G, so it inconvenienced the ordinary users. It was on-goal attack. At that point in time, that was a grave issue, so I advocated that wherever I go, because at that point in time, there was North Korea, and it was set to attack Japan. It showed to the world that it was easy to down the Docomo server and the telecommunication network. If the situation is the same with others, that would be the end of the industry in Japan. So MIC, the Ministry of Internal Affairs Communications, thought it was a problem. 1 month later, it issued administrative guidance saying that it was a grave incident. And there are many professionals at MIC, so they dig deeper into it, and they thought that there ought to be business improvement order because the industry does not have self-cleansing capabilities because it was Japan's national security. So 1 month later, there was administrative guidance. Of course, it inconvenienced hundreds of thousands of people, so it was worthy of issuing the guidance. But because Docomo was big, NTT Docomo and Docomo spun out from NTT, but once again, it re-merged with NTT, so it's part of the core. NTT stands for Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation. It was at the center of the history of modern Japan, but it revealed that it had such vulnerability in the server, so it received administrative guidance. Whether that be a mega bank or core communication infrastructure, the industry no longer have the self-cleansing capabilities, and the Japanese government had to intervene. So how can we fundamentally change that is exactly what we are going to discuss here at DevSecOps. There are many cyber technologies. Only the active players can speak. Today, we only invited active players. Mr. Nicholas may have retired in October, but he's still active in the world of cyber. The technology is advancing, and 6 months later, 12 months later, the knowledge and experience become obsolete. So when we speak of cyber, AI and IoT, and also the public domain are the issues. AI itself will be the target of attack. When we establish the deep learning network, it would cost several hundreds of billions of yen. That is why many companies use the existing networks. But when it comes to the deep learning, there can be deep fake already implanted. And also in the United States government, 70% of the codes are open source code. That means that there are vulnerabilities implanted, malwares implanted. So the AI is the open source, and the software is the open source. So we will have to have the security from the beginning. That's DevSecOps. And also we have the IoT attacks. There are many IoTs. In a house, there are more than 100 IoTs, so we will have to protect them all. The existing cyber concept will no longer do. We will have to embed the security from the development to delivery, and we will have to protect the cyber at the center and the core, including the DoD, including the Netflix, is the current system. That is DevSecOps. Let's discuss current state and future of DevSecOps, and let's learn together from the excellent speakers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tomabechi. Now, yesterday you spoke a little, and today also you summarized kind of attitude that we would like to expect from the audience. So we would like to start keynote number one, Director of SciLab, Dr. Laurie Faith Crenor.
Hello, Professor Crenor. Pleasure to have you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Looks as if she can't hear me.
Professor Crenor, do you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Okay. So you're
Hi.
looking for your slides. Okay. So you paused for a while. So I thought that you couldn't listen to me. So it's okay. So did you set your interpretation button and then select the English already?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So we have 1,900 registrations today, and then yesterday we had about 600 concurrent viewers, and then yesterday's views total count is about 5,000. So it's a big momentum in Japan. People want to listen to about the privacy and the security and the DevSecOps and the whole, economic security. There's such thing. And then, so what are you going to talk about today?
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about security and privacy for humans, the human side of security and privacy.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. So we have 45 minutes, including Q&A, and we'll take questions and comments from the YouTube, and I'll pick the questions. So please go ahead.
Okay,
thank you very much for joining.
Thank you. Well, good morning, good evening, everybody. Evening here. I'm really delighted to speak with you all today about some of the research that we do in my lab on security and privacy for humans. Often when we focus on security, we think a lot about the systems and the back end, but it's also important to think about the humans who are going to use the systems. So sometimes when we hear about humans in security, we hear about them as the weakest link, and we hear about all of the human errors. We hear that when there are data breaches, it's often caused by human error. And in fact, it's often attributed that a large fraction, even 90% of cyber attacks are caused by human error. So let's take a moment and think about who are these humans that are posing this threat. The most obvious humans that we often think about in security are the malicious humans, the attackers. But there are other humans that can pose a threat who are not specifically attackers of the system. Some of those humans are the clueless humans, the humans who don't realize that there are security steps that they should be taking. Then we have the unmotivated humans. These people are focused on doing their job. They're trying to earn money, make things happen, and they don't believe that security is necessarily part of their job. That's somebody else's job, and so they're not motivated to follow the security steps that they're supposed to take. And then we have the humans who are constrained by human limitations, which is pretty much all of us. Often we ask people to do things for security that are difficult, like remembering lots of unique passwords. That's actually difficult for people to do. And so it's important that we think about what security steps we're asking people to do and whether that's a reasonable thing for humans to do. When we look at the privacy side of things, we also have a lot of usability and user problems. We find that when companies try to explain their privacy policies or have privacy settings, it often confuses the users. We've seen companies going and trying to change their settings, improve their privacy policies, trying to make them more understandable. But at the end of the day, we still get a lot of complaints about the usability of privacy policies and privacy tools. And part of the reason for this is privacy is just very complicated. There are a lot of different aspects of it, a lot of trade-offs, there are a lot of different aspects of it, a lot of trade-offs, a lot of different things for people to control. And nobody really wants to spend a lot of time controlling their privacy settings. So we've found in our research at Carnegie Mellon that if we want to have usable privacy and security, the best thing to do is to think about usability as we're developing the system. It's tempting to develop a system, find out it's not usable, and then just throw it over the fence, have those usability people make it better. But that usually is not a very productive thing to do. It's much better if we think about how the system will be used as we're designing the system, as we're implementing the system, and not wait until the end. So sometimes people ask me, when you talk about usable security and privacy, isn't this just usability, human-computer interaction? How is what you're doing any different than what any other sort of usability or human-computer interaction person would do? And how are your studies different than those studies? And I think there's an important difference that we need to consider, and that is the presence of a risk or adversary. So if you're just testing the usability of a piece of software, say a word processor, you might ask people to try to use it, to change the fonts, to type something, but you don't attack them. You wouldn't have someone go and delete everything while they're typing. But in a usable security study, we might actually want to do that. We might want to see whether the security tool protects someone while they're being attacked, not just whether they can configure the settings when they're not being attacked. And so we want to do studies with humans where they are exposed to risks or there's an adversary present. However, when we do user studies, it's not ethical to actually hurt humans who are in the study. So we typically will use some sort of a simulated risk or adversary in our studies. Right, so one of the earliest research papers on usable security was published over 20 years ago at Usenix Security, and the paper is Why Johnny Can't Encrypt. And it looked at PGP 5.0, is the state-of-the-art PGP encrypt and email platform at the time, and looked at the usability issues. Why was it that people were having so much trouble using this tool correctly? And so that paper inspired a lot of work, and we now have a lot of people doing research in usable security. But 22 years later, Johnny still can't encrypt. We still have a lot of encryption tools which are really pretty unusable by the typical user. And part of the reason for this is that we still rely on users to do security tasks that they really aren't good at. So let's talk about this problem of creating unique and memorable passwords. So one of the problems is that, we tell people that they should do things like, add symbols and digits to their passwords and make them look random. And this has given users many misconceptions. So a lot of people think that keyboard patterns are secure because that looks kind of random. Of course, that's not random, and that's in all of the password cracking dictionaries, but people think it looks random. Or sometimes people think that all they have to do to make their password secure is to add an exclamation point on the end or any symbol on the end, because when they go and create a password, sometimes they'll be prompted and it will say, add a symbol to make your password secure. So they think that's all they need to do. But of course, the password guessing systems, take all the dictionary words and guess them. And then they take all the dictionary words and guess them with an exclamation point on the end or the number 1 on the end. So this really isn't a way to make your password secure. We did a study where we showed users pairs of passwords, and we asked them which one was more secure, how much more secure, were they equally secure? So here's an example. We have I love you 88 and I eat kale 88. So same number of characters, they're all lowercase letters with 2 numbers at the end. When we asked people to compare them, what we found is that most people thought they were equally secure. But of course, this is not the case. I eat kale 88 is 4 trillion times more secure. And the reason for this is I love you is a string that appears a lot in passwords in English, but also in every other language. You find love, I love you. I eat kale, I don't think is very common in any language in passwords. At least, American children don't really like to eat kale. My children don't like to eat kale. So nobody wants to put that in a password. But this is not the sort of thing that your typical user actually understands, that they should, avoid the phrases that everybody's going to use. We find that a lot of the password meters that are out there on the internet don't actually help very much. They give you advice like this: your password is weak, create a stronger password. So that doesn't really help very much. So in our research, we first of all did a lot of studies to find out what actually makes passwords more secure, but we also did studies to figure out how to nudge users towards more secure passwords. So we built our own password meter, and this password meter is much more accurate than a lot of the password meters out there, but also it gives you actionable advice. So instead of telling you add a digit, it will say things like, try moving your digit to the middle of the password. So we've been working on this password, usable password research for over a decade. And our goal was to try to come up with some recommendations for system administrators as to what sort of password policies they should have on their systems. It turns out this was actually really hard to do. And that's why it took about 10 years for us to come up with answers. And so just this past year at ACM-CCS, we did publish a paper which has some practical recommendations for how you should set password requirements. And it's based on actual empirical data from our research. So another problem with passwords is that users have a lot of them. And so typically they don't actually follow the advice of having a different password for every account, and they reuse the same password over and over again. So we wanted to study this phenomenon, and we used a system we set up at Carnegie Mellon to collect data called the Security Behavior Observatory. And this is a network of instrumented home Windows computers. So we invited people to participate in our study by putting our software on their home Windows computers and allowing us to collect data off their computers. And most of this was related to security and privacy. And of course, we paid people to do this. So we had about 200 active participants at any given time, and they would usually stay in the study for a year or two. And so we collected lots of data off their computers, but we also periodically sent them surveys or interviewed them to get information about what they thought was happening besides the data that we were collecting about what was actually happening on their computers. So one of the things that we collected were hashes of passwords that people typed in their web browsers. And this allowed us to look at password reuse. So we did a study where the users that we looked at, on average, they had 26 different accounts that they were accessing through the web browser on this computer, but only 10 distinct passwords. Right, so that indicates that they're reusing their passwords. Now, there's a few different ways that you can reuse passwords. One thing that you can do is just use the exact same password. So you could use the password monkey1 and just make that your password everywhere. But another thing you can do is to use similar passwords. So on one website, you have monkey1, and another one you have monkey2 and monkey3, and so on. So we looked for both of those types of activities. The first thing we found is about half the passwords we looked at were both partially and exactly reused. So people were doing the monkey1, monkey2, monkey3 thing, but then they would reuse monkey1, monkey2, and monkey3 multiple times on their computer. We saw some passwords were only exactly reused, exactly once. Some were partially reused, and there were only about 20% of them that were not being reused. So that little green part of the bar not being reused. So we wondered, are people reusing all of their passwords, including the ones for really important or sensitive accounts? So we looked at the accounts by category. And so each of these bars represents a different category: shopping, education, financial, et cetera. And you can see that the green part of the bars is very small on all of the bars. And so, it doesn't really matter what category. For the most part, people are reusing their passwords. So this is a problem because attackers exploit password reuse. So if an attacker has cracked a bunch of passwords for one particular account, and let's say the attacker says, I see Jim's password is monkey1, then they're going to go try lots of other accounts to see if Jim and monkey1 will work there. And then if that doesn't work, they might try Jim and monkey2. Why not? And we see this actually happening at real websites, and so that this is a pretty common attack. So often system administrators say, well, we'll put an end to that by encouraging people to change their passwords frequently. And I've seen this poster, passwords are like underpants, and I really think that's not the right message, because password changes don't necessarily solve the problem, and they can really frustrate users and make them less likely to come up with a good password in the first place. So what is the theory behind requiring password changes? Well, the idea is that if an attacker is in your computer system and you don't know about it, then when you change your password, you'll lock the attacker out. That's the theory. So some of my friends at the University of North Carolina did a study about 10 years ago to see how well this would work. So at the University of North Carolina, everybody had to change their password every 3 months. So they were able to get access to the old passwords that people weren't using anymore. And what they tried to do was to see what people's sequence of passwords were as they changed it. And they would look at that sequence of passwords and then try to guess what is the next password in the sequence that someone will create. And so they used machine learning algorithms. They came up with predictable transformations. So they saw people would take an old password and they would now capitalize a letter in it in their next password. Or there would be a number and they would increment the number, or they would change a number to a digit. And then this wasn't in the paper, but something else we've seen is sometimes people will take their password and they'll put a date at the end, usually the date they were required to change their password. So if you change it every 90 days, it's quarterly. So you just put the month and the year at the end. And so you have now a unique password, every quarter, and it's easy to remember. It's also really easy for an attacker to guess, though. If they know your old password, they have a pretty good chance of guessing your new password. And in fact, that's what these researchers found when they did an online attack where they only allowed themselves 5 guesses. They were able to crack 17% of accounts, just knowing somebody's previous password. And if they did an offline attack, and this was 10 years ago, so this is a relatively slow processor, they allowed themselves 3 seconds and they were able to crack 41% of accounts. Right. So this suggests that maybe you get a little bit of security from changing the password, but not a lot. And it's probably not worth the trade-off of annoying users and having them not necessarily take seriously creating a good password in the first place. So when I was working at the US Federal Trade Commission, I wrote this blog post suggesting that we rethink mandatory password changes. It got a lot of publicity in the United States. In the UK, around the same time, people were saying the same thing. And eventually people started listening. And so in the United States, NIST is one of our standards organizations, and they actually changed their guidance for US government passwords and said, yeah, we don't need to get people to change their passwords all the time. So this is a good thing, although there's still lots of places where they still are requiring frequent password changes. We also have the problem, though, if changing your password all the time doesn't solve the problem and make your password secure, then what else can we do? So one thing that we can do is we can use two-factor authentication, which actually helps a lot. It's not perfect either, but it seems to actually make a big difference in password security. We can also use password managers. And if we can get people to use password managers and use randomly generated passwords, that can also really improve security. But we're finding that adoption rates are pretty low for both two-factor, that's not mandatory, and password managers. There's been a lot of articles, even in the popular press, about how people should use password managers, but they're not really using them that much. So we did a study to find out why people were reluctant to adopt password managers. And we found a bunch of things. There are a lot of people who still don't know about them. There are people who don't realize that reusing their password is so dangerous, and instead they think using a password manager is dangerous. What if my password manager gets hacked? Then what am I going to do? And they don't realize that actually the chance of your password manager getting hacked is much lower than the chance of one of your many reused password accounts getting attacked, and therefore an attacker getting access to perhaps all of your accounts. We also found people who have tried to use password managers and found them confusing, which from what I've seen is a lot of them still are somewhat confusing, and they have a lot of usability and reliability problems, especially for novice users. Okay, switching gears a bit to talk a little bit about privacy. So we've looked at privacy policies and trying to find ways to make them easier for users. This is a typical privacy policy. It's super long. Nobody is going to read this privacy policy. We did a study to see if you were to read the privacy policies at the websites you visit, how much time would it take? And we came up with this ridiculous number of 244 hours per year. Nobody's going to spend that much time reading privacy policies. And we're not the only one to say that. The White House issued a report back in 2014, which called this a fantasy world. So if nobody's going to read the privacy policies, what can we do to try to inform people about privacy and help them make informed choices? Well, one idea we had is, what if we had privacy meters? So when you did a search result, you would see, a meter next to the search results about how good the privacy policy was on a website. So we came up with this idea over 10 years ago, and we wondered, would this work? Would people actually pay attention to this? So we did a study in our lab, and we told people we were testing this new search engine. And half of them saw these privacy meters, and half of them saw the same search engine without the privacy meters. And we had them do some searches, make some purchases where they had to use their own credit card, making purchases at real websites. And we were able to see whether having the privacy meter would influence them to shop at the websites that had better privacy. And we found that actually it does. And we could actually influence people to pay a little bit more to shop at the website that had better privacy. Another approach that people have been looking at is the idea of nutrition labels for privacy. So people are familiar with nutrition labels on food, and they can compare them. And this helps people be able to meet their dietary needs. And the fact that the label is in a standardized format, people can learn how to use it, and they can do comparisons very easily. It has standardized language. So once you learn these fancy nutrition terms, like cholesterol, once you learn them, then you know what that is, you know where to find it, and it's going to be the same on every food product that you look at. These are also brief, and so you can find the information quickly. And then usually there's extended information. So in a nutrition label, it's the ingredients list. But in a privacy policy, we could have the highlights, and then we could have all the details of the privacy that you could link to. So we did some work to come up with what would one of these labels look like for websites. And so here we have down the left column different types of data, and across the top, we have different uses of data. And then we can see at a glance what types of data are being used for what purposes. And we could put two of these side by side, and based on how much of this dark red section there is, we could get an idea of which website is using more data. In the United States, we have standardized privacy policies for financial organizations, banks. So in the top right of the screen, you can see two different banks, and one of them is in red and one is in gray, and they're both using the same format, but they've chosen different colors, but it's the same format. So once you have that information in a standard format, you can do some automation. So we wrote a web crawler that went and found the privacy notices for 6,000 banks in the US and screen scraped them all, put them all in a big database. And then we let people search to find the banks near them and compare their privacy policies, or to look for banks with specific attributes in their privacy policies. So we did this just as a demo, but this shows you kind of the power of what you can do when you have this information in a computer readable format. Recently, Apple has started including privacy nutrition labels in their App Store. And this was very exciting because, this is something that we've been talking about for over a decade in my lab. And we actually also had a paper about the idea of app nutrition labels. So it was very exciting to see finally a company actually doing this, and at the scale that Apple is doing it. Now we've started looking at the labels that have come out since this was rolled out last December. So this is now almost a year. And, I would say the quality of the labels leaves something to be desired. There seems to be a lot of errors in the labels, and some of them are really very confusing. But I think this is a step in the right direction. And my hope is that over time, Apple will refine them and make them more usable. And that we'll also see tools that allow people to search for apps and use privacy as one of the comparison features. So, you might say, hey, I'm looking for, a fun game, but, I want a game from a company that has really good privacy. And that's the sort of thing that you can do once you have the metadata for all of these privacy policies. We've also been looking at the idea of nutrition labels for privacy and security of IoT devices. And there's been a number of proposals in the US and in UK and in Europe and in Singapore and other places that we have these standard IoT labels. So we came up with a rough idea of what these might look like, and we did a user study to see what people thought. And these were people who had bought IoT devices, and people really liked the idea. And then we went and talked to experts and said, okay, what are all the things that we should have on this label? We iterated, we came up with more ideas. Here's an example of how you might buy a dishwasher, and it's a smart dishwasher, and it would have this label on the front, and then there's a QR code, and you can scan it to get even more detailed information. So it would look something like this. And the reason for having these two layers is that the experts wanted to see lots of information on this label. And so the label that you see on the right side here has all the information that the experts wanted to see. Well, actually, most of it. Some of these you can click on and actually drill down and get even more information. But this is kind of overwhelming to consumers, whereas the one on the left has a lot less information. It focuses on the information that we think is of most interest to the consumer, and it has some icons, and it's kind of more glanceable. So here, we're focusing on what sensors does this device have, what data is it collecting, and how are they going to use it. This is what is of most interest to consumers for the most part, whereas the security information to consumers is a lot of gobbledygook. So we put kind of the high level details, but for all of the more detailed information, then you need to go through to the secondary label. So this is something that we've put together. It's on our website. We have a whole specification for the label, and we have a wizard that you can use to generate labels. And now we're eager to find companies that might want to actually pilot using these labels. So if you know anyone who's interested, have them get in touch. We'd like to actually try this with real products. All right, so that brings me to the end of my remarks, and now I'm very happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to hear about your, the research area, and then, impacted Apple to, kind of like to do the new things. And let me ask a question from myself. And, I understand that the transparency of the collected data and everything is it will be the key. One of the important things for managing the platform services. And but I understand the password is for identification of the person identity. And then now's the the people and also the company are looking for more secure way of the identification. And then like I am using Lenovo, and then I use my fingerprint to log in the laptop, and also sometimes Apple can use the face recognition, or maybe iris, and then other things are coming up other than it has been there. for years now. And then what kind of discussion is going on in the US and in other countries that, you know, if you try to secure your personality and identity, you have to use your, you know, body to use it, but they collect at the platformers collect those data. And what kind of ethics and what kind of, you know, the discussions are going on for the, you know, securing and also the, you know, privacy. What kind of discussion is going on?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's been a lot of discussion about face recognition, and not so much in the security context, but more about, you know, whether face recognition should be used, you know, in public places, you know, for public safety applications, you know, should Facebook do face recognition, that sort of thing. And I think in a lot of places in the US now, people really don't want to see face recognition used for those sorts of purposes. But at the same time, I think people are a lot more comfortable with their iPhone using face recognition to unlock. So yeah, I think for the lay person, it's not something that my sense is people have really thought about a lot and are not too concerned with their device using it. But when they don't want their biometrics used in public applications, I don't think people really like the idea that they would go places and have to, you know, stick your finger in as an access code, although it's convenient. And what we see is that even when people don't like something for privacy, sometimes when they see how convenient it is, sometimes they decide, well, maybe it's okay.
I see. Thank you very much. I'll take the questions from the audience. Let me see your comments.
Just because on Lynn here, may I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Wells. Dr. Wells has a
So
question.
on the smart device label, does that actually exist now, or is that just an example of what it might look like if you did it?
So it's an example. We do have a wizard on our website, so you could generate some yourself for your favorite devices, if you know what their security and privacy practices are.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of a different context, is I'm trying to write a user's guide for a fairly complicated piece of software. And we've been asked to provide a, you know, an uber detailed group for the super users, but also one that doesn't overwhelm the average person. And this strikes me as a really good way of doing it, is to have the you know, vanilla guide with these kind of links. So
yeah, feel free to borrow ideas from it, and because I think a lot of the concepts are applicable, and of course the details would be different for what you're doing, but that may give you some ideas.
Yeah. Has there been an example of a password, we want to say LastPass or something like that being cracked? A password repository?
Yeah. So there have been some cases where password managers have had security breaches, and typically what's happened is somebody has found a vulnerability, and in at least for the major ones, basically they've patched the vulnerability before anybody got hurt, right? So it hasn't actually been, you know, a big problem so far.
Thank you.
So I'll take the question from audience. Thank you very much. And he's asking about his device, the Apple device. The latest device is he does the face recognition and also the fingerprint, and as the first way of accessing to log in to use the device. And then when face recognition and the fingerprints doesn't work, and then he uses the password. So kind of like a multi-layer of the thing. So is this effect? Do you think he's asking if is this kind of way is effective, enough effective way of making sure?
Yeah, so you have to remember that for security, it's the weakest link. So if you have an attacker who doesn't have your face, they can't use the face recognition. They don't have your finger, they can't use a fingerprint. But if they know your password, they can use that. So if you have a weak password, then it doesn't matter that you have all those biometrics, because the attacker will just let the face and the finger fail, and then they'll type in the password that they stole, right? So I think it's important that in these types of systems, you should have a strong password, and the face or the fingerprint are convenient, so you don't have to try to like type it in on your phone. And it's a backup, in case sometimes your hands are cold and the fingerprint doesn't work, or it's dark and it can't see your face. So it's good to have that backup, but you need to make sure that it's a strong password, or otherwise that's how you're going to be attacked.
I see. Thank you very much. So let me ask you about what would be your future research area is going to be in your plan?
Yeah, lots of ideas, but right now we're looking at the issue of how you can have informed consent that is actually informed. So, we've seen the proliferation of these cookie consent banners all over the place, and people just kind of click them away without actually paying attention to what they're consenting to. And so we're looking at how can we make this an actually informed experience, but also not super annoying if you have to like stop and read privacy policies before you enter every website.
All right, thank you very much. So hope to visit Carnegie Mellon campus again, probably next year.
Great.
Yep. And also we are supporting PICO CTF, and we do, one of our audience is the registrar, is the youngest registrar, is the 13 years old, who participates continuously PICO CTF. So he knows Carnegie Mellon and PICO CTF and us through the CTF, and then he's joining now. So.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, hope to continue to support. And I have to send back the contract to Michael. Okay, thank you very much. Hope to come back next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ah, 失礼しました。私がミュートで喋ってました。はい、ロリック・レーナー先生でした。ああいう方がアップルだとかテックジャイアントの、セキュリティとかプライバシーとかをですね、影響を与えて改善がなされていくんだなというようなことがアカデミアとそのテックのその関係みたいなのも感じ取れたんではないかなというふうに思います。ではですね、次の、スピーカー、またキーノートですけれども、イーハブ・アルシャール先生を、お呼びしたいと思います。カーネギーメロン大学の INI の、特別教授でいらっしゃいます。今日は、オートノマス・ディフェンス・フォー・サイバー・レジリエンシーということで、サイバーレジリエンスのための、自動ディフェンス、自動防衛というテーマでお話しいただく予定になっております。Good evening, Professor Alshire.
Good evening. Let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Recording in progress.
Let's see, it's coming up. It's coming up maybe.
Yes, there you go.
It is.
But the slide is not shown.
Yeah. Stop again and share. Oh, okay. Okay. You see the slide now, right?
Yes.
Great.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your invite. Good morning, everyone. Good evening, whatever time zone you are in. So it was great to be invited and to share some of our research in this area. And it's a very interesting synergy also related to the previous talk by Lori about the important principle of cybersecurity to protect human when human is the weakest link in cybersecurity. So this is why we need cyber resilience. So the talk about cyber resilience is going on for many years. The main challenge that we're trying to address in cyber resilience in this talk is how we can make cyber resilience autonomous, how we can make cyber resilience transparent, and how we can maximize the benefit of cyber resilience without the involvement of the human. So it's very connected to the previous talk that human is always being the weakest link in cybersecurity, and this is why we need to address it from many different perspectives. So we would like to talk first about some concept of cyber resilience, definition, classification, and metrics, and then shed some light on some of cyber resilience classes, proactive resilience and reactive resilience. This is the classification of cyber resilience based on our research, and also system regeneration. Maybe we'll not have that chance to go to the last one, but I would like to mention it and for the sake of completion of this topic. So as been mentioned in the previous talk, I mean, this is a statistics that's really reflects the state of the art of cyber defense. And we can see that in attacks takes a very short time to be performed, and it can stay for a long time in the system. Compromises might stay for weeks and months and not being resolved, and it can also not being even detected. In the many of the studies that's been done by Verizon and Symantec and other companies shows that actually human errors is a major problem here. That's not the human errors, the innocent human errors, not attackers, that leave the system sometimes exposed to attacks, and configuration are done in a very weak way, password or security policies or rules, privacy rules are relaxed for one reason or another, and without understanding the impact of this. So this is why we need cyber resilience. Cyber resilience is to make sure that we have a multi-layer of protection, where if one thing goes wrong, we have more others to support it and more others to rectify it. So let's look at the cyber resilience definition here based on our research and vision of many years. We thought this is the most comprehensive and the one that we adopted in our research because we think it is really comprehensive. So the ability of the system to resist the attacker in all three phases: the pre-attack phase, during attack phase, and post-attack phase. So in the deterrence is what we call it the pre-attack phase. So the ability to deter, to discourage the attacker is really a type of resilience. And the ability to resist the attacker during the attack is also one type of resilience. And the third type of resilience, if the attack is completely successful, and the attacker even achieve the goal partially or completely, we will be able to recover from this. And the idea here is to always recover means to restore the system to an acceptable state or acceptable operation state that's based on the requirement or based on the mission. So this shows that, you know, there are three major categories where cyber resilience can play a very important goal or a very important role. The first one, during the attack initiation, during the planning and launching of the attack by the user. And deterrence can make this much harder. And we're going to look at examples of what we mean by deterrence or cyber deterrence here. The other one is to make attack continuation harder. So the attacker may be already in the system, but attacker will have to do multiple steps in order to reach the goal. Can we push the attacker back? And this is in propagation and escalation. So, and this is what we call cyber resistance to achieve cyber resilience. And the third one is if the damage has happened because the attack was partially or completely successful, then how we can recreate or regenerate the system to be back to the normal state. This diagram shows what we call it resilience in depth metric that really encompasses the ideas that we talked about, that I talked about just in the previous two slides. So at the beginning, so we can see the scale of systems where quality of protection is 1, and here's the quality of protection is 0, and this is S here represent the state of the system. For example, at this point, the blue state S1 here is a normal state. This is where ideally you would like to be or to have the system in, and this represent quality of protection, high quality of protection, or you can think of quality of protection as a quality of service as well. So quality of service is one attribute of quality of protection. However, because of the attacker trying to push the state of the system to the right, and so the attacker can have a S1 push to S2 to even S3 or even further. So, and there are some thresholds, tolerance threshold for our mission, where determine the state of the system as a whole. So, for example, T1 is the first tolerance threshold, and T2 is the second tolerance threshold. So the first one, T1, if I cross that one or come close to it, the system is not in a good shape, but the mission is still accomplished, but it's not in a high quality. But if I'm in T2, the mission is almost jeopardized. So attacker is trying to push the state of the system to the right. Defender is trying to push the state of the system to the left. And you can see now there are 3 regions of cyber resilience. That's very interesting to see that cyber resilience is such a comprehensive view, and not to see it as a one individual technique. This metric bring these pictures together. In the first region, which is what we call proactive resilience, defenders trying to defend resilience of the system or support the resilience of the system by using cyber deterrence, confusing the attacker and making the attack is much harder. However, if this threshold T1 is being crossed, then we have to activate the reactive resilience, which is launching all kind of resistance that could happen, which is including intruder response, quarantining, isolation, micro-segmentation, all of these kind of actually different resilience techniques for resisting an ingoing attack. Okay, so attack that's already in the system, already there and is running. And what if this fails? Unfortunately, that will reach very close to S4 here, where the system is in close to a jeopardizing state. And at this point, we will not let the system goes into that state and being completely malfunctioning, but we would like to regenerate the system. And the regeneration of the system means pushing the state back into one of these regions. This could be all the way to S1 or S3 or S2, just getting it out from the malfunctioning state or the close to malfunctioning state. So this composition of deterrence representing reactive resilience, resistance representing reactive resilience, and generation to represent post-attack resilience is what we call it the true cyber resilience vision. And the composition of those, there are many different techniques in each one of these areas, and the composition of those, what will give you this cyber resilience profile that might be the best or most suitable for your system or for your mission. For each one of those, we really care about the science behind these concepts or these techniques. And the science means how we can measure. So Lori in the previous talk talked about a lot about how we measure the weakness and the strength of a password. And this is across the board for cybersecurity is very, very important because it gives this science of security sense to the research work here. And this is why we came up with the quality of deterrence, quality of resistance, quality of regeneration, and based on the observable behavior of these techniques. So we can evaluate this. So with this grand view of what cyber resilience or what cyber resilience in depth means, now we can go into a little bit of more details. This diagram shows an interesting way of looking at how you can, knowing, let's say, pick one of these areas, which is resistance for reactive resilience. If we would like to know how much resistance I should deploy in the system to reach a level of resilience that is important or required for my mission. So we would like to show one way of measuring this is by measuring the impact or the attack impact according to the degree of resistance. So in this light blue, you can see that we have less resistance, and with less resistance, I can have less impact. But this may not be the case as attack intensity grows. So we might need to increase our resistance in order to cope up with the attack intensity. So as the attack increases, the graph or the curve is likely to go into this region here, which indicates increasing the level of resistance. And and this graph can give you also the way to quantify how much resistance you need according to the attack intensity that you are expecting and the attack impact that you can tolerate. And that's the important key question that everybody would like to say. How much resistance I would like in my network? How much intrusion response? How much intrusion detection? How much scrutinization of flows I need, which is all this called resistance, in order to fight back an attack of a specific capacity, this intensity, and given that my attack impact this is my threshold or my level of tolerating an attack impact. So this is another way of measuring resilience by understanding how much we need to have in our network, deployable in our network in order to achieve the resilience that we need. So this is kind of a foundational concepts to understand resilience. And let's get into some of specific techniques for cyber resilience. And the first one is using moving target and deception defenses for supporting cyber deterrence, which is proactive resilience. So the first we would like to talk about here is what we call a cyber mutation. So again, just to remind you, so the proactive resilience is deployed early in the life cycle of resilience. It's supposed to discourage the attacker from going forward by increasing the cost significantly on the attacker side, by making the attacker mistakes high potential. The likelihood of attacker mistakes is high, and by also misleading the attackers into fake targets. So these are what we call the 3D goals: deterrence, detectability, and diversion, is what we would like to implement or what we would like to achieve as a result of cyber mutation. What's a cyber mutation? Cyber mutation is in a concept of moving target techniques that's been proposed by my group many years ago, and we're still working in this area, and it's very growing and become a very founded area as one of the areas of cyber defense today. And the main idea of moving target defense that the system attributes and configuration can be randomly changed over time. There is one of the major weaknesses that attacker take advantage of is the static nature of cyber. that makes the cyber highly discoverable and highly vulnerable. And this is create this asymmetry in the cyber warfare, where attackers always vague and dynamic, cyber always static and easy to target. So can we change this game? Can we change this kind of paradigm? And moving target defense comes to change this paradigm. And the cyber mutation is one of our concepts that we created in my group in order to implement this. And we have applied this cyber mutation concept in many, many different fields, all the way from cyber to clouds to IoT to smart meters and cyber physical systems and smart grids, industrial control systems. So I'm just gonna show the basic concept in cyber only here. The very important issue to discuss before we get into the specific techniques of cyber mutation and how this can distract and deter the attackers, we need to make sure that we have an important requirements that need to be achieved. Otherwise, the cost of mutation can be much higher than the benefit. The first thing we'd like to make sure that whatever mutation we will do in the cyber side would be unpredictable. Otherwise, we defeat the purpose. Number two, we need to make sure that our mutation is always safe. It will not produce a malfunctional mutation and cause the system to fail. And also, we would like this to be completely transparent from a user perspective. Users should not be involved. And this is important for usability. And we would like to minimize the overhead. There's nothing free of charge. There's always an overhead or cost, but minimizing this cost to a level where we can tolerate, so benefit can be bigger than cost, is the goal of this research, and it should be in every research. So one example of a system that we built here is called random host mutation. And as you know, IP addresses, for example, is every machine has an IP address. Every entity connected to the internet has an IP address, and the major vulnerability of these IP addresses, they are actually static. And the main idea of RHM is to make IP addresses are highly mutable and changeable over a short period of time, and can be changed randomly in a way that attacker cannot predict. So why this is important? It's very important because actually it hits the attacker back in the first milestone of the attack kill chain, which is scanning or reconnaissance. This is a very important step for the attacker. So attacker trying to scan the network using IP addresses. He doesn't use the name, more usually use the IP addresses. And from scanning the network, he would know what active hosts are there, what active devices, even he can fingerprint them. He can know what kind of devices are there, what kind of patches being applied, and so on. And by changing these IP addresses randomly and frequently over a short period of time, we disrupt the attacker just right there in the first step of the attack. But the problem here is how we can change the IP addresses. Changing IP addresses can be very disruptive. The main idea of RHM to make it completely transparent. So we don't even touch the operating system. We didn't even touch the host configuration, but we do it in the infrastructure of the network in a transparent way. And the way we do this is by introducing what we call moving target gateways that does this kind of transformation or translation of IP addresses from real IP addresses to virtual IP addresses. The virtual IP addresses is something that we introduced here for the sake of IP mutation. And this gateways for every subnet will be a gateway, and these gateways will be coordinated by a moving target controller. This is MTG. This is MTG. This one, moving target controller right here, MTC. So every subnet would have the MTG. So the user is not aware or should not be aware of the MTGs. They are just there to serve the user without being known. So, and the way this works is simply, as I mentioned before, every host will have his own IP address, which is what we call real IP address, and will be allocated by the gateways, which is transparent, hidden, a virtual IP address that are mutable. The real IP address is what the operating system recognizes, and it will not be changed because we don't want to disrupt the operating system or change the configuration of the system. But the virtual IP address that will be constantly changing. So when a host goes and wants to reach another host, normal user, they will maybe go to the DNS. The DNS will send the real IP address. But actually, the real IP address will be translated to the virtual IP address and sent to the host. Now, the host will use the virtual IP address of the destination, and that's what is mutable, and that's what we want. And the virtual IP address, which is the mutable IP address, is what will be routable addresses, or what will be routed or used by routing protocols to forward the packets to the destination. But before the packet delivered to the destination in the last gateway close to the destination, the virtual IP address will be converted back to a real. So now we can see that we have achieved the goal. We have immutable IPs, which is virtual IPs recognized by the routers. Therefore, without using these virtual IPs, nothing can be routed. At the same time, we did not touch the real IP addresses. So if attackers comes and try to scan the network, he might find the virtual IP address at one point, but this virtual IP address will be changed in a very short time. It could be 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, something of that sort. It could be very short time. This could be done in a very high speed. This problem of IP mutation is not an easy problem. It's an hard problem, because it involves a number of constraints that need to be satisfied, and they are conflicting constraints to achieve unpredictability and at the same time high mutation rate. Sometimes there's contention between the two different competing constraints. Some unpredictability means you need to have a very large address space. A mutation rate, you would like to have a very large number of virtual IPs here. So at the same time, you would like to, in order to support unpredictability, you would like to make sure that you don't use the same virtual IP address with similar machines or the same machine again. So all these constraints together is actually put into this formalism to produce the most optimal virtual IPs that can be used according to a specific mutation rate, according to a specific address space you have, and then without transparently again, without the involvement of the user. And it will be this is to maximize unpredictability or the entropy of RHM here. This is just to mention that this problem has some theoretical background, and as a result of applying RHM in the network, if you use Nmap, in a matter of seconds, you can discover maybe less than a minute, you can discover an entire network of class B. And we have done this experiment with a network that has RHM being deployed and in both simulation and real network, and the attacker could not discover more than 3% of the actual ground truth or the ground truth of the network. So the 97% of what the attacker discovered through the scanning through Nmap, which is a scanner tool, is completely untrue, which is that's a good success of this. Now, what by this result, what we show here, we show really we are pushing back the attacker, and that's what resilience means. Resilience means we're pushing back the attacker. So the attacker is doing something, and we're trying to undo what the attacker is trying to do. Another way of mutation that's also will be a hard pushback to the attacker during the reconnaissance phase and scanning phase is what we call the spatial mutation, especially when temporal mutation that we showed before could be very expensive if you do this in a very, very short time, high frequency. So by augmenting this with the spatial mutation, you can relax the temporal mutation. What's a spatial mutation? Spatial mutation simply says that the destination of the destination IP address can change from where you are in the network, based where you are in the network. So if you are in client A here, and you would like to reach this server, you'd use IP address 1. If you are in client B and you would like to use this server, you will use IP address 2. So the IP addresses is a function of not only where are you distant, where do you like to reach, but also your location in the network. Why this is important? And of course, the time. If we put the time here, that means we have spatial temporal mutation together. Why this is important? Because this is highly disruptive for APT, advanced persistent threat attackers, who are usually hopping through many different hosts in the network and what we call stepping stone, doing lateral movement. And if the attacker is in client A and scanned the network, and he gains some knowledge, and then he infected client B, and he moved to client B here, all what he learned when he was in client A is completely invalid and void. He cannot use it. So you have to go and scan the network again. Again, this is the same concept, pushing back the attacker. So pushing back the attacker in every single step is what we characterize as the basic concept of cyber resilience. So what can be done here, as you can see, in time T1, this is the 2 IP addresses for this server. And time T2, you have even 2 different IP addresses because of the combination of time and spatial mutation. And what we're going to do with the previous IP addresses or the old IP addresses that has been used before, we can actually redirect them, IP1 and IP2, to honeypots. So if the attacker learn IP1 and IP2 during this period, and he would like to use them now, he will use them, but he will be misdirected to a completely fake locations looking good for him, but actually they are fake. So now we're combining both moving target defense and cyber deception together. And why we do deception? Because we would like maybe to learn more from the attacker behavior and not necessarily to prevent him from continue being in the system. Cyber deception is not about preventing the attacker being in the system, but actually engaging with the attacker so we can learn from him more. So with the combination of spatial and temporal mutation, you can reach maybe a very, very strong deterrence capabilities that can support proactive resilience. And there are many papers that my group published over many years in this area. And I hope this is good enough to show you what we mean by proactive resilience. Next, cyber deception. I'd like to say some few words about cyber deception here before we we'll talk about another one here. Cyber deception, and specific here, we are focusing on deceiving malware. It's a malware hitting a system and looking for sensitive data. What do you would like to do? You would like to detect this is a malware and stop the malware and clean the system from this malware. So what this means? This actually is sending a very good signal to the attacker that his malware was not successful, and therefore the attacker will improve his malware and send another one. So this kind of usual practice of detecting and stopping malware apparently is not the best practices from a defense point of view. What we would like to do, we would like to pretend that this malware actually is running, but it's not running, or is running under our own rules. And this is what we call it cyber deception. And the main idea of doing so, as I mentioned before, is to engage with the attacker, deflect him, maybe deplete his resources, and ideally discover and learn from the adversary themselves what we could not learn without this engagement. So it's like you are hiring or recruiting those adversaries to teach you where are the weaknesses in your system. And if you detect and prevent, you will lose this opportunity. But cyber deception opened this opportunity widely for you. So in this project, we have developed 4 agents that does this complete autonomous malware deception. From the time the malware hits the system, okay, we take care of the rest of all the steps. We detect it is a malware because either we know by behavioral signature or by static signature it's a malware. We transfer the malware into what we call the kitchen sink and just we call it G extractor to do dynamic analysis and understand what's the malware goals, what are the malware is trying to achieve through this dynamic analysis, and then create the appropriate deception planning and the orchestration for this deception and deploy it into what we call the honey think environments. A honey thing is something we created, a honey think environment that is embedded with the production system. This is very different from all deception and honey stuff that's been done before, which is usually completely in isolated servers in the side of the network. Attacker knows about them very quickly and they avoid them. In this work, the honey environment is embedded with the production system, and it's very isolated. And at the same time, it provides a huge proactive resilience by deception or through deception. The main idea or the core idea here is the dynamic analysis that we do on the fly on the malware to extract the deception parameters. That is an important for the malware to go forward. At the same time, they are reconfigurable from our point of view, and that's where the engagement points. And by doing this, by extracting these parameters, we can now do the deception planning, and then we can do the actuation and deploy the honey things in the right places. And we're gonna show maybe a concrete example of this. This is again the same thing, showing what the steps of malware deception, starting from malware analysis, dynamic malware analysis. This is symbolic execution. So even if the malware is obfuscated, we will be able to analyze the malware and then extracting the parameters. Then after we extract the parameter, we create the plan for deception, which is what we call the deception playbook plan. Very important concept here to mention that when we do the analysis of the malware, we don't look at only the single APIs that represent the malware behavior, but also we look at the collection of APIs that represent a specific behavior. For example, these 3 APIs represent file discovery, which is from MITRE ATT&CK framework. These 3 APIs represent credential dumping or credential access. So this will allow us to understand more about the malware behavior and also allow us to create the malware planning that we want. To do this in an easy way, you have to, this is already described in our papers, but this work done in offline and online analysis. We do offline analysis where we do a lot of clustering and understanding this hundreds of thousands of malware analysis we have done in order to understand the key representative for different classes of malware, ransomware, information stealing malware, and so on. And then we use this information for the online analysis to do classification on the fly, because sometimes we see a malware for the first time. Okay, so what we can do, we can see what is the closest malware we have seen before to this malware. That's a heuristic. And if it's an information stealer malware, now we know what kind of playbook we can play. So this is why we have this offline learning and online learning that will help us to identify or classify malware and then create the appropriate plan. In addition, so this is to show you that also when a malware hits a machine, we have an orchestration engine that will be continuously communicating with the agent in the machine, in the production machine, and give him all the scripts and the playbook that he needs to run in order to create the honey thing environment. This is to show as an example how we can do deception at real life. So this is an attack graph that starts with spear phishing. After spear phishing, there's scripting running, or user can click on the link, and then the attacker is in the system already now by clicking this link, because downloading a malicious file and execute it in the system. Then the attacker will search for specific files. Maybe you're looking for financial files. He find these files. You're gonna stage them by compressing them, and then you're gonna exfiltrate these files through a C2 command. So what can we do here? If this is an attack graph, can we take this an attack graph and create immediately a deception plan for it? Yes. In fact, there are many different deception plans we can do. So, and it depends on what is your goal. Is your goal is to make the attacker give up? Then you might show the attacker there is nothing really worthy of looking in that system. The attacker will give up. That's called diversion. But sometimes our goal is to discover, to engage with the attacker and discover new tactics and techniques. In this case, we would like to create honey files on the fly. And these honey files will allow the attackers to be tricked and then pick those honey files, which is fake files, and stage them, compress them, and exfiltrate them. And we can track all this process forward. We can delay the discovery and disrupt the attacker so we can consume the time and the resources of the attacker. So it's really, there are many different games we can play, and will show how the deception graph will look like. And these actions, the deception action is really dependent on deception goal and also dependent on the attacker actions as well. So this is being constructed automatically based on the dynamic analysis of the malware, and then we go from here. So we have a very mature tool that does this, and you can imagine this is the ABT 28, ABT 29 based in MITRE. You can see lots of state here. The tools can immediately take any attack graph and create an equivalent deception graph in order to plan for deception in a very autonomous way. A very clear application of this: someone is trying to attack your system, and he would like to steal your password. Okay, so we know it's a malware. It's trying to steal the password, FTP password. So I recognize it's a malware, and then I don't have FTP in my network. But at the moment that I analyze that malware, I recognize that I need to have a honey FTP. I created a honey FTP. I created a honey accounts and honey password, and make everything ready, and even configure the firewall to allow this malware to communicate with this honey FTP, and then run the malware naturally. So the malware will seek that honey FTP and steal the password first, the password file, the honey password files, and then the attacker will try to come back to log into the FTP using this password file, but everything is fake. Why we're doing this? Because we would like to learn what's the attacker is trying to achieve, and what kind of tactics and techniques that attacker will use that we don't know before. This creates huge resistance in the attacker side. This is another example of deceiving Bitcoin miners. And in our deception, the purpose of this deception is to deplete the resources and consume the resources of the bit miner, and actually make him lose money instead of. Okay, so we attack the attacker this way. You can see here the arrow. So the attacker is actually, his money is decreasing because we keep sending wrong hashes to his master, and then he recognizes this afterwards, and he gets mad and disconnected. These are two examples of deterrence. I would like to look at another example of reactive techniques. So reactive means deterrence could not fully protect the system, and this is very likely. It's a one layer of protection for cyber resilience, but the attacker can pass this, and he can get into the system. And what I'd like to do is to create a reactive techniques. One work we have done here is to analyze reports, CTI reports. Threat reports are very common today, is written in English, unstructured reports talking about incidents that happened recently, attack incidents, and people always subscribe and they pay money for buying these reports in order to learn from these attacks and then learn how to reconfigure the system to avoid this attack happening to them as well. And there are many, many of these reports. Our idea here is looking at this report, how much time and effort it will take in order to make this report, unstructured report, actionable. It will take a huge amount of hours and manpower in addition to resources. In this report, which is sometimes 40-page reports, you're only looking for a specific keyword that represent the attack vector. And for example, attacker is using RTF documents that has an embedded JavaScript. Is going to use a DNS to download shellcode and PowerShell and so on. So why would a human being get involved in this? Can we automate this? So the idea of this research is to, I will pass forward here because I'm running out of time here, is to look at these unstructured text reports of CTI threats, cyber threat intelligence reports, talking about incidents that could go, as I mentioned, to many, many pages. And what's going on here? And then extract the attack vector from these reports. Extract what is the attacker actions in a very structured format, and then map them into a high-level tactic and techniques as classified by MITRE. That will give me a high-level view of what the attacker is trying to achieve, and then stitch them together to know which action comes next, or temporally, what's the temporal order of this, and what kind of commands that attacker will use in order to accomplish this. And then after this, I can create what we call the TTP graph, or the potential attack graph. Coming out of this report, now I'm in attack graph like this, that talks about a specific attack sequence. And this, forget about the probability here, because probability coming from mining many different reports. But I know what are the different strategies and different scenarios the attack will do. And then I can do the hunting, and I can do the threat hunting here, and reason about what is the most cost-effective investigation and protection I can do in my system to protect this attack, or to prevent this attack from happening, or to catch this attack in a very early stage. This is the main idea of what we call it automated threat hunting, starting from reports that's written in unstructured to a recommendation on how to react to the attacks being described here without the involvement of human. And this is why autonomous defense. So I do have more details to share with you here, but I think this is the high-level pictures, and I'm not sure if I have how much time I have left, or if I'm already run out of time. If I'm not out of time, maybe I can stop here and go to the conclusion. So would I ask how much time I have left here?
You have 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes, good.
Yeah,
okay.
Including Q&A.
Oh, okay. No, maybe I will then move to we'll move to conclusion, so give time to Q&A. So this is what we call reactive. This is the diagram. This is the TTP hunt diagram that I just showed here. You can see actually, for example, encryption of the data could appear in multiple scenarios. So by seeing only the data being encrypted, you don't know if it's a ransomware or information stealer, but you need to see and correlate this action with many different actions before and after in order to know where is the attacker is heading. See, let me. At this end, I would like to go to my conclusion one here, this one. And what we show in this talk is cyber resilience is a comprehensive concept that spans all the way from proactive, reactive, and regeneration. And it's not a technique, it's not only a recovery techniques, or it's not only a moving target techniques. And the composition of these is what's really interesting. We have shown also various techniques for deterrence and for intrusion response based on unstructured text. And there are a number of important questions and research to be done here to make this fully automated and to make this highly adaptive with dynamic attackers. So I put these bullets here for your also sharing, with you some of the things that we would like to achieve in the future. So I would like to stop here, giving a chance to ask questions. I know we might have a lot of questions, and I know they have some left over. Hopefully we can talk about these things in a future event. So thank you very much, and looking forward to questions.
So let me ask a question. Thank you very much once again for a very interesting speech. And then I was interested in the autonomous malicious detection system, and then want to know more about it. And then how does it, what is the way of the detecting the malicious activities of software itself? Is it the autonomous detecting system is detecting the malicious behavior, or such as like privilege escalation, or detect the malicious code itself, or maybe both? What is the approach of the autonomous detecting?
We are trying to avoid detection. We are trying to push the attacker even before we need to detect him. So in the moving target defense, and in the like cyber mutation that I show, and also in the moving target defense and also cyber deception, we're trying to divert the attacker before the attacker becomes successful in the system. So detection is not yet raised at that point. So we're trying to confuse the attacker enough so the attacker will take a wrong step in a direction that we can control. Okay. So the detections, it's the game of the weak people, to be honest. Okay. So you try to avoid detection. And that's what the main goal of this talk is, to make the defense stronger even before reaching to the point of detection. So in the last point, or the last one, where I fail in the deterrence, I fail to confuse the attacker, I would like to learn from what the community is sharing. So there's a lot of cyber threat intelligence reports. It's thousands of them every day is being produced. So if I can consume them, and if I can put them into an action without the human involvement, without manual work, okay, then I will be in a much better phase, a much better stage of detection, okay, in this case. So what somebody else learned in Australia, I can use immediately in Japan. And this is, by the way, this is a system that being deployed and implemented, and we are looking for entrepreneur partnership to commercialize this system. It's called TTP drill. So given a unstructured text of threat description published by Symantec or published by Cisco, we can get a firewall rules and host configuration automatically without the involvement of the user. So this is for security hardening. We are trying to prevent. Okay, again, so detection is not being very successful for the past 25 years. Okay, we always suffer from high false positive and high false negative. What we'd like to do here is to avoid detection by making the prevention and deterrence stronger. I hope this is clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So last question is, how do you come up with the idea of the new way of strategy of protecting the whole system? It's about also, of course, about the technology, but it's also for how to defeat the attackers. So it's
yes.
how do you come up with the idea?
So this is a very good question. So every attacker, okay, the first thing is you have to characterize the goal of the attacker or the motive of the attacker. This is very important. There's exfiltration, there's ransomware, there's a system denial of service attack, and there are many different. So what's the purpose of this attacker? So what's the goal of this attacker? This is one key question. The second key question, what are the possible tactics and techniques, two different levels, the attacker will use to reach there? If you can answer these questions, you can be in much better shape on orchestrating the defense action in a very timely fashion and very effectively. So most of the time we fail to understand the attack. We just want to detect an attacker just based on the binary and just based on some kind of outdated signatures. So we need to focus on behavioral prediction of the attacker, behavioral prediction, what the attacker will do, what tactics and techniques he will use to achieve a specific goal or specific motive. This is the goal, should be the goal of the next generation autonomous cyber defense systems. And this is all comes into resilience. Whenever we talk about predictability, resilience has to be attached to it, because resilience and predictability comes together. So the more you are predictable, the more you are able to predict, the more you are more predictable. The more you can predict the adversary, the more resilient you will be. The more resilient you will be, because you will be more in the proactive phase or a resistance phase, and not in the failure phase. Okay, so this is a very good question. So I hope you get the answer here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So yeah, we learned a lot from you. Thank you very much. Let's see, next time we have an event also, please come back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be my pleasure. So if there's any interest, please send me an email. Many of these systems are in a mature state where we can even talk about, an enterprise deployment and proof of concepts and things of that sort. So I will be happy to share this with you. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
はい。では、次の、お客様というか、
Now we'd like to go to the next speaker. That is Dr. Linton Wells. The floor is yours.
We are a little bit late than, 5 minutes late than the schedule, but we have the, there's 20 minutes presentation and we take questions for like 5 minutes or so. Dr. Wells, could you unmute your microphone?
Dr. Wells, could you please unmute?
Yes.
Yeah. Shall I share your slides, or do you share your slide yourself?
Loud.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you see the screen all right?
Yep.
All right.
Can you switch to the presentation mode so that it's we can see the bigger slides?
How's that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is the audio good?
Yes.
Okay. So the question here is, we want to talk about resilience, but we also want to talk about, importantly, the role of human relations, human resources organizations in building effective DevSecOps engineering and cultures amidst the very changing times that are going on. So talk about 4 broad areas. What is resilience? What it is, why it's important, the critical role of HR. And of course, the previous speakers have addressed that a little bit. So I'll just touch on some of the cultural aspects of resilience. Talk about high-speed internet, 5G, Society 5.0 for Japan, cyber physical systems and the unique challenges that they pose. And then the human aspects, the leadership aspects of IT, and HR is an essential cross-cutting support function. So slightly differently from the other speakers, but I think in the same ballpark, we talk about resilience as coping capacity plus adaptability. And Dr. Lise Miller-Hooks at George Mason has helped formulate this, but it aligns very well with the phases that our National Institute for Standards and Technology have used, which is to say, anticipate, withstand, recover, and adapt. So anticipate, withstand, and recover are coping capacity, and then adapt is what you do to wind up stronger after the attack. There are two critical concepts in this, and one is organizational capacity. This is not a strategy. This is not a plan. This is not a program. You have to build the capacity of your organization to be resilient. And then the second point is to adapt and grow. What we want to do is not to bounce back to where we were before the disruption, but prepare to bounce forward better so that you're stronger after the disruptions than you were when you started. The simple model here is you can see on the left the normal performance. Then the start of the disruption, there is a degradation down to some threshold. Then it begins to build back, but ultimately you want to wind up on the right, stronger than you were in the before under the conditions of the new normal, if you will. Security versus resilience is important to distinguish. Security is like locking things up and hunkering down to keep bad things from happening. Resilience, on the other hand, is how do you achieve the organization's goals under any level of shock or stress, fight back, and emerge stronger. And this is a leadership issue to build this capacity. It has to be built at all levels. It has to be encouraged among people and thought of as a core characteristic of the organization, to be nurtured and to be made sustainable. We have to think of this as a positive business asset and resource it accordingly. So again, to build this enduring organizational capacity. There are three types of resilience, if you will. One is cultural. Is the organization willing to stand up and fight back? And this has to be built on not just technical principles, but a foundation of ethics and principles and good governance. For example, in building this, if you have a cyber intrusion, is the corporate culture to sweep it under the rug and to say, nothing happened, we might be embarrassed if we talk about this? Or do you treat it as a learning experience and try to find ways to make yourself stronger? There's an operational piece. Are your networks and telecommunication systems able to deliver the messages, internal and external, that you need to operate? And do you have the financial resources to get through it? And then the infrastructural resilience is, do you understand the growing interdependencies among the infrastructures on which you depend? And can you sustain and restore the essential services there? There's no easy answer here. There's no silver bullet. It may be, its persistence is essential. Singapore has made significant strides in building resilience in these ways, but it's taken 20 years and maybe several iterations. You don't get it right, but you've got to keep working at it. So cyber resilience must be part of an organization that is resilient overall. It's not a standalone thing. Cybersecurity can contribute to cyber resilience, but cyber resilience is a much broader concept. And you need to address more than just the technical cyber issues. You have to consider the cultural, the information components. It's always people, organizations, processes, and technology together. And the people are the critical element. So thinking about the world into which we're moving, high-speed internet, 5G, society 5.0, we have to think about how the machines, the devices, IT devices, objects, and people interconnect. And the leaders are going to have to balance policy, resources, and people against technology that's changing really fast. if you think of a parameter, say computing power per unit cost, that doubles, let's say, every 18 months. In 5 years, you get 900% increased capacity. In 10 years, it's 10,000%. 15 years, about 100,000%. Now, this curve may level off. The curve might increase. There might be a step function discontinuity like quantum computing. But the point is, linear projections of where you are now can't possibly work. In addition, you've got the situation where biotechnology is changing even faster than information. Robotics are becoming ubiquitous. Nano is going for breakout. Energy is everywhere. So don't just think in terms of information. I like to think in terms of brine, bio, robotics, information, nano, and energy, and how they interact. Again, linear projections cannot possibly work. So what this is leading to is the advanced fusion of cyberspace and physical space. And Society 5.0 is going to affect all aspects of Japanese society: technologies, diverse industries, social activities, innovation, interoperability. And in this, human resources, again, will be key in helping leaders to bridge the stovepipes and match the technical skills to the emerging needs. For example, if you just think of 4 fundamental areas in Society 5.0 of medical, agriculture, food delivery, manufacturing value chain, energy, software in each sector will link the bottom-up inputs to the cloud, but the context and cultures are going to be very different, and that's where the human aspects need to come in. Let's talk for a minute about cyber physical systems. These are growing in importance, and they integrate computing capabilities and controls with physical capabilities. And they're going to be needed for smart power grids, ubiquitous Internet of Things, as autonomous systems proliferate, remote surgery via advanced wireless, and that kind of things with these high throughput, low latency approaches. The whole IoT is actually one form of a cyber physical system, actually many forms of cyber physical systems, because they have actuators and they have pumps and they have things like that connected to the internet. So CPS have become ubiquitous, they become essential, and they then have to be resilient also. But these pose particularly difficult management and security challenges. For one thing, they merge operational technology like generators, pumps, actuators, with information technology, so OT and IT. The cyber attack surfaces are going to be very large, and there's frankly little physical counterpart in the OT world to the velocity of agile spirals in DevOps world. So there are very large cultural differences also between OT and IT. When a generator goes down, the tech typically thinks of a multimeter and a wrench to fix it, not a cybersecurity solution. And the leaders need to understand not just the cultures, but also the personalities of the people they're putting on the teams. Stakeholder engagement is really important. It's at least as important as any technology you're going to be involved in this. And it's going to require continuous and rapid organizational learning. And that organizational learning is going to have to bridge the stovepipes, and it's going to have to sustain itself. For example, the generators often are bought on capital budgets, long-term capital budgets. The IT budgets often are, one-year budgets. So how do you balance those kind of resource questions and teach people the importance of bringing them together? Again, here's a case where HR can be important. So let me just close here by talking about DevSecOps and IT leadership. Now, Dr. Yassar later on will describe how DevSecOps requires communications and leadership and teamwork within a framework of organizational culture and structure amidst the rapidly changing technology. And so the challenge is, how do you keep track of this big picture while executing the diverse details. HR can help manage skills to tasks, and lifelong learning is going to be essential in these situations to stay current. You can't just rely on your sheepskin from 20 years ago on the wall and your diploma to say you're an expert. So you have to address the differences between OT, IT, and this is going to be central to operations and security as the Internet of Things and the industrial Internet of Things build out and become more central to almost everything we're doing. It's important that the managers, the IT, the DevSecOps managers, learn to speak the language of the boardroom, of the decision makers. They have to describe their solutions so it's of interest to decision makers, and that recognize that technical issues these days are not just for the chief information officers, the tech team leaders, and specialists. These are enormous issues that determine the winners and losers in economies, the relationships among nations, even how our children think. And so the issues for the chief and executive officers, for the ambassadors, for policymakers, and the military for commanders. They're not just the issues for technical people. In addition, they almost always form parts of what we call wicked problems, which are iterative solutions, because a wicked problem is a mix of many different kinds of complicated problems. And so when you try to solve one part of it, you change the problem. And this means what you need to do as a leader is plan for periodic reviews and adjustments. And the leadership challenges here, both with seniors and subordinates, are that if you say, all right, in 6 months, I'm going to do a review. And if we are converging to where we want to go, great. If we are not, we break off and start something different. And that means you need to get your seniors to recognize if you do that, you are not weather vaning or not being weak, but it's a sign of strength. And you need to enlist your subordinates to say, we have to support this plan now, but if the plan changes, I also need your support there. Again, these are cases where human resources can make major contributions to project success. So let me stop there and open it to questions, Hara-san.
Yes, thank you so much. So, では、皆さん、ご質問を、
we would like to solicit questions. Please write down your questions, which I will feature.
So what kind of the leadership mindset change is important for running the the bigger organization, especially as you talked, resilience is a broader concept. So it's right now, like I'm in Osaka now, and then 1 hour ago I had an earthquake, and then natural disaster is a part of resiliency, and also the cyber resilience is of course a part of resiliency. And then what kind of and then I know that the pandemic is also part of the resilience issue to come back to the better normal after the pandemic, throughout the pandemic. So now what kind of the leadership mindsets is required for political leaders and also the the leaders of the larger organizations, and then what do you think the new and the latest leadership should be like?
So I think one issue is adaptability. As Thomas Friedman, the columnist, has said, it's not the biggest and strongest to survive, it's the most adaptable. And we've seen this time and time again in corporations, where large corporations get mired in their old way of doing business and they're not able to be nimble enough to deal with the changing times. The second, I think, is the basic point that others have made. It's the coping capacity, which is to anticipate, withstand, recover, which might be prepare, mitigate, rebuild. I think there are lots of different ways to do it, but you have to be thinking ahead to get to do the preparations. We talked about bounce forward better, but it's be prepared to build forward, to be prepared to bounce forward better, which means the time to do this is not when the disruption happens, the time making these preparations is early. And so that's a mindset that the leadership has to have. This is a corporate asset or a government asset or whatever, and it is not just a plan to be executed, a checklist to be carried out. You have to build this at all levels of your organization. And as I mentioned, the human resource dimension of this is really important, and the leadership should not be mistaken in thinking this is just a technology solution.
Yes, thank you very much. And then the discussion, what we had yesterday is one of the audience asked us about the, when the technology side detect the security issue and then also security risks, and how would they better convince the top management, I mean the business side, to get to know, to get serious about such risks, and then what would be the good way to convince such top management who doesn't recognize such cyber risk and then the importance of resiliency? What would be the good way?
So one has to talk in terms of the language of the boardroom. It's not going to do you very much good to talk about installing patches to this kind of system, or to the fact that you've seen a 5,642 attacks over the past month. So one of the values, I think, in resilience is if you can couch it in terms of return on investment. One of the problems of the resilience is it's hard to articulate the value of proving a negative. So, well, we were resilient, so this didn't happen to us. And it's a little bit like security. But more and more in various industries, insurance is coming into play. And insurance basically is a case where if you do this, then you can get lower insurance rates. Or if you do that, then you can you qualify for additional finances and things like that. And that now begins to attach a return on investment to resilience planning. I saw something yesterday that said when developing countries spent, the number they had was $37 in remediation for every dollar it cost them 37 times more to fix something after disaster than it would to prepare for it ahead of time. Now that's a really high number. Normally you hear a number in the 4 to 5 range, but in any case, it's much less expensive to prepare than it is to try to remediate after the fact. And so I would just argue for the people trying to sell their case is to put it in the kind of financial terms that the board will understand, rather than the technical terms with which they may be more familiar.
I see. Thank you very much. Okay, so let me see the comments from the chat windows. Oh, there's a comment that saying that by installing the IoT, cyberspace and also the physical space is kind of integrated together as a one piece. And then we have to, and he or she said we have to understand the importance of such the turnaround of, turning point of the, kind of like a era is that's he raised the comment.
So I think I really appreciate the comment, but I'd like to go one step further. So Society 5.0 in Japan, Digital Japan, whatever, talks about the integration of digital across many different stovepipes and integration of physical and digital. The fourth industrial revolution concept put forward by the World Economic Forum in Davos, Dr. Schwab, really says that the accelerating converging technologies today are blurring the lines between the physical, the digital, and the biological worlds. There's a very, very interesting article I read just yesterday that there's now a new 3D printed ink that can actually be used to print organs, human organs. And there's also 3D printing that can be used to develop buildings that will self-heal themselves. So if you have a crack in the concrete, the ink will actually repair the crack in the concrete, that sort of thing. So this idea that it's not just digital and physical, but digital, biological, and physical that are coming together, I think is incredibly powerful and is something that we need to be thinking about, because obviously it involves an additional layer of security or resilience concerns.
I see. It sounds like about a kind of scary future, but what the normal citizen would be has to have as a mindset to prepare for the future coming up.
So I think for the normal citizen, the question is to be an informed consumer and look for those things that affect them in their worlds with their resources and their cultures. I mean, I may not be in the market for 3D printed organs anytime soon, but I could certainly be interested in 3D printed houses that would be more resilient or earthquake strengthened or rapidly erectly buildable than present structures. Obviously, the whole question about autonomous vehicles and things like that, how I can use these in my home and my life. So that would be the place I would focus for most people. And then, as the previous speakers have said, how do you integrate resilience thinking and security thinking into that? If you're going to get all these smart features in your home, have you thought at all about the security? My wife and I every year go to DEF CON, the hacker convention in Las Vegas, and there have been some very, very impressive hacks against kind of home security systems that people are coming to take for granted. So, before you buy a home security system, maybe go out and do some more research and consumer reports or something as to how secure is it really against the sort of attacks you're likely to be facing. And I think the bottom line is risk management, which is what all this is. Resilience really is a form of risk management. And so just begin to understand you and your personal life and what is your risk tolerance for the kind of changes that are coming down the pike. And even if you may not understand all of them, just at least understand enough of them to make informed decisions about how it affects you and your world, maybe not the global society changing things.
Okay, Dr. Wells, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom. And now we are going to take break for 10 minutes and start in 11:15. And Nicholas Shallan is coming up 11:15 in Japan time and 9:15 in the US EST. So let's take a break. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference, Dr. Wells. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける、
できること広がる、データ分析の民主化、
最適な意思決定、
挑戦できる未来。
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常。
成長です。
ときめく
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界。
豊かな社会。
意味のある仕事を作る。
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる。
誰も想像できない
大きな成功。
イントゥリアンノン。
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の矛盾が子どもたちの未来。
データ×ワクワクイコール未来。
できたらいいなを形に。
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける。
できること広がる。データ分析の民主化。
最適な意思決定。
挑戦できる未来。
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常。
成長です。
ときめく。
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界。
豊かな社会。
意味のある仕事を作る。
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる。
誰も想像できない
大きな成功。イントゥリアンノン。
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来。
データ×ワクワクイコール未来。
できたらいいなを形に。
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
H
I'll introduce a little bit and introduce yourself.
Yeah. Just.
お願いします。
はい。では、休み時間は終わりましたので、
Now, we would like to welcome Mr. Nicholas Chilen. So until this October, he was the U.S. Air Force and also Space Force. He was the chief software officer for those organizations. So talking about chief software officer, actually, he was the very first chief software officer in the United States. And today, we will be hearing what kind of journey he had in the past several years and how does he look at the area of DevSecOps. Okay, thank you very much. And the virtual floor is yours.
I'm excited. It's always good to be here with you. So thanks for everything you're doing for the community and sharing the great content that we have across the community in Japan. So excited to be here. And I guess today, I'm gonna share a little bit of a story of what we've done in the last 3 years with moving the Department of Defense to DevSecOps. And I'm the former Chief Software Officer at the Air Force and Space Force, and the co-lead of the DoD Enterprise DevSecOps Initiative. Kind of created the DevSecOps Initiative when I started 3 years ago in DoD. Came from the commercial side. I funded 12 companies. I created my first company back in France. Obviously, you can tell maybe with my accent, I was born in France and I moved to the US about 11 years ago. I'm 37 now, so I've been doing this kind of stuff for 22 years. And it's kind of what it takes to start understanding well enough agility and DevSecOps to start bringing this stuff into the behemoth that is the Department of Defense. So let's walk you through a couple of slides, and then of course we'll take questions. I want to make this very engaging. A couple of links for people that want to know more. We have a great page on the website, and of course we share the slides, but on preventbreach.com/created-content, you're going to find a lot of created videos on YouTube, and we have this show every other Tuesday. There might be a tough time, I'm not sure with you guys, but every other Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern time in the US. And it's recorded so you can listen to it. But if you come live, we take questions live, so it's always great to share information and comments. And we have a lot of source code available too, and a lot of training content here, as you can see. So if you want to see some of the source code of what we've been doing, we open sourced a lot of the work we have done in the last 3 years. So check out repo1, repo1.dso.mil. You're going to find all the source code of the DevSecOps platform that we created in DoD. So that's always good to check it out. Now, wanted to share a couple of links as well. I kind of released 2 documents. One is in the Financial Times which often is pay to play. So you have to be a subscriber. So if you want to just see the full version on LinkedIn, you can go on that link here and see what are the 5 critical pitfalls that we need to embrace to be able to compete and catch up with China within 6 months. China is leading in cybersecurity, in AI, hypersonic weapons, and different things. And obviously, that's important to keep up with what's going on. And for that, we have kind of the 5 pitfalls. Of course, a couple of the pitfalls are already covered here with the embracing agile concepts and principles, investing in people. We talked about that before, with the importance of the continuous learning and the training of talent and investment into people. And then, of course, we have to break some of the DoD silos and merge some work. And of course, very important that we have great public-private partnerships. And of course, none of that would matter if we don't have accountability, making sure that we're accountable for the good stuff and the bad stuff. That's how organizations succeed. So you can check out that article. It has a lot of details on how to take a large organization, probably the largest organization on the planet, that is the DoD, and turn it into a software machine that produce value and tangible outcomes to the warfighter rapidly and at the pace of relevance. So feel free to check that out. Now, why DevSecOps matter? I mean, you're here, so you may know why, but I'm going to give you maybe a couple of great data points that could potentially help you tell your colleagues or bosses why they should pay attention to this. Of course, I don't believe any organization on the planet can compete and build software capabilities in 2021 and beyond without DevSecOps. You want to learn fast, you want to fail fast, don't fail twice for the same reason. Small incremental delivery of value is essential. It's also what's going to enable and the foundation of what's going to enable the velocity for your cloud adoption, your software innovation, your artificial intelligence adoption, and enabling you to scale and be more flexible when it comes to innovation. The concept of Lego blocks and swapping things around and trying different things, cutting your monolithic systems into pieces and trying to see what works and what resonate with your customers or end users is essential. Of course, we also know that China, Russia, and North Korea are massively adopting DevSecOps, so we can be behind. And we have saved a tremendous amount of time in the DoD the first year, and even more now. But the first year, with only 27 DoD programs, we ended up saving 100 years of time. And I would argue, I don't know if we saved it or just didn't waste it. That's something to think about, because China is not making the mistakes we make when it comes to not using agile and being stuck in the waterfall universe. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. Effectively, we kind of didn't waste 100 years, and we save, of course, a lot of money on top of that time, which of course the time is also worth money as well. But we saved a pretty significant amount of money per DoD program as well. But the real numbers that could resonate, with your leadership and colleagues that are still not convinced, is the 106 times faster lead time from development to production, 208 more frequent code deployments, 7 times less failure, and 22% less time spent on rework, with another 50% less time spent on fixing cyber issues. And if that wasn't enough, we see a mind-boggling 2,600 times faster recovery, particularly important for weapon systems, of course. So getting that 2,600 time faster recovery could be the difference between life and death when the system goes down. and people are waiting for the system to come back up. We also see, 40% reduction of development costs. So that means you can do more, I guess, for the same amount of money. And, to retain talent is essential. And we see employees being 2.2 times more likely to recommend the organization. So that's pretty good, both to attract talent and retain them as well. So, when we compare a use case, I think tangible example always help. If you take SpaceX versus F-35, SpaceX has 9 vehicles, nine platforms, right? F-35 is one platform with variants, but it's still one platform. F-35 has 4,000 developers. SpaceX has 200 full stack engineers. So they do a little bit of everything. F-35 shares only 4% of the code with F-22s versus SpaceX has a very modular implementation of the platform and has 80% of the code shared across the 9 platforms. So the 20% is effectively Lego blocks that can be moved around and effectively help create different options without having to rewrite the entire system from scratch, which enables the teams to move very fast. And software updates can be done the day before launch at SpaceX versus a year to 7 years on average at F-35. SpaceX can do 17,000 build of software a day, where F-35 is not capable of doing any of that. And more importantly, when it comes to airworthiness and security and surety, SpaceX can do 3 hardware loop testing a day to test the full software on the hardware, when F-35 is just not capable at all of doing any of that stuff. And of course, SpaceX is containerized and kind of these Lego blocks concepts. So that really enables drastically the team to move much faster and be able to demonstrate that the software is capable of being updated in production the day before the launch, and giving that kind of velocity, particularly when it comes to AI, when the faster you can deploy your AI capabilities, the faster you have your data updated. Very much same concept for Tesla. You can now accelerate your AI innovation pace and end up moving much faster than your competitors. So that really opens the door to tremendous flexibility, and probably the only way to compete in a world that moves faster than ever, right? So now that we looked at that, in 2019 we took the F-16 jets, and we took the legacy hardware and we put Kubernetes and Istio, the service mesh open source, from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation when it comes to Kubernetes, and Istio with the Google Foundation, and the Istio Foundation. We put that on the F-16 jet in 45 days to demonstrate that, yes, you can do this on weapon systems as well. And then what we ended up also doing is really making this stack the default in the Air Force and Space Force. And we took the U2 jet, which is 60 years old, and in 12 days we took the DevSecOps platform and we put it on the jet. We put Kubernetes and Istio and put it on that, and we built AI ML containers that manage the sensors of the jet, and we're able to fly the jet and receive over-the-air updates of the software while in flight, without impacting the airworthiness of the aircraft during the update by leveraging the concept of that segmentation between the flight control software and the AI ML Lego blocks containerized. So that gives a lot of flexibility when it comes to updating software, so there's no impediment or risk when it comes to the aircraft and the ability to fly the plane. So that in 12 days, taking a legacy hardware and platform and bring very modern software and fly it and be able to demonstrate that ability to do over-the-air updates. So that shows the importance of the foundation of DevSecOps. The platform we use is on Kubernetes, which enables us to run anywhere from clouds to the edge to jets, bombers, space systems. So that gives a ton of flexibility. So when you take a look at that, you realize pretty quickly that we have cut layers to be able to reuse layers and swap layers as needed. So if we run on a cloud, if we run at the edge, if we run on a weapon, we can swap the infrastructure, but the software on top is going to run the same way. So we use Kubernetes for the platform. We containerize the entire continuous integration, continuous delivery, CI/CD pipeline. And then we put a service mesh on top with Istio. We'll talk about that a little bit. But then the application layer turns into a bunch of containers that can be effectively updated whenever needed without coordinating updates across teams and giving a lot of flexibility. And then we have a concept of what we call a sidecar container. It's just a small container that runs alongside every container automatically. Kubernetes injects it automatically, is decoupled, so it gives a lot of flexibility to inject the continuous monitoring, and we get access to the logs and telemetry. We enforce zero trust, and we do a lot of pretty cool stuff there. So once you get that concept of layers, you realize pretty quickly that when you have a DevSecOps pipeline like this one here, and that's just an example. We have 950 containers today in DoD, and so you have a lot of different options. 23 databases, 16 programming languages, and so on. When you have a pipeline like this, you don't want to have to update your virtual machines and all this software manually. You're going to have drifts between development, testing, staging, and production. But also you're going to have drift between classification level for us, and classified, secret, top secret. You're going to have these environments running dozens of times per team. So F-35, for example, would have 30 of those. So how do you make sure there's no difference and no drift between these instantiations? Well, that's why we use infrastructure as code, and that's why we use GitOps, and that's why we containerize the entire stack on Kubernetes, so we can run this entire stack with a push button deployment, and we'll talk about the benefit of that in the next couple of slides. So why did we pick Kubernetes? We talked about avoiding being locked into a single cloud or company by using CNCF compliance, and so the Cloud Native Computing Foundation created a compliance capability to compare, to make sure that different products like OpenShift or VMware TKG or Rancher or Convoy or AKS, EKS on Azure and Amazon are compliant and behave the same way. So effectively your software will run anywhere. And so we use that as the foundation of everything we do. And then we put containers on top that are immutable. And Kubernetes will bring that kind of resiliency. So if containers crash, they self-heal. They can be automatically restarted. And really the injection of that sidecar container gives us a lot of flexibility to update the cyber stack without having to coordinate updates across the 700 teams that could be running different containers on the stack. So now you have a lot of flexibility when it comes to updating your cyber stack without having to coordinate across teams. Of course, Kubernetes gives you that adaptability of these Lego blocks kind of containers, giving you that modern routing and load balancing and ability to swap containers without downtime. And really the automation, because of infrastructure as code and GitOps, we'll talk about that, gives us the ability to instantiate the stack on demand and kill it if we want to kill it and bring it back up with no change, and that gives a lot of flexibility when it comes to updating the stack and treating it like cattle. We have this concept here of cattle versus pets, where VMs are a pet. You give it a name, you care for it, you don't want the VM to go down. Versus containers, they are pets. You go behind the barn and you shoot the cow, and that's kind of this concept of going back to immutable state, so the container doesn't drift and change, and really that gives you that immutable aspect and that concept of desired state in Git. So everything is code and everything is automated. And then of course we have the auto scaling aspect, where Kubernetes can auto scale up and down based on compute and memory needs. Gives a lot of flexibility there as well. So what you add on top of that, when you have 700 containers or whatever running on your stack, you take a Netflix, right? 700 containers, but only 20 are needed to watch a movie, right? So they know exactly the critical containers that are needed to watch a movie. How do you make sure they can authenticate between containers, and that if you do an update, there's going to be proper service discovery and load balancing, and how do you share keys for container A to talk to container B? All that stuff, you could do it on a per container basis and have to do it in different programming languages, and that creates a massive nightmare very quick of coordination of these libraries and things across 700 teams with a service mesh, because it's injected as a sidecar container, act as a reverse proxy to effectively enforce that zero trust mindset of container A to talk to B has to be whitelisted. That concept of a service mesh is a massive enabler, probably the only way to succeed in the adoption of microservices at any kind of scale. So that kind of decouples all that API management, service discovery, dynamic routing, canary releases, fault injection with chaos engineering, and layer 7 load balancing and so on, directly into the mesh, versus having to do that per container, per programming language. So it gives a lot of flexibility there, and it's an essential piece of the zero trust implementation. And so when you take a step back and you look at the benefit of infrastructure as code, everything is in the Git repos. That means that any change will be made in code. There's no change in production, no human in production, no drift between environments. It's immutable, it's replicable, it's automated. You disable your SSH and so on, so that reduce your attack surface because there's no human in production. Reduce, of course, insider threat, and everything becomes code, networking, test changes, and so on. And kind of the evolution of that is GitOps, where everything is in Git, and it gives you that kind of compliance and auditability aspect, where you can audit the state, your desired state. So what we say is that the Git repo is your source of truth and your desired state, and all you got to back up in case of a disaster recovery is your Git repo and your databases, and you have a full copy of your stack. You can even go back in time and do a rollback if you have an issue. It gives you a lot of flexibility there. And Kubernetes pulls from Git. We use Flux and Algo, which are two CNCF open source projects. And instead of having a Jenkins or GitLab CI, push into Kubernetes, which is a big no-no, because your CI tools would have the and CD tools would have the keys to your production environment. So if they are hacked, then of course malicious actor could push updates to your production stack. But if instead you're pulling from Git, that means your production is doing a pull every minute to ask the Git repo, hey, do you have a change for me? And then it applies the change every minute. So you can make changes automatically. So your Git repo becomes your source of truth and your crown jewel at the same time. When we created Platform One, which is the DoD team that's in charge of DevSecOps, we wanted to have a few key services that are enabling all these teams to scale and remove impediments to the adoption of DevSecOps. So we started by bringing a few free services. Repo 1 is a source code repo. That's a source of truth. We have all the infrastructure as code and all the Kubernetes hardening and all the stuff we do there. Iron Bank is kind of a Docker hub, kind of a hardened version of containers where we sign them, we scan them, we harden them for DoD use. It's open to the world. You can go and check it out. We have almost 1,000 containers on Iron Bank to consume. And so we harden them, we scan them, and so on. And then we created two main products. Big Bang is our DevSecOps platform. And to be clear, the difference between DevOps and DevSecOps and the sec piece is not just, hey, I'm going to do some static code analysis of my code. The sec piece is the runtime piece of the platform. That means your DevSecOps pipeline is not just a pipeline in development. It's a platform that also runs in production. And the continuous monitoring and the zero trust enforcement and the moving target defense when we kill containers every 4 hours and all the stuff we do to mitigate threats. That is a platform that's part of the weapon that's effectively a weapon by itself because it's orchestrating the weapon on top of that. And so Big Bang is our DevSecOps platform, and we open sourced it so you can check it out on Repo 1. And so that can be instantiated anywhere on your clouds or on different environments. And Partybus is our SaaS version of it, host as a service or a PaaS, if you want to call it a PaaS. But effectively, we host it, and it's a pay per use per developer for DoD teams to consume it. And it comes with the full accreditation to run at all classification levels for us, all the way to the top secret and above. So we run that for the teams so they can focus on building mission software instead of creating their own DevSecOps pipeline. And then, of course, we talked about training, and it's so important. We give an hour a day to our people at Platform One to learn. And, we created a lot of training and bias training. We don't want to push one cloud provider or one product. And so we really went and spent time on looking at the training and videos we push to make sure there is no bias and we're not pushing one company over another. So you can check that out too. And then we created workshops, right, to help the teams adopt DevSecOps. So I know this was quite a lot of information. But if you have questions, if you want to, of course, check out the website, and I'm going to put the links again on the screen to help check that out. But of course, we'll take live questions now as well.
Thank you very much. So we can have QA for about 20 minutes, and let me see. So let me ask a question to you to begin with, and I was impressed with the comparison between SpaceX and the Tesla. So SpaceX and F-35, and then it's obvious, lagging behind against the industry cutting edge, the current military state of their performance. But what is happening behind the updating the code for 7 years, and what kind of inefficiency is occurring, and what are the reasons for that?
Yeah, so first, there's so many developers, right? So 4,000 developers. So it happens we have 50% defects a week over week. So when effectively the code, 50% of the code is worthless. So you have 50% of the developers useless. So you have 2,000 developers that are paid to write crappy code. So that's pretty bad. So that's one piece. They're not full stack engineers. The other piece, it's a big monolithic system. It's a little bit like Lego blocks, a tiny bit, but it's not as granular and small as the containers of a SpaceX. So what you see is that when you update the software, you're touching a lot of critical piece of the weapon, and that creates a lot of issues. On top of that, the team has a lot of companies. SpaceX is all in-house, and they control the whole development team and the whole process, where F-35 as Lockheed, of course, as a prime, but then we have dozens of subcontractors doing different piece of work. We don't even get the source code for everything, right? So there's a lot of intellectual property issue there. So there's a lot of issues, right? Of course, it's also a much older capability. But I think overall it's the fact that the weapon is not designed to be cut and be flexible, and we don't have access to a centralized DevSecOps environment. It's all siloed into different companies, so each company got the little piece of the puzzle, but the aggregation is not very efficient. So we can do these hardware loop testing and bring all the code into a central place to do end-to-end testing and see how this works. So there's a lot of manual steps, and 7 years is kind of the worst case, but it's really between 1 to 7 years, depending on the change, the complexity of the change, but it's still much more than a day, right?
Okay, thank you. So I got some questions from the audience. And what if you would be the Japan's cybersecurity lead? And what would you do for Japan as a political leader? That's the question.
Well, I think there's a few key components, right, when it comes to helping a nation, right, move to baked-in security, right? The first component is to invest in people. I think, honestly, China is doing a lot of things right outside of being a communist country and killing a bunch of people. But if you look at the other side of it, and you look at how they invest in their people for selfish reasons when it comes to the CCP, but the fact is, they start investing at 7 years old for their kids on AI and data science and cyber, right? So first is you need to create that talent, and back to the discussion earlier. I think it's so important that we're not afraid of change, and people are okay learning. And I think self-learning, right, in IT right now, and the pace of IT is so insane. It really doesn't matter what kind of degree you have. In fact, I have no degree myself. I'm not saying you should not have a degree if you want to have a degree, but what's for sure is a degree will not demonstrate whether or not you're competent, because what you learn is probably by far very obsolete by now. And so your ability to learn and enabling that as a nation, right, to help people have access to the best of breed learning and self-learning, make it widely available. I never understood, there are a few companies like O'Reilly, the IT books, they have this $60 a year per user plan to get unlimited access to all the books and the cloud. That's a very insignificant investment to give access to almost everybody in the nation. And yet, people don't make investments in their own people, so I think the first step is creating that workforce and talent, but then also, moving to best of breed security, zero trust. I was pushing zero trust 5 years ago already. And, you need to have leaders that are technical. We cannot get away now with people that just know how to manage people or how to run, businesses. That's just not good enough. You have to have some level of subject matter expertise in these jobs. And too often we see policy compliance guys that know a lot about policy and compliance, but very little about actual security. And, you can be compliant and not secure, but ideally you want to be secure, right? So I think the key is to get the right people to bring the best of breed. And then you need to really create public-private partnerships. enable that access to innovation from companies, both, of course, in Japan, but also in Israel, in the US. Israel is particularly leading when it comes to cybersecurity. So I think it's very important to find ways to partner and get access to that talent, and find a way to, as a nation, to do strategic partnerships with Israel, for example, and the US, to get early access to capabilities. And so, of course, the adoption of zero trust is so essential. I argue people that are not already, and I implemented, the largest implementation of zero trust in the US government 18 months ago. But I can tell you, people that are not already doing DevSecOps and zero trust, by definition, are going to have a tough time keeping up and catching up. And I would argue by the time they get to zero trust, it's going to be obsolete and it's going to be on to the next thing. So, you want to be careful with your technical debt. You cannot be too far behind. And unfortunately, many nations and many companies are behind. And, of course, in the previous discussion, we heard also about the complacency and the fact that we cannot often measure, the value of being proactive in security. Well, I would argue also that unlike maybe 5-10 years ago, you could get hacked and not get into too much trouble. And you may still get hacked and not get into too much trouble, but it's more than just getting hacked now. You see China stealing IP and bankrupting businesses because of that. But you also see, the inability to innovate rapidly in rapid cycle, which then, because you're not secure enough, you can't move too fast because you're going to break things and create more security problems. So now you're becoming slower as a business, so you cannot release, features fast enough, and at some point you become irrelevant and out of business. So, I think cyber and software in general is going to be the differentiator. And DevSecOps, honestly, if I look as an investor, looking at the maturity level of a company in DevSecOps is probably a prime indicator, on top of what kind of team they built, of whether or not, they can pivot fast enough when the market give them feedback to succeed or not. So I would argue DevSecOps is probably the main indicator in terms of whether or not you want to invest in a company or not, for example.
Okay, thank you. So would you mind stopping the screen share so that everybody can see?
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah,
bigger face of yours.
Yeah.
And another, the next question is coming from myself, and following your LinkedIn post and the Twitter, and it was pretty obvious that your post about against China is a deprioritized. And then how would we have to understand the current, current war field? It's not only the physical and also but cyber, but also the cognitive area, like including propaganda. And then the such cognitive warfare is the one of the research field of the Dr. Tomobechi, as you may know. And then what do you think about these kind of the hybrid warfare, and then controlling the citizens' opinions by overseas?
Yeah, China is very smart in terms of how they fight. I would argue we are already at war with China, at least in the US. We just don't know it. But we are, and between the cyber attacks and the theft of IP, and the supply chain risk, and the fact that they control the media, fund a lot of the US media, control a lot of the narrative coming from Hollywood and so on. They have a massive power over many of the US companies. But on top of that, they are very smart in terms of where they innovate. The US is complacent because we invest a lot of money in defense, more than many countries combined. But people don't realize that we only get probably 10 cents on the dollar in terms of return on investment, because what costs $50,000 on the commercial side cost 500,000 on the government side. So we don't really get the right return on investment for our money. And on top of that, you see China being much smarter. You look at Afghanistan, they had the Taliban visit China 6 months before the fall of Afghanistan back to the Taliban to negotiate the mining rights, right? Meanwhile, we'll lose thousands of people and we lose 20 billion of equipment in Afghanistan when it comes to the US versus them not losing a single soul, but yet walk away with the mining rights, which by the way will be a massive enabler when it comes to batteries and chips and all these critical mining rights that they're getting both in Africa and in Afghanistan. And so you see really a different kind of war. We're spending a lot of money on these very big, exquisite weapons like F-35 and aircraft carriers that are worth $13 billion, but can be taken down by a couple of missiles, worth a couple 20 million or so by China. And so if they decide to attack Taiwan tomorrow, the first thing they would probably do is tamper with the US grid and power. So we're so busy trying to fix power here that we can't even go and help Taiwan. But on top of that, if you want to go help Taiwan, you have to aggregate and bring troops and ships and planes in Asia. And guess what? They're gonna bomb you. You're not fighting against camels this time. They're gonna have the right kind of weapons too. They have the largest navy already, largest than the US. Maybe not as good, but pretty big. They also have 1.5 billion people, so they can send 10% of their population to die without thinking twice about it. And so you're in a very tough spot, right? If you look at the numbers, and you talk about of course, the control with a great firewall and the fact that they control the narrative. Meanwhile, TikTok is effectively a weapon of information warfare by China and the US, collecting data on Americans and others, and using AI to look at what's in people's background and what they say and what they like, don't like, emotions, what they're wearing and so on. Who they have in terms of friends and information in their phones. And we let that happen, right? Meanwhile, China banned, most of the US companies. If they don't ban them, it's because they're stealing their IP first before banning them anyways, and creating the Chinese version of the equivalent of the US innovation. So, and we gave them away. The entire supply chain was so dependent on China now, even for, masks for COVID, all the way to chips for the automotive industry. And oh, by the way, the second producer of chips is Taiwan. So good luck with that one, right? So we need to wake up. We need to wake up now, because I can tell you the numbers with the numbers, and of course they have the luxury of being a communist country and mandating their companies to work with China and the CCP, where of course, most of the U.S. companies refuse to work with the DoD. So while the U.S. companies are leading in AI, the Pentagon has no access to most of the top innovations. So really, we're stuck behind. So, it's not a fair comparison. You cannot just compare the U.S. companies to the CCP, because the Pentagon has no access to it. So I think it's a wake up call. We have to take action now. By some study, when you look at numbers, if we don't take action before December 2022, which is a year from now, we will effectively not be able to physically catch up. You're past the date of no return. And everybody says, we're waiting for this magical Pearl Harbor. Well, if China is smart enough, they're going to wait long enough that we can catch up and then, take action. And right now we're just funding their growth anyways by outsourcing pretty much everything to China. So why would they tamper with that until they want to, grow and go after Taiwan and other nations? So it's a very big, scary thing, and I think it should be also scary to Japan as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Thank you very much. And let me take probably the last question from audience. It's about technical question. and which I like them political.
Yes.
And yeah, we both like. And
yes,
his question is
Me too.
about when you transform traditional waterfall way of software development into DevSecOps, how would you update and upgrade the existing applications? How would you do the
migration,
the changes? Yeah.
Yeah. So we use something called the strangler pattern, and so the concept is pretty simple overall, but effectively you strangle the legacy. You put it to the side. You never update it only for cyber reasons, but you don't touch it. You don't add features, and then you effectively strangle and you update pieces. But you don't just update. You improve while updating. So you're going to take a byte at a time, and you're going to deliver it with a new capability. And you put a proxy in front of it. There's a whole video we have on the website to explain the strangler pattern. So you're not killing anybody. You're killing the legacy, just to be clear. That's a strangler of the software, not of people. And so you can slowly but surely take a byte of the legacy and update it to the new microservice driven architecture. And at some point you could look back and you took down the entire legacy, and now you can move on with your life.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. And
Yeah.
hope to see you sometime next year, probably in
Yeah.
Japan. You know, after
That would be
unleashed
great.
from the military, and then you can come over to Japan, and hopefully we have you
No
in
more
Japan.
COVID. No more COVID. And I know you just banned U.S. non-citizen travel. So
Yeah, and
that's
also
too bad.
as I come to Japan as a probably advisor to Japan's, you know, the larger organization and governments.
I've never been to Japan. I love to do that. So
Oh, really?
no
Really?
doubt.
Yeah, you should come then.
Yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay safe.
はい、ありがとうございました。いやー、ちょっとなんか大変なことになってんなっていう感じですが、本
Thank
当
you
に
very much. I think that the situation is very challenging when it comes to the tech conference. This is a tech conference. However, who is the adversary? I do believe that is very important. And Mr. Carter McLaren is going to discuss over who is the opponent, who is the adversary this afternoon. I'm looking forward to it. Now, from the Carnegie Mellon University, Michael, please.
Dr. Michael Lisanti.
Hi, thank you very much, Nirahara-san. I'm going to.
Well, Michael is at SciLab of Carnegie Mellon University, and he's the leader of a partnership, U.S. industries and the industries around the world. You are actually leading the partnership to create innovation. So it's like EHAB's speech. SciLab is funding some research, and military is funding research, and there was information that we can gather from the slide, and Michael is facilitating collaboration and creating something out of partnership with the foreign entities is the things that we are learning over the period of 2 days. Today, I am introducing Michael to you, but maybe if you can directly contact the Michael, there will be more bigger things which could occur.
30 minutes, including QA.
Thank you very much. Is my screen showing fine?
Yes, and our voice is okay also.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for that introduction. And what I'm going to talk about are cybersecurity innovations. And really what we see are the big innovations. The magic happens when you combine government as well as industry, corporations, and university collaborations. And really what we see when we're talking about breakthrough innovations, they work together as gears, and it works when you have all three working together. For example, you have the industry providing great research at a marginal cost, providing a large investment amplifier. The government gets the social value of the funded research, so more products, jobs, markets, and entire new industries. From the university side, it's mission accomplished because that's what universities do. It's about inspiring innovation and stimulating learning. However, if you only have two of these three-way partnership, you won't achieve the main goals. For example, if you have government and industry working together, you'll have some social value, but higher costs and a slower pace of innovation. Industry's primary focus is on market share and investment return on investment. If you have government and industry working together, you'll have slower tech transfer and limited research impact. And finally, if you have universities and industries working together without government, you'll have a smaller investment with small amplification effect on that research. And industry's primary focus on immediate problem solving, which is good, but not for long-term innovation. Some examples of when this worked well in the previous century is that, where new $1 billion markets were created in the past, for example, was client-server computing really started with industries like Xerox PARC, Digital Equipment Corporation, and IBM as early starters, combining with University of California, Berkeley, Carnegie Mellon, CERN type of research. Second, parallel computing, another one, which really from the university side started out the University of Illinois, CMU, Caltech, HBC. And then with industry partnerships of IBM, Intel, and beyond. Speech recognition, a third example, again, started out with Bell Labs, IBM, and Dragon doing a lot of the industry innovation. And all these were funded upfront by government funding, I should say that as well. Then with working with Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, and MIT leading the way on the university side. Some ways that we've seen work in terms of this tri-party relationship, multiple times there's different collaborations from a government standpoint where there's different government entities which will partner with their colleague government industries, such as Japan and US National Science Foundation, and they'll have a counterpart funding agency and fund research in both countries to collaborate together. That we see work well multiple times, has a different range of funding size, but a lot of times that's competitive and usually complex, and there can be multiple challenges in terms of rules with across country engagements. So on the right-hand side, on the other side of the slide, what we see is that many times it works well when you have a local government funding who can't directly work with a foreign university or a foreign industry, can work with a local industry or a local university who can then collaborate with a foreign university or industry. So that often can be much more of a simpler, more direct, still competitive, but another engagement model that we have seen work well. As far as the ways different organizations engage with universities, usually what they're looking for, in addition from the innovation on the research side, is working with students, engaging with students and faculty, students for recruiting, for the workforce development, faculty for the innovative ideas. In addition, professional education, some partner with universities from a branding and to improve the societal impact, increasing startups, or co-locating space at a university to be very near the innovative talent that are coming from universities. And again, the reason why we see organizations partnering with universities is because it's a way to get closer to the mind share, the creative mind share, and accelerate the research and development innovation. Second, to recruit the best and the brightest students from those universities. If you have a relationship, it's much easier to recruit from those universities. Amplifying the image and reducing risk by partnering with leading research centers is another reason why people do the university relationships. Now at Carnegie Mellon, you heard from a few of our faculty. You've heard from Dr. Lori Craner, Dr. Ihab Alsher. You'll hear from Dr. Hassan Yassar later. So we have over 130 faculty that are working at what we call SciLab. And SciLab is a university-wide research center with over 200 students and all focused on creating a world where people can trust the technology. And one of the reasons why we created this umbrella organization was to make it easier to engage with the faculty and students who are innovating in cybersecurity and privacy across Carnegie Mellon, because there's so many different organizations. What you see on this slide are all the Software Engineering Institute, which was a federally funded research and development center, and the 7 colleges across CMU as well. So instead of trying to figure out who's doing what in cybersecurity across all these different organizations, Carnegie Mellon created a university-wide SciLab Institute to make it easier to collaborate internally as well as externally to drive innovation in cybersecurity. Another important part in terms of collaboration is space. We have a common home for all things security and privacy related, a collaborative innovation center. At CMU, we have 20 faculty from 5 different academic departments, over 65 PhD students, and we host visiting researchers from government, corporations, and universities, all in that common space as part of the community to learn together. From the research perspective, CMU, we look at cybersecurity from multiple angles, definitely from the technology side, the typical software, hardware, network, crypto type of research. We have experts in all those domains, but also bringing together the people and the policy domains as well. In addition to collaborating on individual research topics, universities often like to work together and work on grand challenge ambitions. So we have bigger centers, labs, and initiatives where we bring together interdisciplinary groups of researchers working with external researchers as well. One I'll highlight, for example, is the Future Enterprise Security Initiative, which is an example of 5 or 10 companies working together directly with CMU researchers to expand the research capacity and technology that comes out of it in terms of cybersecurity, privacy, AI, and human factors research. So there's multiple amplification effect. It's pre-competitive research for the common good of the security industry. Another initiative that we have at CMU, CMU actually has is really the only large US North American university with a footprint in Africa. So we have a campus in Kigali, Rwanda. And this is an example of working with a foundation, working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to seed fund research, because what they found is that cybersecurity is a key component for financial inclusion. Without cybersecurity, people don't trust in the systems. So by encouraging and advancing the research in cybersecurity in Africa and the systems with open source systems, we're able to make much more of an impact on people's lives in terms of being able to participate in the financial opportunity for those countries. Another big part of engaging with universities is in terms of the education that we provide. And this just shows a lot of the different programs that we have just in cybersecurity and privacy at Carnegie Mellon. And you can see it cuts across our College of Engineering, our School of Computer Science, our business school, information systems and public policy, humanities and social sciences, and again, the Software Engineering Institute, which is our federally funded research development center operated by CMU. In addition to degrees, we do a lot of executive education or workforce technical training programs. And we've done everything at Carnegie Mellon, including programs in AI and security, IoT, and DevSecOps. What you see here in this picture, we actually hosted the US Special Operations Command's Sovereign Challenge, bringing together all the friendly nations across the world, including Japan, to the US to learn together and think strategically about cybersecurity. Another example where we've created programs, this one was actually put together for the government of India, where they had 5 cohorts of 25 students in total, professionals, everywhere from basic level training to advanced and expert level, where they were able to learn directly from experts at our university in these different areas. And the previous speaker talked about the cybersecurity workforce in the remote learning and learning on the fly capability. One thing we're quite famous for at CMU, we have one of the strongest competitive hacking teams in the world. And what we've done was created, recognizing the need to train that workforce earlier. How do we get more students, more of the younger students interested in engaging in cybersecurity? And what we created back in 2013, what started out as a middle school and high school capture the flag or competitive hacking competition, started grassroots and has grown since then. And this is an example where the initial funding for this program was supported by US government entities, because the government entities saw the critical need to increase the workforce and the skill set, the talent of people going into the cybersecurity. How do we build that cybersecurity workforce pipeline earlier? And it's grown. We gamified it to get some of the younger students' attention and interest in competing and learning. And now it's grown into what we believe is the world's largest cybersecurity hacking competition. We've had over 120,000 participants from 165 countries and all 50 US states participating. And it's also made, again, it requires some funding to do that and to keep this program going. So we have industry sponsors and collaborating with them to make it happen as well. It's a year-round remote learning platform now, in addition to this 2-week traditional capture the flag hacking competition. And we've partnered with countries around the world, including Japan. So thanks to our friends at Cognitive Research Labs, we were able to create a Japanese version of PicoCTF called Cognitive Hack in Japan 2021. So we're very happy that that is going to be continuing. It really has changed students' lives. It includes everything from these middle school, high school, younger students, but we found that thousands of university students and even professionals are playing PicoCTF and Cognitive Hack to learn these critical skills. Another thing we do to spur the collaboration is that we host visiting researchers on campus. And again, I showed you previous slide, we have the Collaborative Innovation Center on campus. And it's a popular place to learn and be part of this learning community. The quotes you see here, actually, oh, sorry about that. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Yes, so the quotes you see here, actually, the second quote was actually from a visitor from Japan who said that it was basically the best 3 years of her life that she spent at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, being around and working with a lot of like-minded security experts. A lot of the researchers will work on their own research. Some will collaborate with the faculty and the students and the postdoc researchers at Carnegie Mellon directly. From a government perspective, the government provides a great innovating source of ideas, and we provide back a lot of the research into it. Most of the funding that we do at Carnegie Mellon in cybersecurity, about 80% of our funding comes from competitive US government grants, mostly from the National Science Foundation or DARPA, but other Department of Defense and agencies around the world. In addition to the US government agencies, we work with Singapore agencies, including DSO and DSTA. And in Japan, the National Police Agency of Japan has been a longtime partner of ours. We work with NATO as well. NATO has been a partner for many years. And again, they find various individual research projects that they like to collaborate with our university faculty researchers on. And of course, we work with multiple corporate partners as well. And these are, a lot of different big name companies across the world. And in Japan, we work with Deloitte Japan, as well as Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and of course, Cognitive Research Labs are 3 of our biggest partners that we work with in Japan. So these are everything from defense contractors to leading technology companies, and even in the healthcare space with CVS Health. And just to wrap up, this is a little bit more about Carnegie Mellon Scilab and why different organizations partner with us. And I will leave you with this slide, which has my contact information. And I'm always happy to talk more about different ways that we can engage with multiple countries, governments, industry partners, and we often partner together with other universities collaborating with industry as well. So feel free to reach out to me. You have my email there. If you have any questions, would like to follow up on partnership opportunities or any ideas that you may have about collaborating in industry, government, this private partner, public partnerships. So thank you very much. And I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Yes, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Less than 10 minutes though. So while I am waiting for audience to come up with the questions, and so we had a lot of great talk from this morning, your evening time, and also yesterday, Hassan Yasal talked very much about the DevSecOps, and then last year also. So, the basic, it may be basic question, but please share that what makes so unique the Scilab and Carnegie Mellon University so strong in this area, cybersecurity and software development? What is it different from other, academic institutions?
Yeah, so I think there's many different perspectives on that. I think one of the things that really sets CMU apart is it is truly interdisciplinary. A lot of places talk about that, but with CMU, again, we have faculty from multiple departments, and it's really built into the way we do things. So, the previous slide, one of the earlier slides I mentioned, just in one floor, we have faculties like Dr. Lori Craner, who's an expert on the human side of security and privacy. 2 doors down from her is Professor Vijayashekhar, who is a network security expert. Next to Vias is Professor Nicholas Kristen, who is an expert in more of the security economics and thinking from the economic side of things. So I think it's really bringing together a lot of different perspectives, including the human side of computing, that helps set CMU apart. And of course, we have strengths in artificial intelligence and in engineering and computer science. So those all lead naturally to capabilities in cybersecurity as well. The other thing I'll mention that is unique in the USA is we have the SEI, so where Dr. Hassan is. So with the SEI, Software Engineering Institute, we have that government perspective as well. And yeah, that again is unique to Carnegie Mellon in the USA.
Yeah, I know that the TEPA school, the business school side, is also partnering with the Japanese Educational Institute, that Toshin High School, Toshin Digital University. So they are collaborating with the TEPA school of the business school of CMU. And I am also teaching at the Toshin Digital University as a faculty. And yeah, I know it's just a coincidence, but the Japanese, one of the biggest, private prep school is also, collaborating with the CMU. So it's, I think it's going to be more happening in the future, because we are lagging behind that in terms of the software development and also the cybersecurity. Probably we are going to hear more about Senator Fujisuke later on, and also the officer from Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industries. But so I strongly agree with I can't stress enough the importance of the collaboration with academia like Scilab and CMU.
Yeah, and on that note, for example, we also have a secure blockchain initiative. So a lot of the blockchain research and cryptocurrency research at CMU is pulled together with Scilab, because at its root, blockchain is about anonymity and trust, and Scilab is our Security and Privacy Institute. So our blockchain research institute is co-led by three faculty. Two are in computer science. One has a co-appointment in our College of Engineering, and the third one is in our Tepper Business School. So, it's not often that you have the business and the engineering and the computer scientists together leading an initiative like that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so yeah, let's move on to. Thank you very much, Michael. And
thank you.
Yeah, see you. So enjoy the rest of the conference.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll welcome the next speakers. It's going to be a panel, and then I switch my language into Japanese now. ではですね、次の、皆さん、お揃いのようですので、お呼びして。
Now we'd like to go to the keynote panel. First, Mark Miller-san. I call him as the father of DevSecOps space. And Mark Miller initiated a conference, and thanks to his effort, we have this 1,900 people have registered for this event, and 600 people concurrently listened to us yesterday, and yesterday's YouTube view exceeded 5,000. So this is a very conference with the momentum, and this is the second year. That's Mark. And the next is Miss Caroline Wong. She is a Cobalt Chief Strategy Officer. Previously, she was working with eBay, where she was responsible for cybersecurity practice. And in the United States, in Silicon Valley, she has been the leader. And next, Mr. Kian Williams. He is Class LLC. He is managing director and founder. Before that, probably CDC that became popular with corona, that is Center for Disease Control and Prevention. That's in the United States, CDC. That was where he was responsible for cybersecurity practice. This time, we have the three distinguished guests together, and we'd like you to have the dialogue. I will be quiet. This is the Modern Cybersecurity, the book that you have written. And so you have written the chapters. That is why we like to hear from you, the content. There is no material, but the three will talk.
I know, there's a free download, but I need a paperback. So yeah, go ahead, three of you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Right, Yasuki, thank you so much for the invitation. It means a lot to the three of us to be able to reach out to your audience for something like this. Carolyn and Kian, great to see you again. I mean, what can I say?
Great to see you too. I kind of want to get up and grab my copy of the book. It's just out of hand, but literally I'm looking at it right now. I have a stack of 5 just right over there.
Well, we have to let people know that this is not your bedroom where you are right now. You're in your garage.
That is true. Yes, I am. We are renovating our home right now. And so this, for the meantime, is my office. My husband is a big fan of Japanese motorcycles.
Wow. So that is not a fake Zoom background.
That's right. not a fake. We also have old
Look
cars
at that.
also.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, now we're talking. We don't need to talk about cybersecurity right now. You just got cool stuff in your garage. Kian, good to see you. What's going on?
I kind of wish I was in my garage. I have a Honda racing bike and an Lexus race car. And so Caroline gets to show off. You'll just have to imagine what I have.
So I know that Yasuki introduced us, but I want to make sure everybody understands that you both are authors inside of the book here, Modern Cyber and Security. And what we're going to be doing is talking about specifically about your chapters today. Kian, your chapter was on measuring risk. You want to just give us like the 30-second overview? What's the concept of your chapter?
Sure. I wrote a lot of pages about a very boring topic that is extremely important. So professionally, I spend a lot of time in Singapore and in Malaysia. And one of the challenges that comes up in the region is people wonder how to communicate the value of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is expensive, but we're not spending money just for the sake of spending money. Part of what you get out of performance measurement or metrics is the ability to justify the investments that you've made so that the business understands, why are we doing this? What is the return that we get from the money that we're spending? And how do we demonstrate that the things that we're doing are valuable? The chapter provides techniques and insights and tools to address those ideas.
Carolyn, we don't hear a lot about that kind of talk, the real business aspect of what we're doing.
Well, it depends on who you're talking to.
There you go.
And I want to just say that I disagree with Kian. I think security metrics are very interesting.
I'm trying to make security metrics sexy. I still have a little ways to go.
Together,
I would agree with that
goal.
Carolyn, your concept was about the future of cloud native. I thought it was interesting that you would bring that into the mix because as recently as 3 years ago, there was still a pushback about should we go cloud or not. Now everybody's all in.
Yes. So I had the opportunity to start my DevSecOps career 16 years ago, leading information security teams at eBay and at Zynga. And these were very cool and very forward-looking places to be working in cybersecurity. In both cases, we were running online operations 24/7 with millions of simultaneous users daily. eBay had an uptime requirement of 99.94% and is one of the first major electronic commerce shops enabled strangers to transact with each other over the internet. Zynga was growing incredibly rapidly as an early adopter of Amazon AWS. In 2009, the Zynga game Farmville launched, and in just a few weeks, the game went from 0 to 10 million daily active users. A few months later, it rose to 80 million daily active users. And today at Cobalt, we build security software. And like many DevOps companies, we have data-driven, product-based teams. We value automation and failing fast. In my chapter, I talk about 5 interwoven themes. Theme number 1, modern software and internet security is not a zero-sum game. Theme number 2.
I'm sorry. Can we slow down, because there's going to be a lot of concepts going back and forth.
Yeah. We can start right there.
Let's start and have you and Kian actually talk that through. Break that down a little bit. Number 1.
So this is something that is fun for me to talk about. Security practitioners used to have a story that they would tell about how to think about cybersecurity. The story says that if Kian and I are running away from a bear, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to run faster than Kian. And in this scenario, the underlying assumption is that I value myself and I do not value Kian. My success does not depend on Kian. And so as long as I get away from the bear, it doesn't matter to me if Kian becomes the bear's lunch. The problem with this analogy, and there are many problems with this analogy, is that in reality, software companies and the digital value created by organizations don't exist in silos. We are not independent islands. And so I think that a much more appropriate analogy for how things work in cybersecurity is a 3-legged race, where Kian and I, we tie 2 of our legs together and we have to figure out how to get to the finish line together. Because in this type of race, my partner and I are dependent upon each other. In order to win, we have to work together in lockstep. And I think this is how it really is today when it comes to cybersecurity. No software organization is an independent island.
Kian, it sounds like you're more than bear food here.
We're sticking together, so we're either both bear food or we are neither bear food.
That's right.
Nice.
Your risk profile is my risk profile if we're going to be, software organizations that work together, of which so many do. The company that I work for example, we work with 100 or so other software services and products. And we have nearly 1,000 customers. And so you can imagine all the posture of each of these organizations affects each other. We cannot think about it as though we are independent. That is not true. That has not been true for a long time.
There you go. Kian, this also plays a lot into your field too. You're a big community guy. I mean, if you look at it, you're a critical part of the community. And so what Caroline is talking about goes just beyond a single company. It goes throughout the community.
Well, one of the things that people have to realize is that the global computing era that we're in really is a community era. We're doing things now in the United States across the nation because all 3 of us are in different locations. And we have participants in Japan who are all depending on a global infrastructure of technology so that the picture shows up and the audio shows up. And we have the translations. And so we're not one company in a bubble by ourselves without considering the impact of what we do on other people. And fortunately, Zoom and our network infrastructure and everything else allows us to collaborate and to connect. But with that comes a variety of risks that together we all need to solve together and make sure that we're not putting each other in harm's way, make sure that we're not exposing each other to dangers, and make sure that together we're responding properly when there is some kind of vulnerability, or even when a vulnerability is exploited and there's a compromise.
I'm wondering here if we're talking to an echo chamber. And I think that for those who have been in the industry like the three of us have for quite a while now, it's like we assume that people already know this, but here we are still talking about it again. So the message hasn't gotten out as far as it should. Carolyn?
There are so many things that have not changed in the industry. And this is infuriating to me. Let me give one example. The OWASP top 10. This list of common, Mark's heard me say this, this list of common web application security vulnerabilities. We got a new version of the OWASP top 10 in September. And the first version came out in 2003. From 2003 to 2021. And if I put the 2021 version right next to the 2003 version, they look very similar. What this says to me is that we know how to find security vulnerabilities. We know how to fix them. We know how to prevent them. And yet, in 17 years, the list has not significantly changed. What this says to me is that maybe some of us are focused on the wrong problem. This is another theme that I write about in my chapter. I think the hardest problems to solve in cybersecurity are not technical. I think the hardest problems have to do with people and with process.
It's funny, I actually wrote that down as a note too, to talk about the hardest problems are not technical. Keon, any input on that?
Well, one thing that stands out for me that's related to this conversation is that at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020, the National Association of Corporate Directors did a research study. Now, for that organization, known as the NACD, so we don't have to say the full name every time, but that organization has 17,000 members that represent publicly traded companies in North America. From the people who responded to the survey that has 17,000 members who serve on public company boards for companies that are traded on the exchange, 61% of the executives that responded said that they were willing to ignore cybersecurity requirements to accomplish their business goals. So when we say that the problem is not technical, but it's people and process, one of the things that I'm on a mission to accomplish is to get more business people engaged in the security conversation so that we're not in an echo chamber. Most conferences that you go to, like this conference, which is amazing, has nothing but security people. And so one of the things that we have to do is we have to draw financial executives, business operations executives, corporate executives, and board members to have these conversations where between the three of us and between the audience, these might be things that are similar themes that have been heard year after year, even decade after decade, depending on how long you've done this. But your chief financial officer hasn't heard this story over and over again, or your chief executive officer hasn't heard this story over and over again. And when you look at cybersecurity in the context of enterprise risk management, there is a lot of evidence that demonstrates enterprise risk includes cybersecurity, but nobody is talking about cybersecurity at the board and at the senior leadership level. And the conversation often stops at compliance. You know, the General Data Protection Regulation created a lot of attention about data privacy because a compromise could expose your organization to a fine of 4% of your global revenue. But even in that context, people just check a box and say, the regulation has 99 articles. Have I satisfied all of the requirements so that if we have a compromise, we we have not exposed 4% of our revenue, and we have the opportunity to say, I don't have a piece of paper, but they hold up the piece of paper and say, we did what you told us to do. Now we're no longer responsible for the outcome. The only way that situation is going to change is if business people are involved in the conversation, if they take cybersecurity seriously. And part of what my chapter focuses on is presenting information in a business context so that the business understands, what do I need to know, and why does this matter, and what value is this providing?
I was going to get into that part of your chapter too, because I think it's fascinating. Your chapter is built around metrics, but the core that I took away from that chapter, Ken, is that there has to be a way to measure risk. And let's move a little bit towards what you just said, though. Not only do we have to measure risk, we have to state it in a way that the business proposition comes out, the risk to the business comes out in a business language, so that there's no confusion about what's going to happen. Go ahead.
So it's not in the book, but I'll give a practical example. Imagine if I come to this conference and I say, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a discussion about the risk of a bald tire. Now, Caroline and I have talked about vehicles. We're excited about cars. I believe that Japan makes some of the best cars in the world. That's why all my cars are Japanese. But if you say that we're going to talk about the risk of a bald tire, most people assume that we're talking about a bald tire that is on a vehicle that is in operation, that people are driving on the road. With that assumption, yes, there is grave risk. There's rain, there are hazards, you have to brake, you have to navigate around traffic, and you lose traction if your tires are not in proper working order. But if the bald tire is on a tire swing and the tire swing is in my backyard, then our asset, the bald tire, is still relevant, but the context of risk changes drastically because I'm not going to have an automobile accident using a bald tire on a swing in my backyard. The asset can move to another location. Maybe the swing is in a public park and my child is only 3 years old. I'm not going to allow my 3-year-old child to be in a public park using the asset without my presence. And so the asset and its context and the risk that is exposed to the asset makes a difference. But in most cybersecurity language, all they focus on is the tire, not where the tire is or who is using it or the location or the existence of the tire, and then the people who are around the tire that might cause some harm. And so part of what the chapter talks about is not only presenting the right information, but presenting it in the right context so that people understand the risk that we're exposed to, so that we can make the right decisions about risk treatment.
Caroline, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, Keon is totally brilliant. I think there's no question about that. It makes so much sense, and I love it because risk tolerance and risk management is something that each of us do every day in our daily lives. In today's state of the world, each of us is making decisions about vaccinations and about mask wearing and about our social distancing things. You know, each of these decisions is a risk management decision. I would like to add to Keon's comments. I think that there are certain conversations between security leaders and business leaders that can be difficult. And one of these types of difficult conversations is about risk tolerance. Because you can imagine if a security leader approaches a business leader and says, what do you think your risk tolerance is today on a scale of 1 to 10? That's not going to be a very valuable discussion. But there are ways to start a discussion in a way that is valuable and productive. You can start by identifying a common goal. So what if that goal is something like, hey, do you agree that we want to prevent the same cybersecurity problems from happening over and over again? That's a starting point. Another starting point might be, do you agree that we should reduce the probability that malicious attackers can stop critical systems and applications from functioning? And a third example, do you agree that we should require fixes for security bugs for which well-known attacks exist? Hopefully, the answer is yes. And the question depends on the organization. If the answer is yes, these questions are specific enough, you can build a plan to make that happen. And then you can get more concrete and more actionable about it.
I would say, Carolyn, that I would even take a step back to make it clear on the level of the risk involved. As an example, in your chapter, you talk about solar winds, you mentioned Equifax. For me, I would go to a business management and say, do we know if we have the vulnerability that hits solar winds? Do we know if we had SSL heartbleed? Do we know? And then you can start talking about, we've got to find these things out, and then we can measure the risk on it.
I do believe there is value in referencing recent news events. They don't even have to be recent. They can just be well known. So the 2017 Equifax breach, for example, this affected more than 140 million people. It cost $1.4 billion to clean up the mess, and there was an FTC settlement. How did this breach happen? It was not because of a super sophisticated zero-day technical issue. It was because some software was found to be vulnerable, a patch was made available, and Equifax did not deploy the patch. This was not a technical problem without a solution. The technical solution was available. This was a lack of people and process innovation. And the SolarWinds one is just as silly.
Kian, I'm going to come back to you on this because I'm going to move the direction a little bit here. Both you and Caroline talked about using the right frameworks within your chapters. You talked about framework. Can you give just a quick overview? When you're talking about framework, what were you talking about?
So I once was in charge of some very expensive things for the US government. And the budget for one of the projects, the United States has spent $100 billion on AIDS eradication. And so when I worked on the project, we had spent about $54 billion. Since I've left, they've spent an additional ridiculous amount of money. But $100 billion with a B is a very large number. And the thing that you do to measure the performance for something that large is not really break out a napkin or look at a tablecloth or even do it on a sheet of paper. It requires a precise methodology so that you can measure performance across many areas. The National Institute of Standards and Technology in the United States has a collection of special publications. One of these special publications, the reference number is 800-55. So NIST special publication 800-55 is the guide to conduct performance measurement for information security. Within that guideline, they outline 3 different categories of metrics. One of the metrics relates to the effectiveness of your security program and only the program without the controls. And encompassed in the program is your policies, your procedures, your standards, your guidelines, everything that talks about human behavior and what people are supposed to do. And so if we have a policy that says 100% of employees are going to do security awareness training, and then you measure your performance, and then you identify that only 85% of people are doing the training, now you have a methodical approach to demonstrate we are out of compliance, not as a binary, just yes or no, was it 100%, but to what extent have we failed to meet the standard? Because then you can do other statistical analysis to highlight what is the impact of not meeting the standard. The other category looks at the effectiveness of security controls. I think that a lot of organizations overlook the measuring of the effectiveness of their controls, because there's a difference between having a control in place and verifying that the control does what it's supposed to do whenever it's supposed to do it. You know, we can have encryption, but if we don't have the right level of encryption, or if we're using something that has been deprecated and is proven to no longer be effective, having SSL version 1 does me no good if TLS 1.3 is the standard, even though both of them are types of encryption for communications. The third category, once you look at the program and once you look at the effectiveness of your technical controls, actually measures the impact of security incidents. And so if you look at it from a financial perspective, business email compromise globally is the greatest risk to financial people and to procurement people within large organizations, because they're being tricked by a phishing message to wire money to a location that you can't recover those funds from. If we combine all of the categories, then I have a metric to measure the effectiveness of my security awareness training. Did all of my finance people do security awareness training? Then I have a metric to measure all of my technical controls that overcome the limitations in human behavior and make sure that if a malicious message comes in, or if a phishing message comes in, it's captured, it's filtered, the payload is detonated, just all of the technical things that you do, you can measure the effectiveness. And if both of those controls fail, the administrative and the technical fails, well, then my final metric says, what is the impact to the organization? Did it affect our revenue? Did the exploitation of the vulnerability affect our operational effectiveness? Did it affect a regulatory requirement? Did it affect just our reputation and our standing? I think that that tool, looking across all three of those categories, provides much more information to business decision makers who are responsible for risk appetite and risk tolerance and making sure the resources are provided, than simply saying, we did security awareness training and we're hoping for the best.
Carolyn, anything on that? I guess I'll leave a comment space for you on that one. There's a lot there to unwrap.
No, it's super good.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for checking the effectiveness of security controls. Perhaps you can also hear my dog barking. He agrees. And I like that Keon is referencing something that I'm personally a little less familiar with. I'm not nearly as familiar with NIST 855. So that's great, actually, because tonight I learned something and I have a reference for something that I can learn more about afterwards. I have a nuanced perspective on frameworks. And here's one challenge about frameworks. Sometimes frameworks make cybersecurity seem more complex than it really is. For example, NIST 853 is a document that is 500 pages long. That is intimidating. The PCI DSS document is more than 130 pages long. The BSIM is more than 100 security activities. The ASVS is more than 60 pages long. And despite all of the complexity, I also believe that security is simple. Simple does not mean easy, but I do believe that there is a way in which there are fundamentals that we can depend on. And I think there are really just 4 things when it comes to cybersecurity. Thing number 1 is governance. Know your assets, catalog your assets, track your assets. Number 2 is find your security problems. Number 3 is fix your security problems. And number 4 is prevent your security problems. I think that when I look at a 500-page document, it can be intimidating, but there are fundamentals that I think we can focus on.
Great, thanks. I'm going to take a breath here and slow down for a second. Yusuke is telling us that we do have questions from the audience. And we could, the 3 of us could go on for hours like this. So we're going to see if we can answer some people's questions. Yusuke, do we have something?
Yes, I got a question from the audience that's saying that, what do you think about metaverse? You know, it's going to be Facebook changed their name to Meta, and then metaverse is looks like it's coming up, and then is it going to be included in the concept of the modern cybersecurity? You know, the new field of the area of security. What do you think about the metaverse as cybersecurity or metaverse security?
Yeah, before I go off on a rant on Facebook, I'll let these 2 start. Carolyn, you want to, or Keon, go ahead. Either one of you, go ahead.
All right, so I'll go first only because I was first to take my microphone off mute. If we look at Facebook's move from a business perspective, they are having a lot of legal battles with regulators around the world. And there is negative brand association related to Facebook as a company. And Facebook, the company, was doing other things than just a social media platform. So I think the name change allows them to rebrand themselves. And I think it allows them to separate some of their technology from the social media platform. With that said, one of the things that I hope that they are compelled to do is address some of the security problems that they've had that have damaged their reputation, because their social media platform has not put a lot of effort into protecting personal information and protecting privacy, but they have a lot of opportunity for some of the technology that they're developing under the new company brand name to improve security practices, to improve trust, to improve confidence, and I hope to do DevSecOps properly, because that's what the conference is about and is a good thing to focus on. They're going to have to rapidly create new technologies and new interfaces to support those technologies. And my optimistic hope is that they do something proper with that as part of the change in brand name.
From my perspective, metaverse is about connecting people. And there are benefits and there are drawbacks to connecting people. One of the drawbacks has to do with security. If you are not connected and you are not sharing information, then perhaps it's less likely that that information will be stolen. Where there is more opportunity for connection, there is security risk. That does not mean we should not connect, but it's something to consider. And I think if we look at the historical behavior of Facebook when it comes to security and privacy, then any of us who are users of Facebook, who will be users of Metaverse, I think we have some reason to be suspicious.
For me, and I want to give a historical reference, Yusuke, I also put in the chat for everyone to see that the metaverse actually came from a book called Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. And the vision that Neil Stephenson created is something that Facebook is trying to recreate in real time here. It's an incredible concept. I'm not going to argue against the concept. But there is the trust factor after what we've seen in the past that Facebook allows to be done with private information. So not only is it a technology issue of privacy, it is a company issue on adhering to their own policies. I think that's the issue, the core issue that we're going to be needing to deal with on that. Yusuke?
Okay, thank you. So another question. What would, it's actually my question, but what would you recommend to do to the audience that after, finishing this conference, what are the 3 things they have to do? It's a combination, our audience is combination of engineers and the policy makers and the government officers and then self-employed consultants and doctors at the hospitals, a different, variety of people. But what would be the 3 things that they have to do probably today and tomorrow?
I'd like to handle this as each of us gets one thing. so that let's see what everybody's thinking about. Caroline, let's start with you. What's the one thing if somebody walks up and says, tomorrow morning, I need to do?
Obviously, you have to read the book. Mine was easy.
Keon.
All right, I'll go a little more academic. Caroline brought up a great concept, so I'm going to tie her into my answer. She mentioned risk appetite. Academically, risk appetite is the amount of risk an organization is willing to take to achieve their strategic objectives. Everybody in the audience, regardless of their background, should be intimately familiar with the strategic objective of the organization that they support, so that they can make sure when they're communicating about cybersecurity, their communication aligns with what the business wants to do. When I worked at the CDC, the theme of the security program was that we protect the science. We knew that the Centers for Disease Control was not in business to do cybersecurity. They were in business to study diseases, to do research, to advance public health. Our mission for security was to support the mission of the business. Everybody at the conference should intimately know the mission of their business so they know why they're doing what they're doing to support their organizations.
For my suggestion, I'm a very simple guy, and I think in very simple terms. And the first thing I would do is to go and look around your organization and find the internal champions that you can align with, because you're not going to be able to do this stuff alone. It's a big thing for me, especially in a large company. There are niche groups, there are people hiding in corners that believe in what you're doing. You have to find them. And then you can start putting together a message together and coming up with ideas that work together. The big thing about that, and Caroline, you talked about it for a second too, is it has to be cross-silo. It can't just be in your vertical. The teams have to be aligned across the platform, not just in one place. Caroline, I'll give you another chance at that unless you want to stay with the book.
So definitely read the book. And for folks, one of the things that we talked about in our session is the OWASP Top 10. If you do not know what is the OWASP Top 10, or if the person who is a champion that you find does not know the OWASP Top 10, I happen to be an instructor for a series of LinkedIn learning courses on the OWASP Top 10, and you might consider that a resource.
Excellent. Good. Yusuke, how did that sound to you?
Yeah, good. So where can they get the book?
Funny you should ask. I have that all queued up. How's that? Number one is you can go to Amazon. It is Amazon. Yusuke, I was surprised on how much you had to pay for it, because I have set it up so that it is available in Japan. I think you had to pay like 20 United States dollars for that, right?
More than that, I paid 50 for including the courier. Yeah.
Oh, you get to Caroline, she'll mail you some. So you can go to Amazon, and for those that are watching, it is 5-star reviewed with 4 ratings so far. Very excited that it's getting that kind of response. We have had literally over 1,000 downloads in the first month. It seems to have hit a market, which is very exciting. If you want a digital copy, I will paste this. This is a place that you can go and actually get your copy for free. So I will paste that in the chat room. I don't know how that's spreading to everyone, but Yusuke, can you make sure that everybody gets that? Great, thank you. So the book is for free on the digital version. If you like hard copies, that is available on Amazon. Also, you'll probably see me and Keon minimally in Southeast Asia over the next year to 2 years, hopefully within the next 6 months. And we will be carrying books with us so that we can actually hand books out. How's that?
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much. So enjoy the rest of the conference and have a good night. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
はい、ではお三方、なかなか。
Thank you very much. The 3 speakers, one was from the beautiful garage. We'd like to have a break here. And we are moving ahead of the schedule. But the interpreters are exhausted, so we would like to have a longer break. We'd like to restart at 1:25. We'd like to start at 1:25 and return to Hassan Yasaru-san's lecture. Enjoy the break. See you later.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける、
できること、広がる、データ分析の民主化、
最適な意思決定、
挑戦できる未来、
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常、
成長です。
ときめく
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、
豊かな社会、
意味のある仕事を作る、
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる、
誰も想像できない
大きな成功、イントゥリアンノン、
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する、
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来、
データ×ワクワクイコール未来、
できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践は デジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は、人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける、
できること広がる、データ分析の民主化、
最適な意思決定、
挑戦できる未来、
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常、
成長です。
ときめく
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、
豊かな社会、
意味のある仕事を作る、
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる、
誰も想像できない
大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来、
データ×ワクワクイコール未来、
できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の 勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は、人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉え、ビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける、
できること広がる、データ分析の民主化、
最適な意思決定、
挑戦できる未来、
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常、
成長です。
ときめく
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、
豊かな社会、
意味のある仕事を作る、
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる、
誰も想像できない
大きな成功、イントゥリアンノン、
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来、
データ×ワクワクイコール未来、
できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような 勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は、人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。
お願いします。
はい。では、午後の、もうとっくに午後になってますが、少し。
It is the afternoon, but I hope that you got a good break from the United States. The last speaker for today, likewise yesterday, we have invited Professor Hassan. He's going to talk about do's and don'ts of DevSecOps. For those people who have not viewed yesterday, after this session, if you were to look into the Hassan-san's presentation, it will deepen your understanding. And last year, he was also covered a very basic stuff, and hopefully that you'll be able to look into such a video. So we'd like to start. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yusuke, for introduction. I'm happy to be part of DevSecOps Days event, and we are the second day. And I really enjoyed so far. We had so many great talks. We have so many discussions. We had so many questions. That really means to me that we are in the right direction since we are doing the DevSecOps Days. This is the second year and great interest. So what I would like to really talk about today, and let me share my screen as well as parallel. So what I'm going to talk about, as you said, do's and don'ts of DevSecOps. Can everybody see my screen? Okay, is that okay? All right, let's make the presentation mode.
It's kind of the, yeah, go ahead.
All right, so what I will talk about is do's and don'ts of DevSecOps. What really means, and we don't want to make some mistakes while we are implementing DevSecOps, or what things we do the right, what things with some problems in DevSecOps implementation. So I'm going to cover up that topic, especially if you are starting a journey in your DevSecOps implementation, or if you like to address some security, what things we're supposed to do, what things we have to ignore. That's going to be our major discussion today. So who am I? And I have been doing for software development, software engineering and management, and plus the teaching the experience almost 25 years. So, and I have been supporting various research group as well. And I'm the co-author of the IEEE 2675 DevOps standards and also configuration management. And on top of that, I have been managing about 50 plus people at the Software Engineering Institute, or focusing specifically for DevSecOps and Agile, mainly for DoD customers. So let's look at the reason why we are talking about the facts.
I heard you published a book in Japan.
That's true, actually. That's right. I forgot to bring that. I was so excited. This is the book that Jessica and we published the book, and I just got it today from the cargo. I really enjoyed it. I don't know how to read it. You're just going to teach me. You're going to teach me how to read it, by the way.
Cyber
yeah.
攻撃。
Right.
なんだっけ？
So
サイバー攻撃。
This is a cyber attack. This is to gain anti sort of the biotech for the cyber attack. So that's available with Amazon.
That's actually the content. Again, I know that, of course, my part, and especially the second part as well, we were trying to address the security by doing the right stuff with the DevSecOps. So great. It's my favorite book right now. Thank you. So let's continue. Let's look at the fact. When we look at the fact right now, what is the problem that we are dealing? I know you heard about so many problems today. I'm just going to a little bit highlight here. And as you can see, cyber incidents keep increasing, like thousands and more than 159,000. Then when we look at the cost of the breach happening so far in the third quarter, it's about 7 billion records exposed in the first 3 quarters. The impact is about the $5 billion impact to the industry. So there's a reason. But however, the most important part here is we should have prevented 93% of the breaches if we have done the right stuff. So like what really means we are wasting our money, we are wasting our time, we're not paying enough attention to prevent it. Something is wrong here, right? We are seeing so many records, so many outage, so many billions of impact, but 93% is preventable. So what is really wrong with this? It's just mind-blowing. Like, we're supposed to do our job better if you know it or if you spend the time, right? Another interesting story I would like to share, the software vulnerabilities, we call as the common vulnerabilities enumerator, which is CVEs, it's changing by year. If you look at the screen, and you will see from literally starting from 1999 up to 2021, every year it is increasing. That's kind of also parallel what we saw in the previous slide. So the problem is increasing. We see more vulnerabilities. But when we look at the vulnerabilities in the software, it is based on the bad practices that we are writing the code. So vulnerabilities, like if there is a vulnerability in application that we purchased or library we used it, or using a Windows application or any application in either in our mobile application or kind of communication message we do, some the application for the picture, anything else we use, if it is not properly addressed the security in the code perspective, it is going to cause some vulnerabilities. So that's kind of a list of the known vulnerabilities. That's kind of a things has been discovered every year. As you can see, it's not getting slow, it's just increasing. I know we had a little bit slow in the kind of time frame, about 2011, 2012, but it is really increasing. And right now it's about 18,000 vulnerabilities discovered in this year. So we haven't finished up the year, by the way, yet. That's kind of a latest information from US CERT website, Common Vulnerability Database, from the MITRE perspective as well. So that goes back to the previous slide. We're not able to prevent that breach because of the vulnerabilities increasing. So why it really matter to us? Like there is a fact we discussed, we talk about CVs, because the world we are living is everything is based on the software. So now we more depend on the software, either in a mobile device or IoT or the desktop or laptop, whatever we do, we so depend on the software. When we depend so much on the software, now we see more increasing the vulnerabilities. We're going to see more increase in the specifically for the impact than we should see in organizations. So let's look at another perspective, how we are managing that, why we cannot prevent the vulnerability early. This is one example for specifically financial institute. So when we look at the financial institute, they're able to find out the vulnerabilities 75% in their application lifecycle. However, how much time they are spending or how much money they're spending, it is completely opposite. Because they're spending probably 7% in the production environment, or they're spending 3.57% and it's less than like 5%, and for remediation perspective, or not able to use the right development tools in that environment. So we know the vulnerabilities, which is really sad, but we are not able to mitigate those vulnerabilities in the lifecycle perspective. We're not able to put security requirements in it. We're not able to keep track those. I know this is a financial specific example. It is this almost the same every industry, which is telling me another problem here. So we know the problems as vulnerabilities, but somehow we are unable to fix it. So like it's really even said either because we know but we cannot fix it. Why we cannot fix the vulnerabilities early life cycle? It is difficult because it's very challenging to build up a secure software practices in the life cycle. Why is really hard? Because writing code is always hard. I mean, we can build up the code, we know the functionalities, but writing a secure code is even harder because we don't have enough knowledge as engineers so they can follow the security coding practices either using a .NET framework or using a C# or Java or JavaScript, whatever the language they were using it is really requiring a specific skill set to write a code. But in the education system, I have been teaching years at the Carnegie Mellon, which is the #1 CS department in the world. We're not really teaching in a undergrad level about the security. We are talking about more better algorithms, better software engineering practices. Why we cannot teach about security? Because it is requiring the common knowledge about attack vectors and another discipline. So it's kind of like evolving every time, every year. That's the reason we're not able to integrate into our life cycle. Another important things we discuss, actually the panelists discuss in my previous session today, it's very, very focused on the risk perspective. If you don't know the organization risk that we are dealing, we are not able to spend enough money and time to mitigate those risks. So we are not really spending enough budget and exercise or the allocation for our environment, so we cannot fix that. So overall, it's very challenging and building up a secure software development practices to prevent that breach, to prevent less vulnerabilities. We don't have a vulnerability in our application because if we practice CWS, which is the common security practices on language, we will build up a more resilient application. We should have a less vulnerabilities in our application. If the vulnerability is increasing, that means we are not doing our job well in our software development perspective. So as a result of these challenges, it is becoming a last-minute security problem. You know, that's kind of my favorite graphic here. We always look at that. Yes, we're going to do something. Let's deploy the production environment and then assume that everything is going to work out. Then suddenly it's going to happen a data breach. So all these assumptions that we have been dealing, so we knew it, as you saw in the financial sector, we know there is a problem. We know that there is a vulnerability in our application, but we kind of blindly accept the reality. We push the software to deployment environment, and suddenly we got breached. So what are we going to do right now? So how can we fix this problem? So really, we have to use the DevSecOps principle to fix the problem, right? So I'm going to talk about a three-pillar concept. So what really DevOps is saying, three main components: the people, the process, and the platform. The people is us. Okay, let's look at each of them quickly, what the people, what the process means, what the platform means in DevSecOps perspective. So when we do this concept as DevSecOps, we can enable the continuous of everything. So we know that planning, we know the reasoning, we know the risk perspectives, we can educate the people, we can build up right process, we can build up right platform. So when we look at the people perspective, kind of a quick summary here, we are looking to people who are the stakeholders in a life cycle. They have the shared information, like secure design, secure environment, security deployment planning, secure code review has to be shared. Why it was challenging? Because we don't have the right skills in our engineers, or we don't know what type of dependence are we going to use. We don't know what type of environment we are going to use. So we're expecting certain people do everything. Another statistics here I would like to share, based on the survey I have been doing for a couple of years, there is one security expert and 100 developers. So can we expect that one security person do everything, then 100 developers are building the system? There is no way. We cannot scale up this equation. There's no way we can build up a complete connection if we not share it. If we share the information, one person as a security person can share the information about the environment, about the knowledge, about attack. That's the way we can increase our knowledge and help the developer to build up the secure system. How can we share the knowledge? We can share the various techniques, which we can use the DevSecOps environment. We can use the chat, we can use wiki pages, we can use email, we can use any type of mechanism to share the information, which is people pieces, right? Which is the people, actually, for my opinion, people is the problem not able to put the security in the life cycle. We are not doing our job, so I'm going to cover up more in detail. When we look at the process is how are we going to use the infrastructure, a platform, as the people we are following guidance. Like, yes, we would like to solve the problem, but it is also requiring how are we going to communicate? What type of tasks we can use? How can we repeat those tasks? How can we allow each other? How can we create a confidence, which is about creating a process. DevSecOps doesn't mean doing everything randomly, or agile practices doesn't mean writing a cowboy coding like you can do whatever you want, you can do whatever, whenever you can. That's not, there's a discipline. DevSecOps is bringing discipline. So we have to really follow up the guidelines in the process, we could be successful. Like one specific example is, if you don't really follow the kind of a strict regime of committing code into repositories, it will be very challenging having a continuous integration. Or if you don't follow the code review practices with respect to security, we cannot look at any security problem in the code perspective. So it's really important to follow up to some process. Let's continue. When we look at the platform is the infrastructure where we run our systems and our security testing. So all these things has to be working together. We can build up the infrastructure code, we can use other capabilities. So eventually we can build up a platform where people can use with the right process. Kind of, I give an example, like a tree, like stool example. If you build up the platform, which is your DevSecOps environment, if you don't have people educated, your platform will be useless. If you have a very strict process, like you have a lot of boundaries, people cannot talk to each other, maybe you cannot share it, and it's not going to work either. So you should find a balance on the people, educate those and let them share, let them people using the guidelines and practice and build up secure environment. So it's all related together. Let's continue for DevSecOps perspective now. So as I said at the beginning, this is a typical secure lifecycle, development lifecycle. Like we kind of start from our inception, which is kind of our requirements, and then we go into the build up your project configuration, which is how are we going to use the production environment, like in dev environment. You can build up the container hardened version. You can plan all these examples. As you can see, there are multiple things can be done throughout the life cycle with respect to security. Secure code review, security testing, security deployment, security review. So when we look at this perspective, and each of the steps in the life cycle from security life cycle, it is requiring to share and communicate and creating a feedback, which is another principles of DevOps, having a continuous feedback. So when we put this context under a secure DevOps lifecycle, so we are expecting to build up a continuous security feedback without breaking the rapid delivery. Let's look at it one more time here. In this cycle, we would like to go fast. What the fast means, having a continuous integration, like build the code, and having a continuous deployment so we can deliver into the staging production environment. When we are going to use any type of testing somewhere here, if it takes more than a day or more than 2 days, that means we are blocking the build or we are blocking the deployment. Why we do that? Because we are doing last minute testing, or we are some kind of like planning maybe a long batch size, which is kind of a delaying to deploying practices by inserting another guardrails in this process. Guard is kind of like a gate or the blocking. So what we would like to do really having a continuous security feedback without breaking any type of rapid deliveries. How is that happening? So technically we can build up a continuous feedback to all the stakeholders, various phases in our life cycle. Like a code review is one of the fundamental principles in the secure engineering practices by analyzing the code with respect to the security perspective, not looking for the code styling, not looking for the code functionalities. We can look at the code by known vulnerabilities of the specific language. Honestly, as I said yesterday as well, if you look at the yesterday video in more detail, you will see it. There are certain coding practices on a language. It's not really huge. It's very less, like 10, 15 known practices we are talking about. How are we reviewing the code? We have to look at the code review, find out some security problems in the review perspective. Same thing for integration, same thing for the testing, same thing for hardware integration, or I'm sorry, for the infrastructure perspective as well. So which basically we are building up a continuous feedback, and with the continuous feedback, we can use the developers and others to continuously support and sharing information between each others. So let's continue and let's look at what things we're supposed to do as the right, what things we should block or not do it, which is kind of talking about do's and don'ts of DevSecOps. The first thing is important for automation. As I said before, we don't want to leave the security automation out of DevOps. We cannot have another siloed security testing somewhere else. That security testing should be part of our DevOps automation strategy. We cannot really leave any type of dependencies outside our DevSecOps environment. Open source should be inside our automation infrastructure perspective. When we are creating any type of security testing, when we are creating any type of fast testing or dynamic analysis testing, we really plan those as part of our planning infrastructure. If you do separate, it will create a problem for us. So what we have to do for eliminate those, we have the build, we have the functional testing, we have the deployment, we have the reporting. All this can be part of our DevSecOps environment. Like we're going to build up a secure builds. We have to do security functional testing. We have to do secure deployment. We have to look at the security reporting, sharing information automatically with the rest of the stakeholders. Yeah, we cannot make a coffee machine because we are using as manually, that's fine. But really we have to build up automation as part of our life cycle, as part of our DevSecOps practices. Let's look at another problem with respect to the environment parity, which is very common with respect to security. If the environment's not the same, what that really means, like we are building a code in our dev environment in our laptops, when we share the code to the tester, environment will act differently. Like if I configure my base image running in the test environment has different ports, maybe some of the ports has been blocked from security operations. And different environment is a very bad mistakes. Then don't do the different environment in your life cycle. Think about that environment parity between all stakeholders, between the all stages, like between dev, between test, between product environment is very critical, controlling any type of security gaps in between, like configuring the specific libraries in that environment, using the same version of the environment in that libraries. Like one specific things, let's say if you're using an Ubuntu machine and you're using some third-party libraries in the Ubuntu machine, so you may be fixed in the production environment, but you haven't fixed in the staging yet. You may be testing the code. It will have a different result based on different environments. What do we have to do? So we have to build up environment parity to keep the same consistent configuration of each environment. So we can automate the environment, development environment, operational or staging or testing. We can use the same script because it's infrastructure as a code concept. And every time We just change the configuration of environment. So we have the same code that will produce the same environment, and our code will be running on it. So when we look at this perspective, now we are adding a tool to automate this environment, not for developers. We are keeping everybody in the life cycle of environment. Everybody means tester, QA, security, red teaming, blue teaming, whatever the team that you have, you can keep everything under the same environment paradigm. So let's look at the configuration perspective as an IAC. Yes, we would like to build up a infrastructure as a code, but we don't want to be writing as manual configurations. If you do the manual configuration, any type of items that you are configuring, exactly you will see on the picture, as you can see, like a lot of spaghetti things, a lot of cabling laying around. You may get something to working, running, but you cannot maintain your configurations. It will be very challenging for us, even though it still is happening right now in a modern organization still. Like one example actually happened recently at the Facebook. The configuration was using a DNS server, and DNS server was not properly managed, and it kind of gave a Facebook outage in an environment, so which is very problematic thing. So we have to really drop any type of manual configurations. Question? All right, so I'm going to move on. So really we have to avoid any type of manual fixing, so we can really have the automated configuration of environment by keeping environment as infrastructure code concept. So another problem, and we are kind of ignoring, which is insider threat. So typically insider threats, and we kind of trust all our employees, which is great. We trust each other, but sometimes people can kind of either doing the attack or doing some kind of impersonate, get into our production environment, but actually the person is not working for us. Person is working for somebody else. A best example on this specifically, a SolarWind case. In the SolarWind case, there was a kind of insider threat happen. Somebody was able to get into the production environment of the code that has been produced and able to put something into the production or a development environment or a code and insert some malicious code into it. So what we have to do as the right perspective, whoever is accessing our infrastructure piece in our the repository management, we can set up a right controls. Yes, we trust our friends. We would like to have it. We are working as a team, but some critical component has to be alerted to multiple users or multiple developers. Like what that means, going back to the SolarWind example, if I am changing one of the administrative module of the code, the system, repository management should alert a couple persons. At least we can keep eye on it, who's changing, who's configuring, who's accessing an environment. In this situation, transparency is your key. So make sure that you're reporting any type of changes on a critical component of your system. Any changes in your code has to be alerted to everybody else. One tips for you, if you're using a GitLab or if you're using a repositories, just put the notification on your management perspective. Maybe you're a dev lead, maybe another developer. Just get a notification for your email box or the chat message. At least you can see who is changing. If you see any suspicious activities, and go change that and or alert other people. So when we look at incidents, yes, incident will happen. We cannot really avoid that. We are doing our best to prevent it, but it will happen. When that happens, it will create a lot of cascading failure in our system. It will crash. When it crashes, we're just going to be panicking around, try to do what things is going wrong. So what we have to do, we have to be ready. So like ready means we can survive and we can say, oh my goodness, everything is done, everything is great, and we are able to get it done. We spend maybe 18 hours to fix the problem. So what? What happened after that? Which is a kind of really bad things. We can learn our mistakes, but next time we should think about that. How can we configure our plan, what we should do with respect incident response plan in our DevSecOps thinking in an environment? We should be ready. Like we can develop our incidents plan, we can develop our lesson learned, put into the kind of a knowledge places, we can learn, we can get better out of it. So it's just thinking about, it's not a one-time fixing. It may happen in the future again. So we should be ready. What the readiness means in our infrastructure perspective, in our production environment, we can build up the software bill of materials, we can build up the artifactories, we can build up the architectural component, we can develop a system security plan. These things will help us to be ready for anything if there is an incident happens. So we should be ready for a response. Okay. So another problem that we have been seeing so far is open source technology. So in the book that we wrote together, you can see a lot of content on this open source technology. You can read later on, but more specifically, 98% of developers are using open source tools. Like we are writing a very, very tiny piece of code as the tip of iceberg, but most of the code is somewhere else, somebody else code, somewhere else. People are using it. What we should do, right? If you follow your guidelines without ignoring, without looking for anything open source, just kind of using a Wild West and copy from the Stack Overflow or copy from different places, don't do that. Versus what you should do, you can build up your software bill of materials. You can build up your communication with the InfoSec team. So basically, they can give you a whitelisted application. They can help you to build up the internal registry for your Docker container environment, possibly. You can build up your internal repositories where you put all the third-party libraries in it, or at least you can have a monitoring tools and to monitor your open source libraries. So these are the best techniques to build up an open source knowledge. Again, we are not against it. We are not really saying that you should drop the open source. No, use it, but you should know it. It's important. If you don't know what you're using it, if you forget it, if you're not really having any record any type of libraries, you'll get off guarded, which is kind of your incident response plan. I said it before, we should plan what is really coming. We should do our job, right? If we do our job well, as the dependencies or the third-party libraries or infrastructure pieces, then we can be ready for any type of system outage down the road. So another one is the kind of a rollback perspective and the continuous rollback, which is we are doing the continuous delivery, right? So we would like to deliver our capabilities to the production environment. And it's always like you're kind of parachuting yourself from the airplane, but you cannot really go back if you don't have a plan. So what the rollback means, if something goes wrong, are we able to go back to the previous version? Rollback is really essential for security deployment. If something is wrong, if it is not working, or maybe some security related problem you may see in the production environment, are you able to go back to the previous version as early as possible? Are you able to go back to the right version? Are you able to push the new version in your environment? This is really important to develop some strategy of your delivery mechanisms. Like you can do some feature flag, you can do some A/B testing, you can do various testing in your deployment perspective. So make sure that you have a plan and you have automation script. That automation script should roll back to the previous version infrastructure and same as of the code perspective. So it looks like I'm running out of time, but I'm just going to make it quick to finish up a couple of things. So what are we going to apply what we learned from today, our 30 minutes discussion right now, what we learned? Definitely next week, when you start your work, try to change your mindset. First mindset I'm expecting from each of you, it is not your job, it's not our job, it's our job. That's the reason we are doing these DevSecOps days all around the world. That's the reason we have DevSecOps days in Tokyo. So we would like to make sure that you are changing your mindset, saying, we are all together. We're going to fix this problem. Let's learn from our mistakes. Next month, try to build up security into your DevOps pipeline. Think about incremental security integration. Look at the security testing, look at the security planning, look at the security result. So eventually you can integrate security into your life cycle. By end of 2022, next year, we're going to have another DevSecOps Days event next year. Really, we would like to put ourselves as a goal. We can develop a secure application using a DevSecOps end-to-end lifecycle. Let's start. Let's have a first application, fully automated, fully analyzed, fully checked out the security, so we can talk about the metrics next year. But we should have the secure integration for definitely end of 2022. So if you'd like to get more example or exercise, you can look at this URL and you can follow up from the GitHub website, and which have been publishing the various documentation, various notes. You can follow it, or you can follow me through the SCI website for the various DevSecOps blogs or webinar and podcasts. We have been doing it. And lastly, if there's any question, I'm happy to answer the question, and I would like to connect with each of you as well. Thank you, Sukai. If there's any question, I'm happy to talk right now.
Thank you. Yes, we can only take one question, and he's asking about, is there any problem of DevSecOps?
So when we say the problems, like we don't see any problem specifically. If the problem is more about, and we are not really integrating the right security practices into the life cycle, Yusuke. So the problem is kind of we are doing security as classical ways, like we are doing some security analysis as just a testing perspective, or we are doing security analysis and more specifically on the one side of stores. We're not able to connect that. So problem is wrong implementation of DevSecOps, Yusuke. So DevSec is not the problem. Implementation is the problem.
Yeah, that's right. So when you do for example, when you for the developers to change their platforms, which is functioning pretty well, and then to upgrade things that are functioning, is that as a developer they need a lot of courage to do that. So I think it's the growth mindset is important, but how would they have to have the such guts to renew to the upgrade to the new platforms, architecture and everything.
Yep, exactly. That's really important.
Okay, so thank you very much, and we'll hear from you more probably in a couple of months or so.
Absolutely. Yes,
yeah,
we should do some one-on-one sessions.
Yeah, lastly, これがサイバー攻撃への抗体学とか。
So this shows the book introduced in Japan and how to gain the antibody for cyber attack. Apology that I was talking in a different channel, but Professor Hassan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 5-minute delay from the schedule. Currently, he is taking the member of the House of Councillors, and we would like to invite Dr. Kenzo Fujisue. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us despite your busy schedule. 1,900 people registered, and yesterday we had 600 viewers. As to the number of views yesterday, it tops 1,000. Now, as to the economic security that you're going to talk about, all of a sudden that this brought up as a topic under the Premier Kishida. So if you could cover that, that would be appreciated. I'm Fujisue, member of the House of Councillors. Actually, I thought that I should do it in English, therefore I have prepared in English, but 90% of the audience is Japanese, and it was recommended that I should do it in Japanese. Well, actually, this is the meeting session that cybersecurity will be taught in Japan and the US. Apologies for that. So the presentation is in English, but I'm going to talk in Japanese. Economic security is brought up very much abruptly, but to be honest with you, about 3 years ago, it was October 2018, the Pence, the vice president, he made some speech, and there was criticism made to the China and how to combat with China from a US perspective. So that is still ongoing. So simply put, as to the economic security, in a sense, it is China is assumed. And this is a security, it's not just security from the military perspective, but the technology, economic, including R&D or supply chain and industries. The security should be considered. So it has been imported from the US little by little, and then under Premier Kishida, he decided to formulate this. So 3 years ago, this has already been addressed in the United States, and we would like to make it into the real. As for the cybersecurity, to some extent, knowledge is there, and cybersecurity law, where I joined as a member of Parliament to discuss on cybersecurity is very much lagging behind. As to the concept of economic security, which is emerging, but cybersecurity will probably incorporate into this economic security concept. That is what I'd like to discuss. Let me share with you my background. I was born in Kumamoto, 1964, and I graduated from Tokyo Institute of Technology in '86, and then I joined the METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and then I studied abroad. In 1999, I quit the public officer, and then I was appointed as associate professor at the University of Tokyo, and then I go to the Center for the first time in 2004. There are some career, it is not shared here. But the guest professor or the special professor at the Carnegie Mellon University, and I'm the fellow for the cyber terrorism unit, and I do have a connection with the CME. In 2001, as here it says senior vice minister for the MIC. Now, I covered telecommunication, and I was in charge of the cyber-related issues. So, as a politician, I was involved in these things. What makes a difference with other parliament members? Since I understand technology to some extent, and at least once a year, I go to abroad, and maybe if we were often the cases 2 to 3 times, and I go to the United States. And Lincoln Lab, that is the organization under MIT. It is at the MIT in relation to security. This involves in the security, including missile defense. And the other one is at Carnegie Mellon. I'm giving some lecture. And the other is NIST, NICT. This could look like a laboratory to create standards. However, cybersecurity or resilience standards are formulated there. Here in Japan, it is not adopted. However, the most very much advanced standards are available, and I think there's no choice for Japan to adopt in the future. In addition to that, I visit the US lab. Well, actually, I'm visiting places which are not here, but the latest cyber technologies are to be looked by myself. What I'd like to say is this: more than we think, by far, our technology is very much lagging behind in terms of the cybersecurity and resilience. For example, for myself, well, actually, I visit other areas or other places. For example, I was stunned. OS level attack comes from external. What is going to do? Well, the technology to replace OS often. So it's not a segment. So OS itself is segmentalized, and always it's available to be replaced. And when I heard that, I was wondering if it would be possible. So from technical perspective, it is possible. When I heard and the other one is decoy. Maybe the virtual decoy is to be created to show. So which I actually saw as a first hand. So the security technology is advancing to that extent, and also they do have a cyber attack technology capability. So what makes the most difference is that the United States Cyber Command is formulated for US military. So the cyber soldier is in place, but the cyber team is just started to be launched in Japan. So this makes a big difference. So what needs to be done is that we have to think on this issue with the public. It shows the history of Japan's cybersecurity policy. So in a nutshell, one of them is in 2014, under the bill, we have enacted cybersecurity basic law. So this is the bipartisan initiative. As to the cybersecurity in Japan, this is the only law available in relation to cybersecurity. So under this, we have created NIC that covers cybersecurity. That is under the cabinet secretariat. So we only have one law as to cybersecurity. And the US, they have already formulated the cyber command and cyber teams. But in 2018 here in Japan, the new National Defense Program guidelines were offered. That is the defense guideline for the first time in the domain of cyber defense. The word defense is just mentioned. This just 3 years ago. This is just a pointer. For those people outside of Japan, when it comes to the cybersecurity and resilience, I wanted to share with you that how late we are in terms of the legislation and initiatives. And this is my personal viewpoint. As I said earlier, we do have a NISC organization, and maybe some of you are working for NISC, but the number of staff is around 200 at the moment. In addition to that, so this agency or institute of NISC, based on this is the organization created under cybersecurity security law. For example, there is the setting law for the financial area or sector, but there is no such area, no such law is in place. Then there is very much less empowerment or the authority, even though they have the power to put together. However, to the actual cybersecurity in the area of the financial area, that is the FSA that they cover. And if we were transportation, then the MLIT is covering. And if it is by utility, then METI. As you find here,
so there are some research institution under the different ministries as well. So which means that our cyber-related initiatives are not integrated. So it's fragmented in that sense. And how to integrate these initiatives is very important. So this is about economic security, and there's the critical infrastructure on the right. So there are important the infrastructure, and to protect that infrastructure is the main part of economic security, and the cyber is the core of that. So talking about the organization NISC, so as I said, there's no law to establish NISC. There's no establishment law for NISC. So first of all, we have to have that law, and we have to have more staffs and budgets and also authorities as well. That is what we have to do. And actually, some people say that the digital agency should do that. However, we had a short time of discussion to establish a digital agency, and how to position cybersecurity in our framework was not discussed when we had a discussion to establish digital agency, and I personally feel like I could do more about that. However, talking about cybersecurity and resilience for Japanese government, how should position that in our legal framework is one of the agenda which we have to work on. So talking about ISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis Center, so that this is a slide for my presentation I did in the United States. So this is about the alliance, US-Japan alliance, and now there's a collaboration going on. So at the government level, there's a collaboration going on. And it's now the functioning, and it's a quite old data from 3 years ago. It's the data or the comparison of the budget on cybersecurity between Japan and the United States. On the left, we have the budget of Japan, which is about 73 billion Japanese yen, which is equivalent to 700 million US dollars. However, when it comes to the US budget, it's about 2 trillion yen, so which is equivalent to 20 billion US dollars. And most of the budget is going to the defense, military, and the homeland security. So as you can see, the difference is approximately 30 times. And because there's this difference, you can guess that there's the differences of technologies between two countries. So if Japan can capture even a part of the layer of cybersecurity, that is what we have to do. So rather than having a black box or rather than using the security system of as a country as it is, we should have at least the part of the layer. And then I'd like to talk about economic security. So first of all, this April, NSS, National Security Secretariat, set up economic division, and the head is Mr. Fuji in the photo. So he is the counselor level. And now we have a new minister for economic security policy. So Mr. Kobayashi is the minister. And on November 19, the Council for Enhancing Economic Security was set up, and the first meeting was held, and the Prime Minister Kishida is the top of the council. And the Prime Minister presented 3 targets related to economic security. So now, the Prime Minister said in the press conference that he would like to promote the economic security. However, actually, this was not covered much on Japanese media. So it's actually the Japanese government is trying to catch up with what is done in the United States. However, unfortunately, talking about the cybersecurity, we are experiencing some difficulty to catch up the United States, and probably we need some more understanding from the general public to promote this further. So how to boost Japan's economic security? So this is the translation of what was said by Prime Minister Kishida. So now the global affairs are changing, and also the complexity of global affairs has grown. So there's pandemic and the large scale cyber attacks, and there's international terrorism as well. So now there are growing risks, and talking about the security, there's AI and the quantum, so that these are the important technologies. And cybersecurity and cybersecurity technology is another important area. However, unfortunately, cybersecurity was not clearly mentioned in Japan's economic security. And under these circumstances, so each country promotes and strengthens economic security related measures. So there are industrial infrastructure and also the sensitive technologies. So we have to prevent leaks of sensitive technologies. And also we have to control the exploitation as well. So the there's management done on cyberspace. So that's it why cyber resilience is the foundation of economic security. So this is my the personal comment on that remark. So Japan's roadmap, actually, there's not much things are mentioned in the roadmap. So the first one is enhancing autonomy, and also we have to reduce vulnerabilities in key infrastructure and supply chains. And second, indispensability. So we have to promote this in terms of the technology and the industry. And also number three, international order. So based on fundamental values and rules, we have to maintain and strengthen international order. So there's the freedom and the democracy which Japan and the US support. So we have to maintain and strengthen these values. So as a government, as there needs to be the whole of the government engagement and also strategic international collaboration, and also there needs to be industry, academia, government collaboration. So this is very important. And talking about the government engagement or the whole of the government engagement, so METI and also the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of International Affairs and also the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance. So there are various authorities or ministries. And NSS integrates all these initiatives. And talking about strategic international collaboration, of course, the US-Japan relationship is a key, and also we have the Quad, and also talking about industrial, academia, government collaboration, this is the area we are lagging behind. So in the academia, they are the institution which research security, and there are some institution doing the security area. However, there's not the huge institution like other countries which have the dedicated research program, and also the academic institution in Japan cannot receive grants from Ministry of Defense. So it's not only about economic security, it's more about the national security in general, and it's also about cyber security. So this is the foundation of all of these. So this has to be analyzed, and in order to do that, we really have to have the collaboration between industry, academia, and the government. Next, so regarding the challenges of economic security, so at the very first the meeting of the council, the Prime Minister Kishida talked about the challenges as well. It was announced on 19th of November. So regarding the details, so there's the enhancing autonomy and also the addressing risks and also the Land Use Regulation Act. These things are mentioned. And on the right, there are the rule-based international order, the defending and enhancing the rule-based international order. So it's about the rule-making and also the collaboration with the international organization.
Especially as to the international institutions, WHO, ITU, the different organizations are in place. There is a more number of heads led by Chinese people, maybe Japanese, or maybe some the person who has a close relationship with Japan should take the head position. That would be better. The other one is ensuring superiority. For instance, you find here think tank function that we do evaluate. The other one is the R&D disclosure of foreign fund R&D, and the other one is the investment screening. The Japanese companies with a good technical capability where the foreign company will be able to purchase. Now, what is needed is economic intelligence. And the other one is administration. To put together the stakeholders or the related ministers to for the capacity building. The other one, digital agency and the NISC. Actually, there are 4 areas where activities are in place. One is to evaluate supply chain. The other one is to protect the infrastructure. The other one is the PP cooperation. Other one is secret patent. Under OECD member companies, only Japan and Mexico are lacking with the secret patent related to trades where we will be able to hold without any public knowledge. Again, to secure or protect this as we have to protect the patent without disclosing, but we don't have that. In the absence of a secret patent, companies involved in the defense, they disclose information without gaining patent, and it was held as trade secret while they are involved in the research, and in a sense, such information was stolen. So when working together with the overseas companies, we need to organize the system to protect information through the patent, the secret patent. As to the first patent for the Council for Enhancing Economic Security, this put together the Premier Kishida's statement. For the current status, it is more increasing as to secure strategic goods and acquire critical technologies. And it is necessary to secure key policy. The other one is enhance the autonomy of economic structure. In addition to that, we need to have a technology for AI and so on. The other one is we have to strengthen the rule-based international order. The last one, directions to minister. And the Kobayashi, the minister for the economic securities policies. So, however, as I said earlier, for the financial sector that is under the financial agency or FSA, and for the telecommunication is under MIT, so it is very much silo. So it is necessary to formulate a law to promote or enhance economic security. Actually, there is a launch of the Economic Security Legislation Preparation Office. So the law conducive to the economic security, currently it is under discussion how it should be prepared. Now I do have the flags of Japan and the US. With respect to the relationship between Japan and the US, it is the basis for the world order.
And I think US and Japan should make a new world order together. Thank you very much. ということで、我々、日本とアメリカが
by cooperating between Japan and the US, especially for the world order, and in particular to create the order for Asia is important. And that what is important is technology and supply chain links. So what serves as the foundation is cyber. As I discussed earlier, in the domain of cyber, it is very much lagging behind as to the economic security related activities in Japan. Therefore, in the area of cyber security resilience, I wanted to lead together with you. This closes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator. And we have some comments into our chat box, and there are several comments, and I would like to combine those questions, and I also would like to make my comment as well. So the US, as the cybersecurity budget is 30 times bigger than that of Japan, and I talked to someone from Cybercom, and I made a question, in what area the budget is used in the States, and also the cyber attack is the area used, and Ms. Sanae Takaichi said that Japan should increase the budget related to the cyber attack. So, however, there are some restrictions with our current legal framework, and also that there are several the things that we have to do, as Senator mentioned today, and how we can secure the budget, and from which area we should start. So rather than talking about which area we should start, is it recorded? So I cannot say actually these kind of things if it's on the internet. So actually it's on the internet. So it's difficult. So I have my answer. However, I cannot speak about that because it's on the internet. So first of all, the very important thing is the understanding of the Japanese people. So for instance, when I talk to the when I go to the United States, and there are some things I hear and see there. However, even though I talk about it in Japan, there are lots of people do not understand about it. So for instance, when I say cybercom, that lots of Japanese people do not have what cybercom is. Of course, they do not have the budget size of the cybercom. Actually, the budget of cybercom is bigger than the budget of Japan Self-Defense Force. So which means that the cyber command of the United States is that huge. I think the Japanese people do not understand that. And so first of all, the Japanese people have to have a good understanding of this. And what is happening in Japan is, even though there are some incidents happen, so actually the information is not disclosed. So that is an issue. So even though there's the incident and there's a damage, if that information is not made on public, people do not, people cannot know that. And when that information is disclosed, and probably that you might think that the company is in trouble. However, actually, the not making disclosure itself is a problem. Okay, then can I have just a final comment so that we can move on to the next?
Could I say anything I want? Not a question. Understood. Many viewers are here, and I appreciate this is over the internet, therefore not able to cover the details. However, the understanding of many people and the voice of many people is very important. In particular, for those people who are listening, I do believe that you have a deep understanding. Therefore, would you please deliver the message how lagging behind Japan is? If we were to lagging or the lagger, then the United States is not going to care or work with us. Seemingly that in a sense, there is a misconception that technology is more advanced in Japan. However, in the area of the IT, we are very much inferior. In addition to that, when it comes to the cyber risk, how large or what is the magnitude of this risk should be understood, and hopefully that this could be disseminated to the general public. If you could think about that, it is very much appreciated. I'm not advertising myself, but over the BP Online, and there is a legal counselor, Joel, in relation to the economic security. He is writing the report over security in the United States. I have a very close relationship with Joel. So I'm asking him to share information of the US in terms of that domain to Japan. The engineers in the, I would like to ask engineers to look into that report. And I'm working at the legislative office, therefore how the laws should be enacted or created. In relation to cybersecurity, we only have one act. So therefore, this is something I'd like to do. But this policy makers, so unless there is some movement, it is very much difficult to do that, even though there is a need. Therefore, as for cybersecurity, cyber resilience, and DevSecOps discussion, hopefully to be more penetrated or disseminated in Japan. So I think I covered 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So we would like to move on to the next speaker. It's very rare opportunity for us to listen to the politician talking about politics.
Hello?
Hello, hello. So how are you?
Good, good. It's quite hard to hear you.
Really?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cartan McLaughlin, and I am the CEO of Nihon Cyber Defense. I am just trying to share my screen, and it's blocking me. It just a second. I'm going to actually have to.
Okay, so while you're looking at the way to share your screen, I will introduce about you.
Sure. I've got it.
Okay, you're on it.
Yeah.
Okay, please go ahead.
Can everyone see my screen there, Nihon Cyber Defense? So my name is Cartan McLaughlin, and I have been in Japan for nearly 30 years. I worked all of my career in the technology fields and primarily banking and securities. I formed Nihon Cyber Defense. I started planning it in 2016 and incorporated it as a Japanese company in 2017. Nihon Cyber Defense is made up of a team of global specialists, both, of course, Japanese, such as General Iwasaki as the former head of the Japanese Armed Forces, myself, and many representatives both in cybersecurity, security, government, and industry. As you can see here, we've got Kieran Martin, Kieran is the former head of the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK. I'm sure everyone in Japan is familiar with Toshio Onawa and his background in cybersecurity. We also are lucky to have representatives of Admiral Lee, for example, is the former head of the armed forces in Taiwan. Mark Binskin is the former head of the armed forces in Australia. And Hank Bond was US Cyber Command. And then across the team, we have many representatives of the cyber family from the National Cybersecurity Center and GCHQ, and some members of Japanese industry, such as Aoki-san, who was the representative director of K-Line. So a very strong global team of cyber experts, primarily Japanese and United Kingdom, but with the US and some other countries in the APAC region. We would be regarded as one of the top sort of cross-collaboration cybersecurity firms in Japan, and we advise many of Japan's household names in terms of industry. So let me just bring up my presentation now as well. Okay, so today I will talk about cyber threats to Japan and some ideas about how to combat them. And I'm not trying today to frighten anyone. Often when I give my presentations, I can be very direct, but today I will just touch on some of the important parts and how they relate to Japan. So in September 2021, it's very interesting that Japan officially recognized China, Russia, and North Korea as potential cyber attack threats to Japan and Japan's economy and security. I think this was a milestone in recognition of exactly who targets Japan and for what reason. And it differs greatly between these nations, Russia, China, and North Korea. The Russians, of course, and some of their APT groups would be most interested in financial side of things, intellectual property, and a smattering of different areas as targets. Whereas the Chinese would be most interested in secret data, intellectual property, and then the North Koreans most interested, of course, in the financial side of things and targeting Japan. Japan fails sometimes to recognize just how much a target they are in the APAC region, and often ignores some of the signals that things are growing in terms of the number of attacks from these nation states. Again, it's interesting to look at the different scenarios across things between Russia, China, and North Korea. In my opinion, the biggest threat to Japan as a whole is China. And that is simply because I feel that to forward China's policy in the APAC region, Japan's association with the United States and the rest of the Western countries make it a primary target that stands in the way of China's ambitions in the region. You know, the TIC APT that we saw recently in 2020 and 2021, the Chinese military are largely behind the cyber espionage side of things, targeting more than 200 Japanese companies. And oftentimes, Japanese society forgets that this isn't someone hiding in a cupboard or a student. This is a sophisticated group of professional cyber personnel targeting Japan. And to put this into context, we have to recognize the size of the organizations that target Japan as well. The Japanese politician who just spoke was very interesting about how much money is spent by the United States and Japan in comparison to things. But China is a huge investor in cyber warfare. Russia to a lesser extent, and North Korea to a lesser extent than that. I mean, it is estimated that China has somewhere in the region of between 60 and 100,000 personnel dedicated to cyber warfare. The Russians, 40,000 to 60,000 people in cyber warfare, and the North Koreans, 20,000. Now, if you compare that to the number of personnel defending against cyber attacks in Japan, it's amazing to see that how the group defending against these attacks is so small in comparison to the state actors of Russia, China, and North Korea. And, you know, I highlight North Korea in this slide because the North Koreans are dedicated to financing the regime. And that regime, of course, includes weapons of mass destruction. A UN report a couple of years ago listed that, you know, approximately $4 billion of cryptocurrency has been stolen by the North Koreans, obviously in trying to get foreign currency to support their regime. But nearly half of that number, nearly $2 billion of that cryptocurrency has been stolen from Japan. And last year I gave a presentation to a defense group in Japan, and I highlighted to them that the $2 billion that had been stolen from Japan was being funneled straight into some of the weapons programs that eventually target Japan. And by that, I mean missile programs. And I think the group of Japanese military figures that I was talking to were amazed that actually the North Koreans were stealing financial assets from Japan and using it to build capability to target Japan from a kinetic point of view. And by kinetic, I mean a missile program. These are some of the main groups in each of these countries. You know, in North Korea, has an extensive group of cyber capability and has been building it for the past 2 decades and understands just how important cyber is to them in terms of warfare and espionage, and something that Japan has not looked at closely enough as a society and tried to build defensive capability against it. And that is why we continually see some of these massive attacks against Japanese infrastructure. And if we only have to look at Bitpoint in 2019, CoinCheck in 2018, Mt. Gox, and just to understand the level of capability that the North Koreans possess. And then if we can draw, and this was some research we did ourselves just to understand it, where we can see that actually we can correlate some of the larger thefts by some of the North Korean APTs against the development of their own missile capability. And we need to recognize very, very recently, especially, that North Korea is in huge economic pain, both through COVID, both through its relationship with China, and is desperate for funds. And we will see an escalation in what they attempt to do in terms of cyber warfare and cyber attacks against countries such as Japan. Then, of course, we come on to ransomware and the huge number of ransomware attacks that are taking place across the world. Most of them unpublished. There is an increasing risk that we are escalating the number of ransomware attacks in Japan by simply paying the ransoms. You know, and we often face this question from many of our Japanese clients who are saying, should the ransom be paid or not? And of course, by Japanese law, it specifies that, you know, that the victims are legally bound not to negotiate with criminals. So oftentimes, many of the large ransoms are being paid without negotiating with the ransomware attackers. And what this does is this just fuels an ever-growing industry of ransomware attacks against Japan. And if we're complacent about these kind of attacks, they will grow and grow and grow. And people are now talking about a ransomware pandemic. And I think if you saw the number of ransomware attacks that aren't being published every day, it would frighten many of us. We've seen that that ransomware is now spreading to basically ransomware as a service, and it's no longer a case of having to have sophisticated cyber warfare units doing these kind of ransomware attacks, that they are actually taking place from countries such as Nigeria or anywhere who can buy ransomware as a service. And it really is, it's a global business, and it's becoming more and more bolder and more sophisticated. And we're seeing more and more variants all the time of different types of ransomware attacks against institutions. You know, here are just two recent ones, and Nihon Cyber Defense, we monitor all of the different ransomware variants out there and who's attacking what. You know, it's a very stressful situation for Japanese companies dealing with these ransomware attacks and not knowing how to handle it. Suddenly you get a file dropped onto your server saying you have to pay this, or they will release documents, tax records, personal information, embarrassing information. I mean, this testing company, Linico, recently, they highlight it and they call it the wall of shame, where basically they try to shame companies into paying the ransoms. And it's growing more and more and more in Japan. What we saw recently from the United States and from the UK, they have woken up to the fact that ransoms shouldn't be paid and are attacking some of the infrastructure of some of the ransomware groups. And it is forcing those ransomware groups to look at other countries and other locations to attack. And Japan, being one of the richest countries in Asia, is feeling that movement away from the United States, away from the UK and Europe, and now they're looking more and more at Asia Pacific. These are some of the common TTPs targeting Japan. And unfortunately, when we first started looking and registering TTPs targeting Japan 3 or 4 years ago, there were less and less red colors than we see today. So the number of TTPs targeting Japan is increasing all the time. And it has become recognized that Japan is vulnerable and weak in terms of its defenses against many of the TTPs. And Russia, China, North Korea, again, I keep highlighting Russia, China, North Korea, Russia, China, North Korea. Japan needs to keep recognizing Russia, China, North Korea, and understand that these nation states have a mission to target Japan as a whole. And it needs to, this is not just a government side to recognize this. Many of Japan's institutions, companies need to recognize that they are a target for Russia, China, North Korea. These are just some case studies that we looked at against some of the recent Japanese companies. I'm not going to spend a lot of time in them because the ones that we're looking at today are freely available. One example, Fujifilm, attacked by the Revil group. And although Revil has been broken down a number of times, they keep springing up and we destroy infrastructure and yet they reappear under a different name or collaborate together. You know, the thing to remember with ransomware is it is a multinational business today. CoinCheck, again, Lazarus was suspected, but it didn't turn out to be Lazarus in the end. BitPoint, you know, I keep recommending that, you know, Japan should follow a UK model. Of course, I'm a little bit biased because I'm from the UK, but I do feel that some of the hard lessons that the UK faced in the number of cyber attacks that targeted the UK, that they learned very, very valuable lessons that Japan could use in the creation of their defensive capability. I feel that just as the Japanese politician just spoke before me, when he talked about NISC, I think Japan needs to create its own version of the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK, a distinct cyber unit with enough capability to defend Japan as a whole, rather than sort of a collaborative side of things, but actually a dedicated cyber unit. I think Japan could follow also closely the collaboration that has taken place between the government agencies in the UK. And this was a hard thing that was accomplished by the UK, but they managed to push it through and they managed to build a cohesive cyber strategy at a national level that included government and industry. And it's an interesting thing to understand that a lot of intelligence in terms of cyber attacks in the UK comes from the industrial partners that are part of the UK's backbone. The UK have created some very good information sharing portals between government and industry, and indeed individuals as well. Some of the key awareness programs that they've created, they're teaching children at high school in terms of cyber. I think Japan lacks a policy of being able to give us a new generation of cyber warriors. And I think we need to be starting at high schools or even before to try and build a generation of cyber professionals. I think METI about 4 years ago analyzed the number of professionals that Japan needed in the next 5 years, and they come up with a number that Japan had a shortage of approximately 100,000 cyber professionals and operators. And then I come to this part of my lecture, and this is something that we really need to consider. I mean, I keep talking about China, Russia, North Korea. The insider threat to Japan is very great. And it is something, again, that I feel it's not a cultural, Japan is not, it's not culturally aware enough that of the possibility of insider threat. And by insider threat, I really mean spies. And we need to recognize that, you know, Japan will and has fallen victim to insider threats in many cases. And we can see that is growing all the time. Many cyber attacks are often a blended attack between an individual and the technical side of a cyber attack. And oftentimes in Japan, corporations and governments do not understand that other nations and other criminal gangs, etc., will use the people element in a cyber attack. You know, and we only have to look at the Snowden case to understand that even the most secretive, sensitive parts of our institutions can give away secrets that can be used by others to attack our infrastructure, be it government or be it industry. And we see many of attacks coming all the time against industry in Japan. But I think that Japan needs to understand that insider threat is a real problem and start building security policies, clearance checks, background checks. I know that it's something that culturally everyone wants to trust everyone in Japan, but I don't think we have that luxury anymore in the digital world. I think in the digital world, we have to understand that people do want to steal our data. People do want to steal our money. People do want to steal our secrets. People do want to destroy our infrastructure, and that Japan faces not just a domestic problem, but an international problem they've never seen before. These are not individuals that are coming through immigration and living here. That Japan is under attack from many different sides and needs to understand that these are real attacks targeting Japan. You know, so some of the key takeaways from this, I think Japan and many organizations in Japan need to build competent threat intelligence groups. I think that there are a lot of stages to the defense of institutions in Japan. And I think Japan needs to prioritize some of its efforts in fighting against what matters most to the country, to the industry, to the individual. I think that, you know, they need to train more. There need to be more simulated environments for Japanese people to train on. And these can be, again, government, industry, individual, government, industry, individual. And that it has to be recognized that, you know, cyber terrorism is growing all the time, and that technology is growing all the time. And we've got the Internet of Things and 5G and all of these new things that are occupying our lives that just increase the landscape for others to attack against us. You know, what are the constraints for Japan? Of course, budget, people, resources. You know, we need to be more adaptable to change to defend against cyber attacks. We have to execute things quickly, not get too caught up in the bureaucracy that we sometimes face about dealing with cyber attacks. We need to have greater channels of communication in terms of cyber and being able to spread information whenever an attack is coming. I mean, recently, Neon Cyber Defense, through its network globally, saw some cyber attacks targeting Japan, but we found it difficult to disseminate that information across Japan quickly enough. We need to find ways to be able to accelerate information in cyber across the country in Japan. And that's really everything that I wanted to talk about today. I will take some questions if you have them now.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Let me ask a question of myself. And I know you're advisor into Japanese large organization, including the government agencies. And we understand that probably the audience understood well about who are the, the enemy, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of thinking about cybersecurity. And then what would, and also, you also suggested about the in the key takeaways, like what would be the actions to take. And then my question is what would be the, while you're advisor into larger organization, including the governments, and what would be the biggest challenge to enable such transformations?
So, one of the biggest challenges is the board from an industry is the board recognition of cyber as a threat to the well-being of a company. In the UK, every board meeting that takes place, cyber security is high on the agenda of something that is scheduled and talked about. In Japan, many of Japan's corporations, cyber doesn't even have a place in the boardroom. I think that there has to be, from organizations like Jane or Kei Danren, a way for us to make the boardroom more aware so that the boardroom can allocate sufficient budgets to the protection of their organizations.
I see. I fully agree. And thank you very much. では、カータンさん、ありがとうございました。
Mr. Carter, thank you. I'd like to go to the next speaker, and let me introduce the next speaker that is from Grain. But Mr. Kobayashi, the topic today is AI analytics service company DevSecOps, the current state. Last year, the company was a speaker, and Grain, but Mr. Yuka was a speaker, and probably you have an update in the past 1 year. What things are going in Japan and the advanced AI big data company that is you. So please, you are Mr. Kobayashi, and he is a data engineer at Data BrainPad.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Let me share my slide with you. Oh, can you see? Yes, I can. So let me get started. My name is Kobayashi. I would like to talk about the work relating to DevSecOps at the AI analytics service company. Now, this is about me. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yuki Kobayashi. I work for a company called BrainPad at Data Engineering Department, and I'm a data engineer. I'm very happy to be a part of DevSecOps Days Tokyo 2021, being among very well-known researchers and representative from a very famous companies. I'm just a general worker at the BrainPad company, so I'm so nervous, but I hope I can put myself together. Now, this is how I have been so far. Now, as was mentioned by Nirahara-san, well, our company sent representative last year, so that means this year is our second year for being the speaker at the DevSecOps Days Tokyo. Last year, I think our representative talked about the challenges regarding DevSecOps and also examples of ML, machine learning, and AI. and also talk about the future actions. If you want to know more about what we said last year, please go to our homepage or YouTube. I think you know the link on this slide. So without further ado, I would like to start my presentation this year. Now, this is what I'm going to speak about. I have 4 things to share with you. First is a kind of introduction, or maybe share with you the preconditions for us to understand. And the second is a realization of DevSecOps. I would like to share with you our experience of doing so, and that will be followed by future outlook before my conclusion. Now, first, I would like to say that our company is a mission to build sustainable future through data utilization. For that purpose, we do data analytics, machine learning and AI development, and also data infrastructure building support. So I would like to introduce what we are doing relating to DevSecOps from the viewpoint of company who is actually supporting our client companies building their data infrastructure. I would be more like conceptual rather than technical. Before, however, doing so, I would like to introduce who we are. Now, BrainPad has 2 business segments, professional service segment and the product segment. And the product business means we provide the product services like the name indicates, and professional services means we support customers and also we provide engineering or consultancy services. And if you look at the proportion of our manpower, we have one of the largest size of data scientist group, which is quite unique to Japanese company. Usually, many of the companies like us have more engineers, but we have this many proportion of data scientists within our organization. I belong to here, the engineers group. So I would like to talk about what we do at our engineering group. Now, there are other people in the product group, so these numbers do not really directly represent the structure, but that is more or less indicative. Now, what is DevSecOps? I think this was already mentioned, and prior speakers mentioned about this. And perhaps the audience here do understand what do we mean by DevSecOps. However, let me, repeat myself or repeat the definition for you first. Now, the development team and operation team will work closely to run the cycle for development. That is what we call DevOps. And then on top of that, we have security element to it, so that without reducing the speed of development speed through DevOps, we can introduce security consideration or introduction at the early stage. So this is like a shift left concept. This shift left concept is quite important for DevSecOps. However, as I said, our main business is to help building data infrastructure for our client companies. So, unlike other SIRs, we don't cover a wide range, but we focus on data infrastructure building. So different clients may have different specification requirements, but more or less, the core architecture is always the same. In other words, the core architecture throughout the wide range of projects are more or less the same. So we thought maybe rather than shift left, maybe we can have another way of introducing DevSecOps. And if the core architecture is always the same, maybe we can actually design the architecture or security and operation from the very beginning. So we would call it as first decide, meaning that we design and build in architecture, security, and operation from the very beginning, because the types of work we do have common architecture throughout the project. Then what is about the data decide? Now we decide on the architecture first, and then once we know the architecture, we can actually determine the scope of security. And once architecture and security scope is determined, then we can have a scope of operation. So like if the architecture and operation is determined, we can actually determine the security's scope. So once any amendment is needed, maybe we can amend architecture followingly, and then we run this cycle, and that will be so-called DevSecOps. So using first decide, maybe we can realize DevSecOps. But in what way? Maybe we can use the following scenario. Encryption of data file may be one example to show you how we do it. At the requirement definition phase, we may identify the data to be encrypted or pattern of encryption and the operation of keys. So at the design phase of requirement, we do all these things. And these contents are quite similar from one project to the other. And there are really mandatory items to go into the infrastructure. So if we are to do it from the scratch for every project, that will be inefficient. So that was something we discovered.
For instance, this is AWS Key Management Service and Amazon Simple Storage Service. These two can be used to construct the environment. And this is how it works using first decide. That is to say, what is important is that we make the policy in the beginning, and there's already a codification with Ansible and Terraform. And then this code has been tested with automated test. That's the assumption. That is to say, this is first decide. That is, there is a predefined requirement plus IAC plus automated test. Then how the first decide would change the process. This shows the existing process. This is requirement definition, design, development, test, operation, maintenance. And this can be made into more agile. This is more like waterfall because operation maintenance is closed for each project. For instance, one security response for one project cannot be applicable to other projects because operation maintenance requirements are different. And so what happens if we introduce first decide? This is the result. Requirement definition already defined, and the codes are already tested, and the tests are conducted automatically. And that is why we only have to review the coding and revisiting existing requirements. We only have to change the defined requirement as it becomes necessary. And that is why this system can be applicable to any other project. But of course, there is a tight security. We do not apply those intellectual properties and client-specific specifications to others, so you can feel at ease. There's no fear of your IPs leaked outside. And this shows the first decide in operation, maintenance, resource efficiency. We have this level of development resources in SI, and the engineers will do the operation and maintenance, but this effort is attributable to one engineer. That is why one engineer cannot be assigned to any other project, because the requirement is different. So this is not very efficient. Of course, it is a big company, or if there is an abundant resources for personnel, that's another story. But considering our size, it is difficult for us to increase the number of engineers. So we want to make the most of the existing human resources. And that is why we need to introduce efficiency, so that one engineer can be able to deal with multiple projects. That is why we decided to introduce first decide concept. With this, engineer 1 will be able to deal with company ABC, and engineer 2 and engineer 3, the same thing can be said. It is not one-on-one relationships. And also, automation is introduced to wherever it is possible to be automated. And the persons will have to deal with only those that cannot be automated. And that is how we decided to introduce efficiency. In the most extreme case, one engineer, engineer 1, can be able to deal with all the 3 companies A, B, C. And then it was free up engineer 2 and engineer 3. And they can dedicate themselves to be dealing with company D. Of course, this is because first decide was introduced. This is the result of our scheme. We were able to consolidate the resources so that we can allocate one engineer to any project, and thereby introducing efficiency. What about first decide to be implemented in ML ops? This is something for the future. This is one example. That is the data contamination. There can be undesirable data that would give AI and ML misjudgment. So this is DevSecOps plus MLOps equals DevSecMLOps. That kind of a situation, including ML, will have to be there in the future. This is ML to enter the space of DevSecOps. We are using and making the model using ML, but all in all, the life cycle itself is the same. So this is something for the future, and we're currently dealing with this issue. And this is a prospect for the future. We decided to introduce first decide in SI as data infrastructure and for data analysis. That is why the next issue is for us to challenge toward DevSec ML ops. And if there are any developments, probably we will be able to share with you the latest in the next presentation from the company, BrainPad. And also, at this time, I have introduced to you various things that we are doing. And we want to propagate this idea of DevSecOps and our first decide concept to the world. This is a summary. We want to go ahead of the shift left that is needed to implement DevSecOps by introducing the idea of first decide, because this would enable to launch a project in a shorter space of time that is small start, quick win. And also the security, it can be embedded before the development starts. So this means that the security comes first. And security is already predefined. By the time engineers embark on development. And the third thing, in SI project, even if there are multiple projects, there will be unified standard for operation and maintenance. Before I go, we are introducing first decide in architecture and security, operation and maintenance. So we have several predefined form patterns with standardized platforms, and we intend to offer these standardized platforms to our customers. And lastly, why not join us in working with us? Because we want to promote first decide and we want to challenge DevSec ML ops. That is why, if you're interested, please join us as a member of the company. This is all I have to say from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kobayashi. If I may have a comment. Well, DevSecOps is the integration of system and operation processes to be merged together in an effective way and efficient way, so that deployment frequency can be enhanced, and also responding to ongoing cyber security risks effectively. So as a methodology or tools, this is also a systematic conversation as well. Well, looking at the SIR situation now in Japan, they have a team divided by different clients, and they are optimizing to different clients. but when it comes to operational scalability for these different projects, it's very difficult to optimize because of the way in which they are built. So given that Japan as a context, I think you are looking at the very right point to enhance efficiency, because it's all natural that you pay attention to that point. But I have a question. If the architecture is commonized, and if your client's requirements are deployed, do you have any reason that you can actually commonize architecture throughout the client? So, and yet you can say to the client's requirements are all met. How can you do that? The security is to be updated going forward. So we need to increase our capabilities, and also we need to allow some area that cannot be determined from the very beginning, but rather maybe we can use that space to accommodate new additional changes that will happen down the road. So I think that's probably the way to explain to our customers.
Hassan demonstrated yesterday that is CI/CD, and that's something for the future in Japan. And on top of that, we have the open source security by direct weeks. So there are lots of things that Japan ought to do. And it will be redundant and not efficient to apply it for each project. So probably you can be an instructor in leading the Japanese industry here. Thank you. It was your first experience as a speaker. What was your reaction? Because it was my first experience and my speech is simultaneously translated. And I was feeling very tense. But it is a pleasure for me to be able to listen to what others have to say. And I believe that this was and this is going to be a precious opportunity for me. Thank you. Please enjoy. And please come back next year. Thank you.
We have a break up until the 3:35. Then we are going to invite Mr. Kurogome. Brain talks about the machine learning with respect to the machine learning security that Kurogome-san is going to talk about, which I'm very much.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉。
成長し続ける。
できること広がる。データ分析の民主化。
最適な意思決定。
挑戦できる未来。
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常。
成長です。
ときめく。
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界。
豊かな社会。
意味のある仕事を作る。
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる。
誰も想像できない
大きな成功。イントゥリアンノン。
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来。
データ×ワクワク=未来。
できたらいいなを形に。
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉。
成長し続ける。
できること広がる。データ分析の民主化。
最適な意思決定。
挑戦できる未来。
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常。
成長です。
ときめく。
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界。
豊かな社会。
意味のある仕事を作る。
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる。
誰も想像できない
大きな成功。イントゥリアンノン。
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来。
データ×ワクワクイコール未来。
できたらいいなを形に。
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーション
お願いします。
はい。では、時間になりましたので。
Let's get started to resume this session. From Richelka Security, we have invited Mr. Kurogome, the CTO. With respect to Richelka Security, Kimura-san, who is the representative, shared a presentation. It was the automated test covered last year. For those people who have not looked into that presentation, would you please refer to that video? And today, he's going to talk about the ML. And I also covered, unless you do such and such things, it will be risky. So based on some technology, you translated some of the books in relation to this security-related matter. So, Mr. Kurogome, floor is yours. I'm Kurogome of Richelka Security. So let me get started my presentation. I have 20 minutes to cover the machine learning, security learning in 20 minutes. Let me briefly introduce myself. Richelka Security, we specialize in the cyber attack, and we are the startup company. The main part is the R&D. However, consulting services are provided in relation to data security. I am leading the technology area, technology strategy. And before that, I worked for the NTT, the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation Research, and worked as a research engineer. And this is the group company under the NTT. The malware analysis and detection of malware, where I was involved in as a researcher. November of this year, for the machine learning of the security engineer, that I have published a book So this is the machine learning for security engineers, and it is a translation. I'm not involved in the English to Japanese translation, but this is the Japan version. If you have any interest on today's topic, would you please refer to this book? Now I'd like to discuss over the security. So to start with, I'd like to review over the review of security's definition. It is often said that confidentiality, integrity, and availability, those are the three areas of the security. As for the confidentiality, ability not to have access or use and disclose information to unauthorized person, entities, programs, or processes. So there is an access right limitation. The other one is integrity. So the pursuing accuracy and completeness, whether or not system is tampered, is guaranteed by this. And the other one is availability. When the authorized entity asks for information, it is possible to do the access accessible. So it guarantees that it is authorized. And these are things that security should be put on the table from the international perspective. Now, with respect to the vulnerability assessment that I said earlier, the other companies are also involved in the vulnerability assessment. So when it comes to the vulnerability assessment, this is something to look into the vulnerability. The client at the user side create or generate a proper input, and it is provided to infrastructure or server. Now, server infrastructure responding to for what is asked based on the improper input. As for the vulnerability assessment between client to server infrastructure, there is attacker or adversary. So they will tamper the proper input and put incorrect information. Now it is now developing some risk in terms of the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. When it comes to the information leakage, there is a threat over the leakage of the confidential information. Now this shows many of the vulnerability assessment. Well, this covers broadly as this is a C. Starting from the web application diagnosis, followed by applications diagnosis, smartphone applications diagnosis, IoT, and so on. Different services are addressed by our menu. For what I would like to focus on today is where the services of the vulnerability assessment, which is well known. So I'd like you to know that the machine learning system could be subject to the vulnerability assessment. As to the development system, it would be better to put in place as to the vulnerability assessment. That is a recommendation. Now the machine learning security. So what sort of the threats are in place in the machine learning system? As for the machine learning system, what sort of the threats are now involved? What is commonly known is adversarial example. What you see, these images, these are very high profile part of the images. For left, if you put some noise, maybe with human beings' eyes, it is difficult to recognize. However, starting from 2014, when noise are put together, accumulated, you will see that there is no visibility. Now, current navigation-wise, in some error cases where they do not correctly recognize the signage or the signboard. For example, this is the application, some other applied cases. On the left-hand side, there is an individual and then some pattern is put over on him, and then what sort of the risks are to be provided. In the case of the card, this might lead into an accident, and to recognize the object, even though this person is in a picture, but it is not well recognized. That is the adversarial example. As for the adversarial example, this is very much a famous one from the machine learning security. So for the threat of the machine learning system, people tend to think it is only the image recognition. In the domain of the image recognition, that only happens in terms of the adversarial example. However, the fact is different. Besides adversarial example, in the machine learning system, there are different threats in place. However, regardless of the domain, there are other threats over the threats, including adversarial example. Now I'd like to share with you what sort of the attack surface will be in place for machine learning system. So putting together, there are three models that we could think of as to the threats. One is transfer attack. The model trained where information in relation to the trained data or the model parameter are stolen. So these are the three threat model. The next attack is evasion attack. For those trained model, the data is not generated under proper categorization. And so this is the threat for the integrity. The next one is poisoning attack. The model under the training or trained where the incorrect data is provided, and with that it reduces the accuracy. Of those three examples, the evasion attack is something subject to this adversarial example. Now, I would like to share with you some of the case studies of the transfer attack as well as poisoning attack. Utilizing machine learning system, this is the service example. For example, malicious and benign files to be put in place. So there is a paradigm here that is a supervised learning.
So there are trained data, and by deploying that, the test data can be classified. So that is the threat model we have. And on the left, we have malicious files and the benign files. So this is a trained data, and for that data, so there's a notation Z, and we do extractions, and we put a label of a benign or malicious file. And for the extracted feature of file, we put a function, and also it is translated into mathematical model, which is represented as X, and then there's the classification function you get. So as a result, so we can draw a line between malicious files and the benign files. So if you deploy this on cloud service, then there's a test file. And when you receive test file, the same thing can be done. So there's extracting and predicting, and also the assessment or decision, either it's a malicious or benign. So, and what are the threats for transfer attacks? So adversaries, when they do attacks, so when there's the statistical processing, so what parameters are used for training, these can be detected. And also for training data, what kind of data are there, this can be restored as well. And by using this, so you can understand what data or files are there. And regarding evasion attack, so adversarial example is one of that. So based on the decision that you can do the evasion, and also the regarding the poisoning attack. So sometimes in our training data, sometimes it could be the case that that data is a poison, so that you make a wrong decision. So that is about the poisoning attack. There are 3 methodologies to understand the threats of machine learning model. And also we can think about this problem from the perspective of problem setting. So there are white box attack and black box attack. With regard to white box attacks, there are model architecture and also parameter which is known to attackers. And the vulnerability assessment with source code is called white box assessment. And the other one we have is black box attacks. So that this is a case that the model architecture or parameters are not known to attackers. In that case, the starting point of the attack is that the attackers do not have what's in there. And sometimes there's some more hypotheses added to this. And when we think about the stress model of a machine learning system, so there are several points which you have to think about. First of all, which domain are in scope, and then you have to think about what are the risks, if it's transfer attacks or evasion attack or the poisoning attack, and also you have to think about if it's a black box attack or white box attack, and also you also have to think about the potential stakeholders who get damages. So for instance, regarding adversarial example, so that it's image and it's evasion attack, it's a white box attack, and also the potential the stakeholder to be damaged will be the user of image classification service. So this is how you sort information out so that you can have a clearer picture about it when you try to achieve safety. And again, people might think that the adversarial example is the only threat for the machine learning system. And also you might think that it's the event only related to image recognition. However, actually there are some more categories of attacks such as transfer attack, evasion attack, poisoning attack, and also adversarial example is under the category of evasion attack. So vulnerability and the threats, how to evaluate these. So first of all, we are providing the assessment service, so you can come to us. However, actually there's the libraries which gathered information about attack, and you can internalize your response to transfer attack or evasion attack or the poisoning attack, and also there's adversarial robustness toolbox, which is a tool I can recommend to you. And there are various libraries related to machine learning. So there's some variations, and especially the related to the security. Actually, the researchers themselves create tool and use them to trace attacks. And adversarial robustness toolbox is one of the library of attack and method. So this is an easy to use library. And how to use attack methodology library. First of all, you have to load the data set and you have to define model and also that you have to train model. And then you have to create instance of model wrapper. Then you create the instance of the attack method, then execute attack. So there are some preset roles, which means that there are existing library, machine learning library you can use. So it's again easy to use. So if you have some knowledge about machine learning, I think it's easy for you to use this library. Then one of the examples that is adversarial robustness toolbox, and it supports transfer attack, evasion attack, and also a poisoning attack. And there is some explanation of each category. And again, so this is the book I published in Japan, and it also covers some restrictions or the defects in these methods as well. So let me start the demo. This is the Python, the program on a browser. Then, so I am now showing you the model session. So first of all, here we have by using the machine learning, the library. So there's the classification key. So we load the data set, then we define the neural net. So this is the architecture commonly used, and we train this. There's 60,000 files used as the training data. Now training is done, training finished. Next. So this is an example of transfer attack. So there's the similar behavior as the neural net, and I would like to define the template. So this looks similar. However, the model is slightly different. So for the image recognition, it is often used. So with that hypothesis, so we create this model. And then copycat CNN. By using this, copycat CNN, by using that, the parameter in the original model is copied to the neural net created. So I am trying to copy that, and this is now when the attack is executed, so that there's a model prepared by the attackers, and the success rate was 34%. However, now if we look at the percentage, you can see that there is an improvement of the accuracy. So now it's close to 80%.
By utilizing this type of the thing, attack is executed. To provide the security service, you need to think of this area. So that is my thought. In addition to that, FDSM, that is the attack over the image recognition. FGSM, it was used with the pandas example. Likewise, first of all, this is the handwritten letters. A neural net, if we were to look into origin neural net, 96%, 90.6%, where accuracy on benign test is found utilizing FGS, and to put over noise, and then the accuracy is reduced to 19.2%. So that's what it proves for what I said earlier. And given this, one of the data is put into, and you find the number as 7 from human's eyes, but with a neural net, they will not recognize as 7. But it looks like 7 because of the color difference. But this is the recognition of a neural net. That is how you could take into as an understanding. Other than that, this is some of the example of the evasion attacks that is shared here. To combat this, there is adversarial training available. So what is adversarial training? The advisory examples are provided. For example, the wrong recognition is provided with the noise accumulation. When you create a model, you create an adversarial example first, and based on that, a correct model should be generated. And that is an approach at the moment. But it is not a panacea. It does not fix for all. So there are different types of the fixing methods publicized. In addition to that, well, I just shared with you the evasion attack. The other one is poisoning attack. So there is some attack. For example, you find the recognition 0, but here on the right corner, the bottom part, you find some square. So the image with the mark, and we cook up some data. So that is the some other attack that could be also prepared for machine learning system. This is an analysis of neural net. Now the same number 1. If we look into further as to the analysis, you find very little small noise here. And this is the correct image. For the So this is something you could think of the risk when it comes to the model. Now back to my slide. Let me share with you some studies done so far. I have shared with you adversarial examples. Researchers are studying adversarial examples, and Google Brains, Mr. Nicholas Carlini is doing a research. Most of such attack approach were thought by him. ICLR 2018, that is a top conference of the machine learning domain. Now, he proposed the measurements against the attack to be able to prevent 7 out of 9. The other interesting example, as for the other applied case of adversarial example, some illegal adult advertisement is used for this filtering prevention. For example, some specific filtering is put over the image, or maybe they put into different angles. But in some cases, it can't be recognized well. According to our example, it's maybe some of the people think that it is just the IT world, but it's not the case. But it's operational technology or the critical infrastructure also covered. What is the characteristic of this? Utilizing sensor data, it means that you need to tamper or get some sensor data or some physical. Physically, you need to get into like some constraints. For example, if you were to tamper the measured value of current, then you need to think of the Kirchhoff's law. As you find on the right-hand side, this is the example of the utility or the power on the current. The multiple sensors are able to get some the data, and the interdependency is thought, and that is well recognized. And to prevent attack, that is something that is underway for the study more recently. I was asked to present, and well, for what I would like you to think of is it's not just the adversarial examples where evasion attacks example, but there are other attacks, starting from the classifying the images and this is a specific attack over the utility system. So I would like you to understand the takeaway is you need to understand that this is applicable to a broader population. So it's not just the image recognition area as to the machine learning systems threats. And machine learning systems should be or could be the subject to the vulnerability assessment. And also we see the era coming that vulnerability assessment could be done to some extent internally. As for the attack methodology library, you'll be able to do the vulnerability assessment to some extent to be internalized. While you think of the spread of this idea, hopefully you would understand this. There are 3 books shared here. Far left, the title is AI Software's Test. While doing the test of AI software, what sort of the methodologies are available, and algorithms are also provided for data scientists. While you do the system testing, maybe you could refer to this book, the second one. This is a novel, a fiction. This covers different topics of the security. And in the real world, what could be done? Well, this is very much high quality novel. So what sort of the damage that we could think of? I do believe that this could be a good referential point. The third one, we've also involved in this book. This is subject to security engineers for machine learning and how to secure the security system. If you'd like to understand further on the machine learning system, would you please go to some different libraries or SOK articles and to go through testing code. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurogome. So could you stop screen sharing, please? So actually, I've been thinking about the same agenda for 2 to 3 years. So now AI is getting more and more important in the society, and it's going to make important decisions in the society. And regarding the element technology of AI, so there's the modern deep learning method, and I think there's not that much room for improvement for the coming 20 to 30 years. And the security of machine learning is something we have to think about. So then I became interested in the cybersecurity in general. Then I became interested in the security from the development phase. So that is why I am now involved in DevSecOps. So what is your background? Were you machine learning scientist, or were you more interested in hacking side? And Brain Pad was talking about kind of the psychological games. So for the service integrators or the AI industry people, what kind of stories you hear? So could you please talk about that, please? So first of all, regarding your first question, talking about my background, I am coming from the security area, and now I'm working in the security area as well. And in my previous job, I was involved in the detection of malware and the ZS detection and the analysis and also the prevention. However, these kind of the battles never stop. So that is why I started to get involved in this area. And answering your second question, creating machine learning system, when we do that, for the first place, the machine learning itself is not something that is covered in DevSecOps. I think that is what the people would normally think. And even though they try to do some tests on machine learning, there's no standard testing methodology. So one of the method that we can propose is what I talked about today. Okay, thank you very much. And let's work hard as an evangelist of this area. And now AI is probably not that much used yet, so that we have to support AI area, and also we have to support security areas as well. Thank you very much. And we would like to welcome you in the next year's the event as well. Mr. Kurogome from Rijelka, thank you very much. And I would like to talk about my book as well. So actually the first chapter of this book is about the security of AI or machine learning. So I'm talking about the future, which is also related to Mr. Kurogome's talk today. Okay, so I talked a little bit about my book. Then now I'd like to welcome the next presenter, Mr. Tom Sato from Very Cloud. He is the CEO of Very Cloud, and in relation to that cloud. So the speech of today was done by the Rory from Scilab.
So I think that he's going to talk about the management of that. Sato-san, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sato, good afternoon. Thank you. So would you please share your screen? Let me get started. First of all, my introduction and company's introduction. To start with, to prevent IAM system in order to prevent account takeover. So in relation to the system development procedure for this prevention of account takeover, I would like to talk about. First of all, let me talk about our company. It is located in Seattle. The CEO, who is the Mr. Stan Bonev, he used to work at the Microsoft, and he was the product manager for Outlook.com. Myself, located in Nagano Prefecture, actually, on a remote basis. I am the CEO of Very Cloud. This used to be the product manager at Microsoft for Windows. Now, with respect to the verycloud.com, as the URL is available here, would you please refer to that when you have interest? Now, let me cover for what we do. We have the research team. The password that was leaked, where we collect from dark web, and actually more than 20 billion stolen passwords were collected, and that is put into the database and make it available as a database. Now, what services that we provide? In effect, when your account, whether or not your account is taken over, we developed the system to check that. For hackers, easiest way to gain account is collecting password and try. That is the easiest way and the largest number of way to collect such account. That is the hacking way. Now, if you were to go over to our homepage, you can check whether or not your password is leaked to dark web. In the middle of the screen, you have this window, and you find it. And if you please input your email address, and this is free of charge. And actually input your email, and right away, whether or not your password is leaked, comment is shown. This is my old email address. Actually, there are 6 sources of leakage found. Your email, for your email to check password, the first and last letter is sent. By doing so, whether or not it is the old password or is that something I'm using now, you'll be able to check. Now, when it comes to the IAM system or the IAM architecture, how we should think of this? First of all, what you have to think of is how you will have the security measurement. And that security measurement should be created under zero trust principle, in particular for the US. The reason is as follows. In May, the President Biden gave the executive order and calling for all the US government institutions should implement the zero trust cybersecurity. Now, what is zero trust? With this event, I'm sure this is shared, but let me revisit. First of all, there is no idea of in and outside of the company. Don't trust anything at all, and everything needs to be verified. In addition to that, the threats are already there. While you think of that, a system needs to be built. Now, our architecture should be built up, and this is a procedure. First of all, on the access basis, I check the individual, so identify, authorize every individual with the multi-factor authentication. The least privileged access should be granted. For example, if access is done to applications, then the least privileged access should be granted. Furthermore, on a regular basis, whether or not threats are there, it is necessary to analyze. Now, in real time, security should be put in place. Once you do the development, I'm sure that you are well aware of, based on DevSecOps, development should be executed or done. Now, as for the identity access management system, where I would like to talk about the contact points with users. There are 4 of them. One is sign up the registration and followed by logging. So when logged into the application, this is the second contact point. The third one is setting up the password. And during the session, while you're utilizing web applications, that is the during sessions. So those are the 4 contact points with users at the time of sign up. How we do our business, it is checked with email and SMS and one-time password that is used. That's how we check, but this is not enough at all. The executive order of the President Biden says that should be standardized as to the multi-factor authentication. I'm sure that many of you are utilizing the application for the authentication for multi-factor should be downloaded on the device. Now utilizing the fingerprint authentication or the facial recognition and authentication is needed. So that is required. With respect to those systems, so-called the FIDO, that is a body on a global basis. It is the passwordless authentication of a global standard organization, like the authentication application or the fingerprint authentication or facial recognition, and these are standardized. Therefore, FIDO certified is the key point. Next. Continuous access monitoring. So that is also necessary during the user session. When session starts, IP address needs to be monitored. When such IP address is changed, you need to think how you should address. Next, endpoint monitoring. For example, the terminals like mobile phone or personal computers. It would create a big issue when it is hacked. So those areas where the big problem will be created, you need to be aware, especially when it is infected with malware. It is very important. Next, location, geolocation, accessed inside of the company, but he or she accessed from outside of the company.
So when the access is made from the company, but then now the people are accessing remotely as well, so that needs to be monitored as well. And there are some contents such as the contents in emails, so these have to be monitored as well to prevent phishing. So all these things have to be done in a continuous manner. Next. So there are various events. It says a foundation called OpenID, and they are creating digital identity. They are setting the standards for the monitoring. And you have to use that as a shared signal and events. So OpenID Foundation for the security events in order to monitor these, and also that have to be passed on to applications side. Last year, Last December, I think the specifications were almost finalized, and this August, OpenID Foundation published the draft. Talking about our service, what kind of values can be added to this? So come to think of it, one of the big problems would be leakage of a password. If your current password is leaking, you have to change it right away. And most of the case, there's the combination of passwords and also multi-factor authentication. However, if your password is leaking, that means that it's not multi-factor anymore. So when your password is leaking, in order to check that, and actually checking that is very important, and we do have our database CRED Verify. So you can check our database CRED Verify to see if your password is leaking or not. And NIST has published the prohibited password list. So this list of prohibited passwords such as 1, 2, 3, 4 or A, B, C, D. So there are some easy to guess passwords or popular words such as president or Japan, America. So these words shouldn't be used as passwords. So that is why NIST is creating the list of prohibited passwords, and you can refer to that as well. Now, how to integrate these two IAM systems. So there are 3 ways to do that. The first one is to do that from web apps through API and access to check it. Then so if Okta One Identity or there are some the IDIS companies, and if you are already using that, then you can do the integration via IDIS. Then the third approach is if there's a huge system and if you have your own system, then in that case, we can do the direct installation to your data center. So by doing this, you don't have to visit the dark web to gather intelligence or data. Without doing that, you can do good password check system. And our clients are global platformers, and also there are cybersecurity developers, and there are some the mobile companies as well. They are our clients. So on a daily basis, so we are providing data. And OpenID Foundation, they have established a shared signal and events working group. In order to protect identity, they are standardizing the security system. So the Google, Microsoft, Cisco, and Amazon, these companies are now creating the specification in the past 2 years. And so I've been touched upon lots of topics. So, however, I want you to visit my password. I want you to visit our website to check your passwords, and if your password is leaking, so please change your password. And Our contacts can be found on our website. So if there's anything, so you can reach us in Japanese as well. So if you send us a question, so we will reply your questions. Thank you very much. And I would like to wait at the audience giving us the questions. So the first of all, how do you do the cloning of dark web? I cannot explain that. So the dark web is the very problematic area. However, if I can talk about one point, the US DOJ, Department of Justice, has published the guideline, and they also have the legal framework regarding the dark web. So we are following that guideline and legal framework to do our business. So the danger of dark web or the existence of a dark web is something probably not that known in Japan, so that we have to talk about it as well. So Mr. Sato, when you look at the situation in the States and also Japan, so how do you see the situation of the threats of dark web in Japan? So when I look at the States and the Japan, I think the awareness is not sufficient. In the United States, not many people know what dark web is and where to find it. However, what I can say is the US cybersecurity companies, the number is many, big. I mean, the industry of the cybersecurity in the States is big, so there are lots of experts who have the good understanding of dark web in the States, I believe. However, talking about Japan, we do not have many cybersecurity experts. So with regard to that, we have to invite probably the US cybersecurity companies to Japan so that they can do business in Japan, and also for Japanese engineers. Mr. Nirahara, so I think you are a role model, so that I think a Japanese engineer should learn more about the cybersecurity and to be the evangelist. Thank you very much, and I really would like to ask your continuous cooperation as well. So I received the comments that I checked my email address and I found that 2 passwords were leaked. So actually, my old email address suggested a leak of the password, and actually I knew about that, and I was expecting that we would have this kind of service, and now that you have the service. So any comments or message to the audience? So who would take the lead in the cybersecurity area at your company or in the government? So yesterday and today, the speakers of this event have been talking about that. And I myself has been listening to the talks, and the problem of cybersecurity is something you have to address right now. It's there. So the business management and also the government have to understand that they have to allocate budget, time, and also human resources to work in this area. Thank you very much. So there are lots of the staff helping us. So there are the Ministry of Internal Affairs and MIT, NISC, and also we have Ministry of Education and Digital Agency that they are supporting us. So, however, the officers of this agency, actually, I have to talk to them after the event to let them know about what was discussed. And just like the Senator Fujisue said, there needs to be the good understanding from Japanese people. So we have to work on this as well. Yes, so on media, this topics it should be covered. So in the States, the President Biden is on TV to talk about the cybersecurity. He clearly mentioned that. So I think we have to utilize the mass media well. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. So that was the end of the talk, and it was very interesting. So that was about the dark web, and actually you can find the same the topic in this book as well. So if you're interested in what dark web is, please read this book. So and it was very interesting, the live talk by the experts. So again, next talk is, we would like to welcome the next speaker.
So next actually is me. So it has been TBD for this section for some time, but we were coordinating who is going to be the speaker for this slot, and we discovered there is one lot that is not filled. I thought I was not going to speak, but now I'm going to. So. Maybe the presenters from the US went asleep already, so my main audience will be from Japan, I suppose. So can you see this? Well, there's no one answering to my question of do you see the slide? Anyway, DevSecOps and Japan is the theme of my presentation, which is really broad-based. DevSecOps and cybersecurity, people are saying these are quite difficult, and more well-informed people talked about this. And I thought everyone will speak in that line. Therefore, I don't know how I should put it. Well, I would like to talk maybe about what Japan should do going forward. This is more sentimental kind of presentation of mine. I'm saying that this is not systematic, meaning this is not something like Mr. Fujisue mentioned, but I would like to talk more about more impression thing. Now, this is anime. In 2009, Summer Wars anime film was launched, directed by Mamoru Hosoda. And this film won a lot of awards. And the scene for the film is something I want to enter into my presentation like Japanese would do. This is the world of Oz called Oz. And this is a virtual world, and there are people's life already being deployed. This may be a near future for the society kind of image. Now, Oz was quite convenient, and this is a virtual world. And Oz was being used by many people around the world, but all of a sudden this was hijacked by someone. And the life of all over the world is paralyzed. And there is such a confusion happened after that. And after that, the space probe was fallen onto some destinations, or there was a rumor about that. That was a part of the film. This was the film made more than 12 years ago, so maybe I can just say what happened afterwards. So Oz and people's daily life, the confusion was caused by hacking AI called Love Machine. And this was developed by a Japanese engineer, Dr. Jinnouchi or Wabisuke or Uncle Wabisuke. And Wabisuke was the computer scientist in this film. And he developed Love Machine hacking AI. And the US Army bought this Love Machine for testing. And to test, the US Army released the Love Machine onto the Oz. And all of a sudden, it also happened various confusions like ambulance was called on, but there was no one being hurt, and so on and so forth. Now, Wabisuke, or the uncle Wabisuke, this was towards the end of the film, who developed the lab machine, was mentioned and live aired in the film, and he was caught in the campus. And if you look at this says Jinouchi is Carnegie Mellon. And the spelling is a little different, but anyway, the setting was that this engineer was from Carnegie Mellon University. We had many speakers from Carnegie Mellon, but already back in 2009 in the film, the Carnegie Mellon University was supposed to be producing engineers who could actually bring all the confusions to the world, although that was not meant to be so, but the Uncle Wabisuke-like person may be teaching at places like Carnegie Mellon University. So that was a kind of a setting already envisaged in 2009. Now, Summer Wars was released back in 2009. And thereafter, what happened in reality was as follows. Hacking AI, love machine-like AI actually emerged in reality. That's something I wanted to mention. Now, 2016, DARPA, you heard a lot about DARPA. DARPA was originally the precursor to the predecessor of the institution which developed the internet. But anyway, DARPA held a CGC or Cyber Grand Challenge back in 2016, and Carnegie Mellon University, spin-off university, For All Secure, awarded the $2 million or about 200 million yen by winning the challenge. And this was like a mock cyber warfare of hacking AI. Georgia Tech or other universities joined this competition. And Carnegie Mellon spin-off won the competition eventually. So hacking AI, like the film-like creature, became a reality in 2016. Now, For All Secure in 2020, according to the press release in May of that year, it says that the DOD ordered 4.5 billion yen or $45 million contract to For All Secure, and the Mayhem deployment will be done at all of the branches of U.S. Department of Defense. So why DOD use the hacking AI for? Is that automatic program of identifying vulnerability is the purpose of the AI. So before even hacker attacks such vulnerability, the DOD thought that they could actually find their vulnerability before. So hacking AI emerged, and the DOD or Army deployed. So this is really in line with the story of Summer Wars. But the confusion in the film didn't happen still in the reality. But the confusion of the odds or day-to-day life confusion, like stopping the pipeline, or Fujifilm like situation or suspension of the operation of a Honda plant, those are, however, happening on the earth. Now, what about Uncle Wabisuke? Who is Wabisuke in reality then? No, this is not really Wabisuke, but David Bramley, professor. Now, we have Professor Craner, who is the head of the Scilab, spoke, but the former Scilab head of Dr. David Bramley was actually the founder of the For All Secure, and he is the CEO of that organization. The Carnegie Mellon, the hacker team leader, is also the role he plays, and he probably is the reality version of Wabisuke. David Bramley we had a talk with Mr. Tomabechi and myself with the Professor Bramley, and this was very much talked about. So you can see the film. So I should stop with talking about Dr. Blumley being our biscuit. But anyway, he runs PICO CTF. This is a cybersecurity education platform or hacker training platform joined by more than 200 people or a few 100,000 people every year. And 2022, there will be an event happening in March next year. So if you have son or daughter of the middle school or high school age, please have them participate. Now, on the right-hand side, Cognitive Research Lab is going to award the Japanese participants called Hack Japan, Cognitive Hack Japan. Michael Lusanti talked about the gratitude for Cognitive Hack Japan's support. Now, 2021, we had a participation about 200, and Tsukuba University, Komaba Middle School and High School won the prize for score. And there will be another one next year, so please do join us. And also, Japanese version of PICO CTF, utilizing open source of the original CTF. We do community CTF platform. And this is also for middle school and high school students. But NATO, which is the entity out of the MEDIS project, is also supporting us. And together with the Tokyo University and Kyoto University, we're jointly make research. And also I work for a Tokyo University, so we do that kind of collaboration. And Tomabechi Sensei is also teaching at one of the universities. And his colleague is also joining to teach. So anyway, we are a group of people who are doing joint research together. And CTF, within CTF, we are including the AI to present next questions depending on the level of achievement, academic achievement of the students, so that the students can learn effectively and efficiently the cybersecurity questions by learners, like encryption or OS or binaries. So maybe we can give questions according to the level of the learner, one after another. So if you do not know anything about CTF, we can actually have a video to get you introduced into CTF so that you can get started. And we did this competition in August of 2021, apart from Cognitive Community Hack Japan. But the community CTF in December 2021 got permanent. We did the tournament in August, and that the environment will be made available to you from anywhere at any time, and you can play. And you have a cognitive CTF.com link to get into that environment. The purpose is to get younger people interested in the computer science and white hacker and AI research. As Nicholas mentioned, if you are a cybersecurity person, he said that he would train people. So this is a kind of our side of the efforts to train people within Japan. And also cybersecurity engineers and hackers, we are not just only going to support them, but also doing hacking, like OS or binary. You really have to know the mechanism of OS and binaries, or maybe deeper layer into the computer. And also you need to know more about the lower layers. And if you know that, you can understand how you hack, or maybe how you can protect yourself from hackers. So basic research, basic calculation or computing, because we know, because we have many of them, will produce more applied researchers. In order to do that way, we want to have a wider supporting pipeline for AI researchers in the future. So I hope you will bring more people as much possible to this environment, and this is free of charge. Of course, we are paying for servers, but we don't charge you anything because this is all good for Japanese society on the long run. Now, I would like to switch gears here onward. Now I'm coming back to Abisuke again. The innovation is a combination of different things, like Love Machine or Mayhem was created more than 10 years ago. And Hosoda, director, was great in able to imagine. But if you look at the credit of the film, you find NIDS being a credit, the collaborator. In terms of technology, maybe Carnegie Mellon campus was on the film, so he should have visited. So creators and animators and the defense experts and computer engineers and everyone was involved in this film. So the film was a collaboration. They were stimulating each other. And the summer was a really great film. It can be equivalent of a Miyazaki anime. So the innovation is a combination and the stimulation and collaboration of something that are so different from each other.
Just as Fujise Sensei mentioned and Sato-san mentioned and Kanto-san mentioned, Japan will have to strive more, and that is the fundamental tone for today. What are the things that Japan can make use of? One is Toyota production system that is continuous improvement on the spot, because DevSecOps is a continuation improvement, and this is already happening, and this has been happening on the floor of a plant. Yesterday, it was mentioned that Toyota production system may have been copied in the United States, but Toyota development system, we have another thing. The United States has not studied that aspect yet. So this was a venue to give you the secrets on this spot. That was what was mentioned yesterday. Toyota is a world-leading automaker, and it not only had the production system, but also the development system, and that is something that Japan ought to focus. Another thing is the overwhelming contents power. We have manga or animation in Japan, and you have seen the Captain Tsubasa, and Donaru Jijo was reading the manga, and these are the explosive creative power. And when I discussed the matter with DoD, Department of Defense of the United States, and they say that when they go home, they watch Netflix, and they particularly focus on Japanese anime, because these are very thought-provoking. So Japan's contents power, the animation and manga, these were subculture, but now they are almost the mainstream, and the contents are very interesting. As of 2009, the director Hosoda-san had the foresight, and he was able to see the future. And I go to Carnegie Mellon University, and I have learned a lot from there. But now we say that, but in 2009, already Director Hosoda saw it all. So that was why he created the figure. And these animators can see the future, which is amazing. And Hosoda-san's, the director's latest piece is Dragon and Princess, or the English title is Belle. This is the meta world. He is once again a very visionary. Why am I saying this? Because as I mentioned yesterday, to the production system. That is Dean and DevSecOps. These have lots of things in common. And also, as I mentioned yesterday, to the production system, the improvement in production is emulated by Tesla, and they know the essence. So as we have been saying in the past 2 days and last year's DevSecOps, there are lots of content. So all we have to do is do it. That is why how we can do the software update so that we can monetize them. We can capitalize on improvement that we have been doing, and we can have the overwhelming creative power. That is why we'll be able to see the world the next step. What are the things that Japan ought to do? DevOps, DevSecOps, that characteristics is the dominant frequency of trials. Google, 45,000 function improvement per working day. On the other hand, they do it automatically. And also the Google, the target elite software development organization, the change failure rate in the case of elite, that is between 0 to 15%. So 15% at most, 45,000 improvement, and less than 15% change failure rate. That is elite state. That is to say, they do it at high frequency, but they have the failure of maximum 15%. So failure cannot be avoided. But on the other hand, Japan cannot allow failure. So it is needed that you appear in the game, stand at the batter box, and swing a bat as many times as possible. So that's something, the culture change that Japan needs. So what companies are doing? I want them to do with DevSecOps, because this would directly lead to enhancing the power of the country. And those who are listening us for the past 2 days, you must be determined that you do it. But what about the things that are happening on the floor of the companies? They are focusing on digital transformation, or DX in short. We would say that it's no longer time to do DX. This may sound radical, but this is a fact. In the United States, this shows the past 5 years Google search. What about the trend? Blue is digital transformation and red is DevOps. The difference is 5 times. Are people talking about digital transformation in the United States? The answer is no. Why? This is the case in Japan. Kaizen is a Japanese terminology, and Kaizen is also English. That means continuous improvement. Kaizen's search is a little more than digital transformation. So DevOps is a buzzword in the United States, and they want to do the DevOps for improvement, at least in terms of Google search. What about in Japan? This is Japan's DevOps. The trend is toward upwards. However, still, there are lots of 2 times or 3 times more search for digital transformation. In the United States, DevOps is #1. And then continuous improvement. And they say, well, there may be such a thing as digital transformation. What we want to say is as follows. And digital transformation is something of a past. DX itself is very misleading because it may sound like a one-off event because it's transformation. It seems that there is an end to that. We do the reform and there is a goal and that will be it. That kind of a one-off event or project. But that's a misconception. That's what I think. GAFA and in the United States, DX is not being implemented because they're already doing continuous Kaizen improvement without end. And that is why their effort is continuous. And so they use DevOps, DevSecOps, so that they can improve every day. That's part of culture. In Japan, because we think it as one-time investment, we ask the existing external vendors to do DX. We have them to establish the system, the software, and we want them to maintain. It is not Kaizen. This is a kind of the digital service, and that is it. There's no continuous improvement. It was completed. Thank you. Goodbye. So we want to take it as continuous Kaizen or improvement without end. And this is something Tesla is doing, but Toyota is no longer doing. It is because the concept is different. And once we know that it is Kaizen without end, then companies will realize that they need to develop the software internally instead of outsourcing. It is the same with Rakuten, Mercari, Yahoo. They are developing the software internally. That's already happening, but when it comes to traditional Japanese companies, this is not yet happening. And so if they want to do DevSecOps and continuous improvement, then they will have to do the software development by themselves. DevOps, DevSecOps. I talked about the Love Machine and Mayhem, and these are already included in DevSecOps. Hassan-san did the CI/CD demo. The development is over, and that will be up into the repository, and then it will be to checking, and Jenkins and Travis CI will implement the Mayhem automatically, and the results will be had. If it is okay, it will go into the production system. If it NG, then you will have to find the vulnerability which must be fixed. United States Army bought it for $4.5 billion. So this is an embedded one. Probably to this extent, Director Hosoda may not have envisioned, but this is actually what is happening. This is something that we need to do. To the production system, the origin, where is it? It was invented by Ono Taichi. He said, where does the Kaizen begin? Illusion brings down the efficiency because once people think that this is longer, then they will not be able to change the perception. This is the reversed T, and probably you would think that the vertical one is longer, but if you can flip the screen, these two are exactly of the same length. But human beings have the illusion. That is why we know that it's an illusion. We begin the process of Kaizen. You will know it if you read the book. And also, we go to the factory floor and actually see and hear, because people can have illusion. That is why you will have to do there, and you will have to measure it on your own. Otherwise, you will not be able to know that it is an illusion. Because people are fallible to illusion, we go to the factory floor. But this is the same as improvement in the software. Everything begins with questioning the wisdom. Isn't it an illusion? Because it is an issue of cognition, and we need to change it. That's the starting point of Kaizen. This is the origin of Kanban system of Toyota that was mentioned by Mr. Ono Taichi. Because Japan had a glorious past. So we can go back and think about what was the essence. We have the GAFA Netflix, which are capitalizing on this very Japanese originated concept. I have mentioned about Bobiske, but this is an Amazon bestseller book that was written by me. The contents that we have covered yesterday and today are almost mentioned in the book. I talked about the security, and my book covers it. And also, the government cyber strategy direction is also explained. You have been listening for the content the whole day. Thank you very much for that. And if you want to go back, you can see the video, but also you can go back to the concept of zero trust. And if you want to know more about it, including zero trust and resilience and DevSecOps and CI/CD, AI security, and Kanda-san said that North Korea missile launch is related to the ransomware attack. So these are the things that are mentioned in my book. And also, Kurogome-san mentioned about the machine learning. How to make the machine learning? You need to be able to know the fundamentals. And this is a book, another book written by me. Still, the content is relevant today. This is all I have to say, and thank you very much. And you can follow me on Twitter. We welcome the questions and comments.
It says something, so let me know. Well, starting from high school may be a good point, I think. Thank you very much for your work for entire Japan. Thank you for your appreciation. I'm just going through the comments. Well, your book is good in terms of letting us being aware of being calm-minded when creating strategy. I think Hirahara-san said that the cyber attack book, I actually bought that book. So I didn't intend to force you buy, but thank you very much.
And this was mentioned by Kurogome-san. In the novel, there is an interesting story. So the power of Japanese creators is amazing. There are researchers who write the papers, and that can be the basis for the anime and manga. So I believe that US soldiers are also enjoying Ghibli. To a certain extent, this is being enjoyed throughout the world. So probably Toyota and anime, these are the two assets, great assets of Japan that we can be proud of. Thank you very much for your inputs. You must be tired, but thank you for listening. It's time. So this concludes my lecture. And from this time on, we will have direct weeks.
So he is the SVP and the Chief Marketing Officer of Linux Foundation, and he was the originary doing the detection of the open source security, and Sonotype was the name of the company, and that was also in Nicholas' presentation as well, and actually it's used as a DoD as well, and now he is the CMO of Linux Foundation. So the next presenter is Mr. Derek Weeks, and because it's midnight in his location, so his talk is pre-recorded. Please.
Hello, I'm Derek Weeks, Senior Vice President at the Linux Foundation, and today I'm going to talk to you about a subject that I have been researching, studying, and publishing reports on for the past 8 years. Today I'm going to talk with you about securing our software supply chains what software supply chains are, how we're incredibly reliant on these software supply chains, what adversaries are doing to attack those software supply chains, and how we can better enable ourselves to defend against those attacks and make adversary attacks less successful over time. So with that, let's get into a story that I heard on the radio last week while driving around in my car. I heard that they were recalling red, yellow, and white onions across the United States from restaurants, from grocery stores, and from consumers that had purchased these. There was an E. coli outbreak in 37 states. These onions that were at risk or had E. coli contamination had come from some crops in Mexico. And we were able to wage a full-scale recall of these onions across the supply chains that supported them, because we understood where those onions originated, we understood the distribution chains that they went to, and we understood the consumers who were buying them, and were tracking what was happening to consumers in those particular states where the E. coli outbreaks were noticed. And when they were, there were effective communications sent out, including the radio announcements that I had heard, to say, hey, if we had purchased these onions and didn't know the source of them, or saw the source of them and they came from Mexico, that we were to throw those away. Whether we were a restaurant, or whether we a consumer or a grocery store. So they have, in the food industry, managed supply chains. The same goes for the auto industry. Autos ship all the time. They include thousands and thousands of parts. One of those parts happens to be airbags. And in the case of Toyota and other auto manufacturers, they had been shipping Takata airbags in their vehicles for many years, and these were known to be safe parts without any defects. But over time, defects had been discovered in these airbags, and we found dangers to consumers that little bits of metal would come out when the airbags were deployed and put consumers or drivers like me and you at risk. Now, Toyota, when they found out about these problems, understood that what parts or what vehicles, makes, models, years these airbags went into. They understood where those cars were shipped through their supply chains, to which particular countries, to which particular dealers, and they know which consumers had purchased those particular products that were now known to be defective. And they mounted a recall to this. They're able to do this because they have managed supply chains. They know every part that goes through their supply chains. They know every part that goes into their products. They know what version of part went into what version of vehicle and what model year. And they can trace those through. So if there are ever defects with that automobile or the parts within the automobile, they can effectively stage recalls that then protect consumers at the end of the day. Now, when it comes to software, our software supply chains do not work in the same way. Software today is developed using a number of parts that we don't always write ourselves. Those parts flow in from various supply chains around the world that we rely upon. And because we lack visibility into these parts, it puts our software supply chains and the applications that we're building, or the services that they're running upon, and the consumers that they're relying upon, more at risk. Now, how do auto manufacturers, food suppliers, pharmaceutical companies, electronic companies understand their software supply chains? One is they have visibility to every part or product moving through their software supply chains. They have procurement decisions that help them understand and evaluate all of the parts going into their products, and they keep visibility on those particular parts. They don't not only keep visibility on what parts are we procuring or bringing into our supply chains and feeding through supply chains, but they're also tracking and tracing those parts or products over time. So if any defects are found later, or any vulnerabilities or any flaws or any bacteria like E. coli, then we need to understand how it's impacting those parts, tracking and tracing them, and then effectively doing recalls to remedy the situation where possible. So let's now take a look at open source software development and how software supply chains work within software development. You might realize that applications today are no longer written from scratch. In fact, developers around the world are leveraging more and more open source components to build their applications. These software components are made by developers in the community, maybe a single developer or maybe a large group of developers, and made available to anyone around the world to freely and actively download those. In fact, there are over 40 million known open source software components and versions of those components available. And it's expected that by 2026, we'll have nearly 10 times that number of open source components and versions available to developers around the world. Just in the past year, organizations that manage these large open source repositories around the world have shown us that there are over 2 trillion downloads of open source components that are generated by software supply chains and developers using software supply chains to help them grow and build their applications. Now, there are only about 30 million software developers on the planet. So when we're talking about 2 trillion package downloads in a year, there's a significant consumption of these components through your software supply chains. And you know what? You actually have more than one software supply chain in your environment. You may have software supply chains for Java open source components or JavaScript open source packages or Python packages or Rust packages. You may be downloading containers from the internet from various container registries that are out there making these components or containers available to your developers that they are then using to build their applications or organize and build their IT infrastructure that runs those applications. These components feed from internet-based repositories down to your developers at no charge to your organization, and then make their way through the software development process where they are then made available to the consumers of your applications. Now, with 2 trillion downloads coming from multiple repositories into your organization, what this means is that the average organization is consuming hundreds of thousands of open source components a year into your application development processes through your software supply chains. And effectively what that means is that 90% of the applications that you're building today, in some cases if you're in the financial services industry, in fintech, 95% or more of the application that you are building today or your developers are building is built from these open source components that are coming in. This is code you did not write yourself, but borrowed from others who may be experts in building those pieces of technology, whether it be a logging framework or a web application framework or a cryptography library. Now, let me provide some perspectives on the software supply chains, because innovating using open source components or containers and leveraging those that are free because they were developed by others and offered to the community to use accelerates innovation tremendously, and we are all benefiting from that. We are able to build and deploy applications faster than ever before. But not all of these components are created equal. When we look at those 90% of of the application that we're building from open source components, we have to recognize that some of these components have known defects. In fact, of the most popular components that we're using, 30% of those have known vulnerabilities within them. For the less popular ones, the average is 6.5%. Now remember when I said your organization may be consuming a couple 100,000, or if you're a large organization, say in the Fortune 2000, you may be consuming millions of these open source components and containers. Imagine that 30% of those hundreds of thousands are known to be vulnerable. And they're working their way into your applications and through your software supply chains. Now, how does this happen? How do we just download something that has a known defect and put it into our applications? Well, if you think about traditional supply chains and the procurement that happens in them, imagine we're at Toyota and we want a new airbag or a new brake pad or a new type of engine or spark plug or whatever that part may be. We have a procurement office, and that procurement office goes out and looks for the very best suppliers that can supply us the highest quality parts at the best price. And we utilize those suppliers to build the products at Toyota or wherever we might be. But that procurement department vets the best components for us to use within our manufacturing process. Now, let's take a look at how software development works and these software supply chains and the easily available or readily available open source parts and containers that are available to developers. If you have 100 developers in your organization, you effectively have 100 people in procurement. Those developers can usually make any decision they want about any component and any version of that component, and it may be one that they've used for many years on end. They know it works, they know it integrates well, they know how it integrates with other components that they may be using or downloading, and they're comfortable with those. If you have 1,000 developers in your organization, you have 1,000 people in procurement of these components. And there's no particular vetting that goes along. When they select a component, it doesn't tell them immediately this is a good one or this is a bad one or this is known to be vulnerable. They're just trying to do their work and meet their next deadline or their next sprint deadline in order to produce this application and meet the go-to-market requirements of the organization. There is no procurement function in this kind of supply chain. And because of that, it can leave us at risk. Now, the other thing that we need to understand about supply chains is that when we are focused on building our applications from these components, and we've shifted from writing a lot of code ourselves that was all custom code to effectively manufacturing or assembling our applications from these reusable, freely available parts. The adversary community has also recognized that we've shifted our approach. So the adversary game used to be, especially around open source components, if we think back to things like Strut's vulnerabilities in that web application framework, or if we think about OpenSSL and Heartbleed, the adversaries acted in this wait, discover, and pray kind of scenario. They would have to wait for new security vulnerabilities to be discovered in these open source components. Once those were discovered, then they moved as fast as possible to try and identify exploits against those vulnerabilities and to try and find applications that were reliant on those particular open source components, and then they would wage their attacks. And if we think back to OpenSSL or Strut vulnerabilities that impacted Equifax and many other organizations just a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago now, those were the wait and pray kind of, or wait, discover, and pray scenarios. But the adversary is actually knowing that we are more and more reliant on open source supply chains and software supply chains than ever before. have changed their game. They understand that open source software is developed by having a community of contributors that are improving the code, making contributions to that code, and improving it for others that use that code within the community. So the adversaries have actually figured out not that they want to attack applications at the end of the supply chain, but they can be much more efficient by contributing code at the very beginning of the software supply chain. So when we think about this, the adversaries are becoming developers where they are contributing to open source projects and in some cases contributing known vulnerable code into those projects. The projects don't necessarily have to have security experts on staff. They're just happy to have people in the community contributing to these projects. Once they do, and the adversaries contribute their vulnerable code into these supply chains, they share it. It is then put in these central internet-based warehouses and distributed immediately to any developers around the world that want the newest, latest versions. Now, because of this, adversaries are effectively injecting 0 days into these open source projects that are then distributed sometimes tens or millions of times a week, where they can then prey on those organizations that they know or recognize are using that code. That changes our whole reliance and safety around software supply chains that we are relying upon. So if you think about a circumstance earlier this year, a researcher, Alex Burson, had figured out that various large organizations were using proprietary packages they developed themselves in their applications. But he also recognized that the way the build systems worked was it would just look for the latest version of that particular package. It would look for it in internal repositories as well as external repositories. So if Tesla, for example, were building its own package and Tesla called that package Tesla 1 or Tesla version 1, their build tool would go and find the latest version, in this case version 1. But if it was set to look for the latest version and someone made Tesla version 2 and put it in the NPM repository, and Tesla's development pattern followed this look for the latest version of the component internally and externally, it would find version 2 out on the internet and then bring it into the development process and put it into the latest version of the application that was being built. Now, this was a pretty interesting use case that this researcher came upon, but when he published that particular use case, within days, literally days, a couple of days, there were tens of repeat or copycat adversary attacks using the same technique that Alex had published in his research. Within a month, there were over 10,000 copycat attempts in the open source supply chains that all of our companies are relying upon. So the adversaries have changed their game from waiting and praying downstream to injecting known vulnerabilities in software supply chains upstream that we are all feeding upon. They know that we have hundreds or thousands of developers in procurement and that checks aren't readily being done on software flowing through these software supply chains into our applications. It's making the adversaries much more efficient from their attack vectors. The adversaries are not only looking at the components flowing through the software supply chains, but they're looking at every step of the development process along the way. Where can they in particular inject vulnerabilities into software that we're feeding upon or into the tooling that we're relying upon? Can they compromise source control systems? Can they compromise the build platforms? Can they compromise our package repos? Can they bypass the CI/CD processes that we're using to inject various code throughout the software build cycle, which is also part of the software supply chains that we rely upon? And what we've seen is there has been an active increase in those software development processes or in those software supply chain attacks over recent years. And in fact, in the last year, we see a 650% increase in the number of software supply chain attacks that have happened across the industry. So what can we do about this now, or why should we be doing anything about this now? If you think about software supply chain attacks and what is happening out in the industry, we have to recognize open source is at center stage of the innovations that we are creating, that we are all reliant upon, that is moving our economies and making our companies more profitable. But at the same time, security is critical to all of us. And at the moment, our adversaries are winning. They understand how we build or effectively manufacture software now. And they're paying attention to it in some cases more than we are ourselves, because they understand how these supply chains work and how they can be more efficient in attacking them. And because we're not paying attention enough as a software development industry, and our adversaries are paying attention more and taking advantage of that, governments are now demanding action. We're seeing cybersecurity legislation and policy being introduced that impacts and recommends new actions on how we build our software and how we track and trace these components in our software supply chains. And the reality is, for all of us that are building software or relying on software, bad software with known vulnerabilities in it is bad for business. Now, again, when we think about software supply chains, we can think about supply chains and parts and manufacturing processes elsewhere. Do people want to differentiate their products not only based on how quickly they can bring them to market, but what the quality and security of those products are in the market? So if we look at a company like Volvo, it differentiated itself on the safety of its products in the market. It was something that they didn't have to do, but they wanted to do as a company. In some respects, because of all of the work that had been done in grassroots movements in the auto industry through people like Ralph Nader, through people also like W. Edwards Deming, who ask auto manufacturers to build quality in, to build the best capabilities into their products, to improve how they were innovating, to lower their cost, to create competitive differentiators. And now we have not just Volvo, but other manufacturers that are constantly in front of us saying, we have the safest products on the market in our particular market. So security can be a differentiator for those of us that develop software through our software supply chains. Imagine someday that an organization like Microsoft compares itself to IBM and says, we're more secure. The software that we're building at Target is more secure than what Walmart is, or the software that we're putting into our vehicles at Ford is more secure and of higher quality than what Tesla is doing. You can easily see, because other industries have done this, that security can become a differentiator, and managing what is flowing through our software supply chains and the tooling that we rely on in our software supply chains and the education and best practices that we can give our developers can help us differentiate our software supply chains and the products that we produce through them to make them more differentiated. So now that we have this background context, what can we do about making our software more secure? First of all, we can understand we are reliant on software supply chains. We are not building all of our code from scratch anymore. And we can produce a software bill of materials The software bill of materials is effectively a list of ingredients, both proprietary packages or components that we're building internally, as well as a list of those that we've sourced externally from developers that are not our own. And we can keep that list of ingredients to evaluate and understand which of those components are good, known to be good, which have known vulnerabilities in them, and if they do have known vulnerabilities, we should fix those before our products are made available to the market. We can also keep this software bill of materials, or effectively a list of software ingredients, so that as new vulnerabilities are discovered next week, next month, or in the coming years, new vulnerabilities discovered in the parts we've used, we can track and trace those through our software supply chains. At the Linux Foundation, where I work, we've worked across industry to help standardize a software bill of materials definition that is now an ISO standard, and that is SPDX. That standard is freely available to anyone in the industry to be able to use. Now, in software development practices that we rely upon, we also need to understand that there are certain practices for which components are better or worse, and there's been a lot of study on this. In fact, in the years prior to the Linux Foundation, I worked at Sonatype, where I led the research for the State of the Software Supply Chain report. And in that research, we found that organizations using the latest versions of components ended up using components with fewer known security vulnerabilities, and therefore producing higher quality applications from those. If you look at a particular component or open source component like the Spring Framework Spring Core, there are hundreds of different versions of that open source framework that are available to developers. But it also often releases new versions of that component many times throughout the year. And if we're going to improve the security of the software we're building, we can migrate to those newer, safer versions, higher quality versions, even higher performing versions to make our software better. Now, as a result of these kinds of practices, what we see are there are kind of three different types of software development practices that you might have. And those can be looked at from those organizations that have low frequency updates to their software and that aren't deploying new changes to their software frequently, as well as those organizations that have frequent updates to their software and use the latest versions of those. In some cases, latest versions could be beta versions or early release versions. So there is a difference in speed of deployments, but there's also not only a difference in speed of deployments, but the quality of packages going into those. So you can have low quality choices of these components that flow through your software supply chain, as well as higher quality choices. Those that are using not the latest version, but almost the latest version of software and updating frequently these open source components that they're using actually end up having much higher quality outcomes for their software. We can also look as an industry to collaborate on prioritizing fixes to common or popular open source components. We as an industry have seen certainly at the Linux Foundation, organizations contribute security tooling to open source projects to better improve and identify known vulnerabilities. At the Linux Foundation, we've also introduced better education and best practices for software development to improve our secure coding practices. And we've also introduced things like new standards like the SPDX SBOM standard to enable organizations to better understand how to build higher quality software as a result. Now, the result of these better practices and adopting these in collaborative efforts across the software development industry means we can have innovation and security at velocity. It is possible. Software security is difficult to do right, but it is doable, and we can use that to improve our software supply chains. Our adversaries today are winning, but it is inevitable that we have to fix the problems with our software supply chain. We have to produce more secure software to thwart adversary attacks. We have to make it more difficult for them to breach our applications and steal the data behind those. This will take a collective effort across our industry, and I invite all of you to be a part of it. Join in with what organizations around the community are doing. Join into the work that we have at the Linux Foundation with organizations like SPDX or the Open Software Supply Chain Foundation, and be part of the solution to better managing and better securing our software supply chains. Thank you very much.
It was the discussion of Derek with respect to the open source. It is very much used in large numbers, so I do believe that it will create an issue. And S-bomb was mentioned. As to the S-bomb, Mr. Eguchi, the director of the government, he is going to discuss over this to work on S-bomb. So the special keynote speech will be made from the METI, the director. Mr. Eguchi is now invited.
This is going to be the last lecture, and thank you very much for being with us for the whole day. And please focus because this is going to the grand finale. Mr. Eguchi, the floor is yours. This is METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Cybersecurity, Information Vice Minister. My name is Eguchi. Thank you very much for inviting me to this seminar. Regardless to say, we're talking about cyber attacks. When we look at the attacks in Japan and in the world, there is an intensification of these attacks. And this year, in Japan, we had Tokyo Olympics, Paralympics in Tokyo. And ever since the bidding was awarded, thanks to the people involved, we were able to end the incident without accidents, and we were able to make the success of the ends. There was a great concern toward cyber attacks, and there were precautions taken. But thanks to all the efforts by them, we were able to end events without incidents. Other than that, in the world this year, we had several attacks on important infrastructure, particularly those attacks which undermined livelihood of the people. When we look at the things in Japan, there were various attacks on the infrastructures causing trouble to people throughout the country. Today, I will share with you some of the examples, and I'd like to elaborate what the government is doing and what the ministry is doing in particular regarding the cybersecurity. First of all, please take a look at this slide. This is from the end of last year through the beginning of this year. There are various troubles that were experienced in Japan regarding cyber attacks. This is not exhaustive. This is only representative list of events. As you can see here, we were under the coronavirus, and that changed the way we work. There were lots of people working from home. People accessed from outside the internal system of the companies, and that was happened when people worked from home. So that opened the door for attacks by malicious adversaries. there were attacks on VPN machines, leading to leak of authentication information, and also the system core was accessed and compromised. And also there are ransomware attacks. These encrypted the data, discontinuing the operations. And before that, the data were stolen, and they threatened the companies unless they pay ransom, their data will be published. So that's the so-called ransomware or double threat attack. Through these events, information was leaked. And also there was leakage of credit card information. There were many troubles that we have seen this year. Other than that, there were major network failures, which were also experienced. And also there were various causes, but system failure occurred, unable for the companies to continue the operation. We have seen many of these events. From these perspectives, as I will elaborate later, as for the ministry, we decided to issue caution to industries and companies on December the 18th and April the 2nd. This is the statistics from April last year through March this year. This is an old data, but this shows the reported number of incidents. These were the reports that were received by JP, CERT, and CC. In the year 2020, there were more than 46,000 reports that were received. This was double the number from the previous year. When we take a look at the past 10 years, the most number was recorded in 2013 with a little less than 30,000. So compared to that, we had quite a number of incidents reported in fiscal year 2020. And also, this was what happened in May this year. This happened in the United States. The attack toward the important infrastructure that was an oil pipeline. The incident led to lots of troubles and discontinuation of services. This was an attack toward the pipeline, which stopped the flow of the pipeline. And that directly impacted the life of the people there. That had a big social repercussion, as you well recall. Other than that, there were attacks on the water systems. That was due to hacking. Chemical substance was accumulated beyond the hazardous level. The operator noticed it and responded quickly, so it didn't leak havoc. However, that was what happened. And also, this is another ransomware attack on a meat processor in Brazil, which happened in May. The world's largest food processor in Brazil was attacked with ransomware, and that led to the halt of the operation in Australia, Canada, the United States. The production had to be reduced by 1/5, and also companies had to lay off a lot of non-regular workers as a result of that. This also had an impact on the livelihood of the people. These were the examples in overseas. But what about in Japan? Ransomware attacks are the realities with damages. As you may know, there was a ransomware attack on a system in a hospital, and the hospital was not able to continue seeing the patients. The hospital wanted to restore the system. However, there was no backup of the data in the hospital, so it was very difficult for them to restore the system. They were not able to do that quickly. So they had to resort to handwriting patient's record, which impacted the patient services. Let me say one important thing with regard to ransomware attacks. Data backup is crucial. That's what is being said. Of course, if the proper backup is there, then even if all the data are encrypted, you can go back to the backed up data and restore the data quickly. However, the way the backup is taken, you have to be careful. With regard to ransomware, if the backup data is on the same network, the backup data will also be infected. So, if I may say, if the backup data is in the same environment, the backup data will also be vulnerable and be encrypted by the adversary. So even if you had the backup, there's no backup in reality because of this kind of a thing. So then you will have to restore the data from scratch. Otherwise, you will not be able to return to the previous state. That is why the way you take the backup, you have to be very careful. And the backup has to be true backup. That is what I want to say, how to take the backup and how to manage and operate the backup. And that's another important thing that I'd like you to take note of. Against the backdrop, the ministry is issuing caution to corporate management. The corporate management becomes a key in preparing against cyber attacks. That's the most important message that we wanted to convey. The corporate management ought to take the leadership and how to respond when there was in fact a ransomware directly linked to the company's trustworthiness, because the companies ought to be able to continue their businesses. And if the company responded properly, then that would be a good reputation to the customers and employees, and that would heighten the company's trust. And also, the data may be leaked as a result of that, but the data is not only the company's data, but because there is a supply chain. So the company has also other companies' data. So it may end up leaking not only one's own, but the supply chain, client, and supplier's data too. That is why the management ought to be accountable. And also, what about the ransom payment? Internationally speaking, this is something that is common, but paying to a criminal organization, maybe paying to anti-social forces. So the company may be subjected to sanctions. There is an issue of compliance. That is why this is a grave issue. So how to respond can only make decision by the top corporate management. That is why the company leadership is crucial. And also, I will explain with cases later, but the companies have overseas bases. And I believe that that's usually the case. So the global governance ought to be there. Overseas bases, the regulatory environment may be different. So you may have to respond differently. So what kind of system you establish, you will have to think about it in advance. That's the governance, including supply chains in overseas. Against that backdrop, there ought to be high density information sharing. And also, if it is sensitive information regarding export and import, then when there is fear of leakage, then there ought to be appropriate reporting based on the laws and regulations. And also, we want to share the lessons learned. So that is why adequate disclosure is needed. And I hope that you will cooperate with us in that respect. That was why we issued the caution.
Furthermore, we'll talk about some updates, including lessons learned from the latest cases and introduce in twofold. Again, I will separate into two parts. One is what software and system development vendors should take into considerations, and the other is on the side of business users. In particular, on the side of vendors involving software and system development, what they should be mindful of is to secure its software development process, which is unasked from me. It includes software development, or in some cases, building software with open source for the purpose of efficiency. However, it sometimes invite various attacks on development environment, according to some reports. Unless software development process itself is well secured, it could have implications on users who actually use software services. So that happens sometimes. Therefore, I am asking to secure the environment for software development and its process. Given that, I think it is important to manage information-related vulnerability in terms of a wide range of security for software bill of material, that is SBOM. Also, software and or services of your own might be under attack, or you face some troubles. In most of those cases, if you encounter such issues, please provide urgent measures to prevent attacks promptly or programs to correct the problems without fail. There are 2 points I would like to highlight in relation to what business users should take into account. As I touched upon briefly earlier, when overseas locations are in the scope, or when you do offshoring, it is necessary to review properly how security is guaranteed and also to bolster measures. That is for what I think, particularly with the recent cases, not just overseas locations, but also it applies to domestic locations. That is some attacks took place on those inactive equipment or servers on the network, which was used before, but now replaced by new systems or new hardware. This serves as a backdoors or penetration path from a viewpoint of management of assets. For example, the GL or general ledger shows that they are not in use and should have been disposed or scrapped, but that is not the case. Hence, no update is introduced. In light of that, this makes a weak point from security's perspective. Therefore, desirably, further security measures should be taken. With respect to those systems and cloud services in use, they should be reviewed regularly on a continuous basis. If you left systems as it was built out, situations arise where you need to change designs due to a change in service functions with various cloud services. Not addressing such situation could cause a penetration to systems, as the vulnerability is going to be generated. And some of the reports state that you might find systems that are not what you intended. it is quite crucial to check on a regular basis for services in order to address the situations that I mentioned. Given heads up to the industry, by adding one more comment, is the release of a message from the chairperson of SC3, and that is Supply Chain Cybersecurity Consortium, to member companies to ensure security before the start of the Tokyo Olympic Games. In response to such a reminder, you worked on security measures. As to the cybersecurity measurements that you worked on to step up, assuming you might run into various troubles, you have been making efforts on a routine basis to minimize damage. So your efforts are very much appreciated. Now, bearing this situation in mind, let me touch on some initiatives that the Japanese government is taking. We put together a new cybersecurity strategy this year. It was just endorsed by the cabinet, and it covers challenges and directions. Needless to say, but it is underway to enhance digital transformation due to a variety of implications and experiences through COVID-19, including progression of remote working and online services. And this poses a challenging situation for security environment against various attacks and risks. Moreover, different types of the international issues, such as in the domain of digital technology and SDGs, are in front of us. On that front, contribution of digital technology is expected, and it will undergo further evolution. In addition, we will capitalize on lessons learned from various initiatives taken for the Tokyo Olympic and Paralympic Games, so that the whole citizens will be able to use cyberspace securely and safely. From that viewpoint, we formulated the strategy. For this time, in particular, we put together cybersecurity for all, with the intention of being no one left behind when it comes to cyber security advancement. Through such efforts, free, fair, and safe cyberspace is secured. We would like to deliver this strategy not only at home but also abroad. As to the creation of such cyberspace, when you look at this structure, you will find that there are different initiatives and actions prepared. 3 directions are shown here. One is DX, digital transformation, to promote cybersecurity concurrently. Second is to secure and ensure safety and security with viewing an entire cyberspace where a creation of public space and interlinking and mutual concatenation is progressing. From a viewpoint of security, further enhancement of initiatives was decided with those 3 directions shared. You find on this slide various actions regarding yellow, green, blue boxes are to be deployed. Especially, as it was mentioned repeatedly, it is very important to change mindset of the management population. Also, promoting initiatives for small and mid-sized companies or those companies reside in regions are very important too. Again, as we all know, activities employed by companies are not performed on a standalone basis, as they have connections with supply chain, thus making an entire supply chain to be safe and secure. For ensuring reliability is another important point. In addition, it is also significant to take an active effort in order to offer security environment for the protection of citizens and society. To form such environment, to create safe and secure environment, it is important to combat adversaries well, in particular by enhancing defense capability, having analytical skills, acquiring ability to analyze, and stepping up capability to address. These are the things we think they are important, and we would like to take initiatives very actively. Other initiatives across different domains include R&D, nurture talent, collective engagement of organizations and people who are the users of cyberspace. Otherwise, safety and security can't be ensured. Thus, the strategy will make sure for all concerned parties to be able to collaborate. At METI, various initiatives are under consideration, particularly in the context of sharing knowledge. A concrete cyber physical security framework, CPSF, is offered. And based on that framework, measures will be implemented. To that end, we aspire to formulate and improve such a framework. This framework was created in alignment with another framework, such as NIST in the US. Some part of this framework is, in a sense, abstract. Therefore, all the areas will be translated into guidelines so that such guidelines will be used for the adoption of security initiatives. We also have set up subgroups for actions to secure reliability for a data connection in cyberspace and to establish a methodology for software management. And we review them and publicize. So METI's efforts will be explained shortly, including for what I have just covered. To start with, it is repetitive, but activities to achieve cybersecurity management is necessary towards the management population. While delivering that management approach, in 2017, a cybersecurity management guideline was published as version 2. 3 principles that the management population should be mindful of is to take a leadership role, to prepare actions that includes partners, and to establish communication properly with stakeholders in and outside of the company, even the peacetime. With that, on top of that, 10 important prioritized items were put together for management to instruct the people on the ground and CISO. Many people viewed, and at the end of October last month, the number of downloads topped 120,000 times.
So based on the guideline, there are activities. So as I have mentioned, this is still high level. So to be more specific, if you try to follow practices in the guideline, what would happen? Actually, these cases are gathered in the practice book, and at March, there were more than 16,000 downloads. So these are utilized in various situations. And in addition to that, this August, we now have the visualization tool. So it's about knowing the security level of your company. So it's a survey type tool, so you can do the assessment of your company. And also you can do comparison between data from other companies to understand the situation of your own company. And also, if you find some weak points of your company, in that case, you can probably refer to the practice book to find out the possible support or responses. So you can have tools to assess your company. And even though you are sufficient at some point, you can also experience some change in technologies and also your initiatives as well. And the security level of your company might change as well. So I think it's very much effective to have this kind of assessment on a regular basis. So talking about the security talent, we do not have enough talent, and also sometimes you don't know where to allocate people. We hear lots of these comments. So for each skill, where to allocate the talents or what kind of skills are required at certain positions. So based on these, you can use this information for the employment and also the training of your talents. So we have also published that guidebook as well. So it's very important to have some initiatives at small and medium-sized enterprises. And compared to a huge enterprise, the SMEs initiatives are not sufficient. So because of that, we now have the guideline for SMEs as well. So first of all, there's self-declaration of SMEs called security action. That is what we have for SMEs. And in order to make this popular, we combine this with fundings of METI. So for the introduction of IT, company has to have a good understanding awareness on security. So one of the requirements to apply for funding is the self-declaration of SME. So we combine security action and subsidiary programs. So that is how we are increasing the number of companies working on security. And for SMEs, it's a bit difficult to have the initiatives like the huge companies. So we group companies to receive services. And one idea is to combine security with insurance. So that is another effective way. For 2019 and also for 2020, we have conducted a verification project. So there's advisory, and also there are some other supports as well, and there's the insurance service as well. So these are all combined together to provide as a packaged service for SMEs in each area. So this is the verification project we conducted. And as a result, for each group and for the bunch of the SMEs, the supports were provided, and also the SMEs were able to use IT devices. And that is what we found out from verification project. And since this year, 2021, we have created cybersecurity helpers. So that is the the plan we set up so that we can provide the safe and security for SMEs. This is the service started by private sector to support SMEs. And in addition to all these initiatives, we have supply chain cybersecurity consortium, which I mentioned earlier. So this is for economic organization and also for the industry groups as well to talk about security agendas. So this is led by the industry, the private sectors are leading this, and they are operating at this consortium as well. So talking about the basic action policy, the members are contributing to this, and also what initiative we should have for SMEs, and also what kind of collaboration we will be able to have for each agenda. So these are discussed in working groups. And also there's another working group talking about the trend of attacks, and also there's a working group regarding the sophistication of security among industry, academia, and the government. And also we have coined the word security, so that this is the security for local areas. And we do have another working group for this topic as well. So this is what the consortium is doing now. And talking about the development of talents, there's the METI, Independent Administration Agency, the Information Technology Promotion Agency is leading this. So then especially the industry cybersecurity, I talked about pipeline and I talked about meat processing companies. So there are the industry plant are being attacked. So that is one problem in cyberspace. So the security is not only about information security, that is not sufficient. So for the industry operational technology and also for information technology, so the experts from the both area and with the knowledge in both areas, we are trying to develop this kind of talent so that we will be able to have people who can lead the field. So that is the training program we have. And here in this program, we have the mock plant or the demo plant, and there's a classroom study to learn about some basic stuff. And then also that there's a training regarding how to respond to the attack on mock plant or demo plant. And through these training, we are trying to develop and nurture our talent. So this is this is 1 year program. So it's not only for the domestic institution. Actually, we are collaborating with overseas institutions as well, so that our students can learn about what's happening outside of Japan as well. So that is how we created our curriculum. And this year, so actually every year we started this program in July, and this year as well, we have started this training program in July. And from the next year and onwards, we will be continuing this education. So I want you to utilize this kind of opportunity for the development of talents for your industry. And this is something actively discussed in the States and other areas. The improvement of software supply chain security, SBOM. And we are expecting that there will be more improvement in this area. So for the improvement of efficiency, so there's lots of the software parts are used, and there's a vulnerability, and if there's vulnerability, how to respond to that. We have to think about it as well. So from the discovery of a vulnerability to the recovery, the time has to be shortened. So that is why we have this method called SBOM, software bill of materials. And In the United States, there are the various reports are made in this area. That is what I heard. And in Japan as well, we are thinking about to disseminate this concept as well, and we are now considering that as well. And for the cyberspace, another important area is how we should treat data. So in order to use data in a safe and secure way, we have to have a proper data management. And data does not stay one location, it moves around for various kinds of services. So the data moves to various locations for the processing as well. And there are some various kinds of events happening. And for each event, we have to think about the risk and also what we can do to that risk. So I think we need a common framework to enable management for that. And that is what we are considering at this point of time as well. And we have formulated the skeleton plan in July, and now it's open for the public comment. And based on that, we would like to finalize that. And in order to strengthen our response capability, especially for the industrial cyber event, it's quite difficult to investigate the cause of the event. And sometimes it's difficult to tell the failure happens because of the cyber incident or just a simple system failure. And if the incident happened due to cyber attack, the proper investigation has to be done to understand the cause, and also we have to respond to that as well. From that perspective, at METI, when there's some serious incident happens, the structure to enable the appropriate response, including the discovery of a root cause, have to be done. And also at the government, we are working on the strengthening of the response capability. And the first step for that is to find out the root cause. And we are now working on the creation of the structure as well. So that was quite a long explanation. However, other than the topics I mentioned today, as Japanese government and also as the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, there are lots of things we are working on, and there are lots of other areas that we will work on in the future as well. So because the time given to me is limited today, so that is why I mentioned only part of the activities we are doing. So as a Japanese government and also METI, so our activities are not sufficient to secure the safety for all the people. So from that perspective, I think the collaboration is very important. So then together with you for the safe and the security of cyberspace, we would like to continue our activities. So once again, I would like to ask your cooperation, and with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
It was Mr. Eguchi, Deputy Director General for Cybersecurity and Information Technology. Thank you. I'm not able to accept the questions now as to the secure implement the security for software development process. Under the policy of the Japanese government, it is said, it is stated, so it is a pleasing news for those people who are joined to this DevSecOps and people who are listening today. I think that is the consensus and agreement. So I wanted to just highlight on that. As Mr. Eguchi, Deputy Director General, said, he said that he would like to ask your support. Therefore, the understanding of each individual, and it is important to gain understanding of each one of us and each individual. It was a very long session, and I'd like to extend my gratitude for you to have joined such a long period of time. And many people are still viewing. Therefore, in the chat, maybe today's observation, your opinion, feedback, comments, that is very much appreciated. Therefore, I would like to wait for that, and I would like to share some of the comments to close. While you are writing your comments, before closing, well, to close, for those people joining from the US and Japan and also from the UK, and 18 people, including myself, made a speech and gave the presentation. People who are involved in coordinating this event are also in place. It is very time-consuming to coordinate and orchestrate the people who are incumbent. So I would like to give my gratitude to those people who helped us. And cybersecurity, the people who are working at the cybersecurity and information technology of METI, thank you very much for your support. The sponsors that you find on the screen, those are the companies who are supporting this community, and also this takes us some money or investment, but thank you very much for that. Supporters. As the related authorities like Royal Magistrate, so the digital agency, the MIC, METI, and Carnegie Mellon, Scilab, SCI, so Scilab people joined. Thanks to the Scilab, maybe I could say this community is established. And also the US Embassy is supporting us. To that end, I would like to express my appreciation. As for the operation, yesterday and today, we used simultaneous interpreters, and today 4 interpreters joined. Thank you very much. And I would like to express a gratitude to those coordinators, interpreters from Inter. And there is a very smooth connection alignment with the YouTube, Higashio-san, Araki-san of the NHK, and Sakai-san, he joined from Dubai and serving as a sort of the advisor. So Jime-san, NHK, Sakai-san, my team, actually, we did this last year. So with this team, I'm so pleased that we are able to operate well. Actually, a week ago, sir, the interpreter agency declined. They said that they are not able to provide any interpreters because interpreters are very busy. So I thought that maybe you're not able to operate this event. So I thought that maybe we should do everything in English, and later we will have some subtitle or something. Actually, that is for what we discussed. But a week ago, we thought that it was very much a close call as to opening this event. However, we were able to discuss in Japanese to discuss over the cutting edge domain with the simultaneous interpretation. So again, due to the intergroup and people who are supporting behind the scene, Araki-san, again, I would like to give a thank you for the details of the Operation Cognitive Research Lab. For example, exchanging email and so on. He coordinated the authorities and stakeholders of the authorities. Nakazono-san, thank you very much. So I'm full of the appreciation. I got many comments again. So it was a very learning for me as something that it was not familiar. I thought that this is unfamiliar for me. However, while I was listening, I thought that it is very much related to myself. And there are things that I'm not able to follow as I was not the expert of some parts, but thank you very much. I'm a student. And this is the free of charge, and I just have the appreciation as this is a great event. Again, this is in the red, making a loss. However, we are going to continue this event. Well, I'm not intending to make money through this or generate a profit, but this is a necessary thing or the compulsory thing for the world. And thank you very much for the very valuable speeches. And will it be publicized over the YouTube or internet? Yes, it is available and continuously. So over the internet and YouTube, I'd like you to follow the channel and as well as Twitter, as you are going to find update or up to date. And some people say that we like to think of the DevSecOps. And hopefully I would like to get involved in the activities for the education, and it is very much pleasing. And he or she said that not just listening, but he or she said that I would like to get involved in by doing the reading. I wanted to see all the slides of DHAV. Well, actually, he had 150 plus pages, and I was wondering how much that he could cover within 30 minutes. The interpreters, I thought that it was hard working and very much, you had some tensions, but thank you very much. And it was well written in your book, and I read it, I read your book. Maybe this could be one of the conditions to join the bidding of the government for DevSecOps. So it's all written in books, but I think that each one of you had something in your mind given this session. Lastly, but not least, Carnegie Mellon University, AI, or I was able to get some presentation or the speech from DoD. It was due to the Dr. Tomabechi. He did some networking. I am operating, but who did this? Well, without doubt, it's Dr. Tomabechi. And 300 plus books were already publicized by Tomabechi, and some of them cover the dialogue between myself and or interview or session with Tomabechi-san. So I'm missing to close today's session. People are looking at this, and I hope that they are going to disseminate this and saying that this was a great session. Maybe 6 months later, 1 year later, or some people could look into this 3 years later. And people might say that, oh, this is something interesting, intriguing, and I'm looking forward to hearing that comment 3 years later from now. Now, this is getting closer to the closing time, but thank you very much for joining this long session. Not next year, but hopefully we can see you much earlier. And Hassan wanted to talk more. So hopefully that I will be able to provide an opportunity to see you earlier than the 12 months period. Thank you very much.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉。
成長し続ける。
できること広がる。データ分析の民主化。
最適な意思決定。
挑戦できる未来。
ささやかな幸せにあふれた日常。
成長です。
ときめく。
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界。
豊かな社会。
意味のある仕事を作る。
誰もがビジョンにチャレンジできる。
誰も想像できない
大きな成功。イントゥリアンの
目から鱗の瞬間を提供する。
製造の無人化、子どもたちの未来。
データ×ワクワクイコール未来。
できたらいいなを形に。
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
未来は作るものだというふうに考えているので、仕事を通じて新しい価値をですね、創造すればですね、日本がまだまだですね、成長できる、面白い機会を作ることができると思っているので、かなり広範囲のビジネスをですね、僕らはご支援できるんじゃないかなというふうに思っています。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。